Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I see a comment there in the chat, though there is a delay, so when you're hearing this, it will be different. It says, when will the game start? And the answer is very soon, because we have arrived. The players are ready. Venny is ready. Hello, Venny. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm totally ready for this, man. Really looking forward to this finals.
I'm ready too. Interjection, I believe, is I see in the chat there as well. I quite like that. We do need a name. I think we need a combo name. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the ESOC 2017 Spring Championships. And right now, I am having some nostalgia from having just said the Spring Championships. I think it was, we're just talking, me and Venny, just now before we went live, that I think it's now been 2 years to the day, or not necessarily 2 days, but certainly 2 years since the previous Spring Championships where Venny and I were casting that. That was between, of course, Black Star OP, who is here today, versus H2O, who is not. Today we do have LordRaphael, who did actually beat H2O in the previous big tournament. And both these players have done very well in previous tournaments, and here they are today. So I think this is going to be good. I'm very, very much looking forward to this. Venny, what do you think?
Yeah, it's like you said, it's 2 years ago, but somehow it seemed like it was much less than that. But well, time flies. A lot of good games in between, a lot of good big championships. It's interesting that both of them have beaten H2O, I think, one time. So now they have to decide like who's going to be the better player of these two.
They're just going to decide. It's going to talk it out amongst themselves.
Talk it out and fight.
No, they're not going to decide. This is a fight. They're going to be going at each. Yeah. So, what do you think this means? If you win this tournament, does that say much about? Do you think you can go and claim the title? I am the best at Age of Empires 3 in the world.
Well, no, I think you can't. I mean, it's always like one moment, it depends on how much you practice for a tournament and, of course, your personal shape, like how many other things you have to do. So I think like both of them, of course, they have been to the finals before. They've both won a championship, so they are just very good players, top of Age of Empires. But to say that you are the best is always very hard. The best at this time, I think that's the best thing you can say.
The best at this snapshot moment in time that's currently participating. I understand what you're saying. But it's always a very interesting question when people talk about who is the best at Age of Empires 3. And some people go back a very long way to sort of the beginning of the game, sort of the 2007, 2008 era, or perhaps the 2006, 2007 era, I should say, when, of course, the games had just came out and, everything was in the full swing. But then people go, no, today we have people that have been playing for many years, such as Black Star and LordRaphael, and perhaps that these players ought to be said to be the best. So it's a question that you can't really answer, but it's always interesting to see a good game of Age of Empires 3 or 2 or 3 or many. I believe there's 14 maps that we could potentially be seeing today. This is a best of 7. So it's a best of 9, I believe, actually.
I thought it was best of 7.
Let me
best of 9, you're right. Yeah, best of 9, yes, you're right. Exactly the same as last time, by the way. And then it went to 5-4, I believe.
5-4. It was yeah. The final game was 4-4 between Black Star and H2O, and then that final, what was it, India vs British?
Yeah, that was Black the final in Painted Desert. Yeah, that was a really good game. I really hope the series is going to go all the way as well.
I hope so. I remember those final moments where Black Star had some reinforcing sours and just H2O says GG or whatever, and just that moment, like that's hands down one of my favorite Age of Empires 3 moments.
It was a close fight, like throughout the whole game, but those, I believe exactly what you say, those like 4 or 5 camels, those reinforcements, they did the job and they secured the win for Black Star. Then, for anyone who hasn't seen those finals, by the way, definitely check them out on YouTube. They were really good games. Definitely a nice watch.
They are available on my YouTube channel, I believe, and Venny's, actually. I think we split those ones between us. These, I believe, will be going up on the ESOC TV YouTube channel. But I think we may be ready to start. Both players electing to play Portugal. Now, that's interesting, right? Portugal, very strong on high trading post maps. Mendocino, perhaps one of them. What do you think?
Yeah, it's indeed interesting that they both agree on this. We've often seen a lot of Dutch mirrors to start off the series, but I think here with the 4 TPs, Portuguese is definitely a good choice. Also a lot of food available, so no problem there with getting your eco rolling. But I think it's interesting to also just quickly go over the maps, because of course both of them had the option to veto some maps.
Yes, that is interesting. Would you like to explain the veto rule in full to people that have perhaps not been keeping up with the whole tournament and are tuning in today for the first time?
Yeah, sure. So I believe the idea is to make to get a more variation here with the map pool. They had a bigger map pool to start with, and then both players could veto down maps that they don't like to play on. And then, of course, the maps that are left with, that's the one you have to practice for your series. And in this case, we are left with, just a second, Mendocino to start with first, of course, as you see here. Then we have Florida, that's a map with a little bit of water. Then Thar Desert with no water, just land for resources. And interestingly enough, we have Indonesia as the 4th map. And that's a map we haven't seen in this tournament so far, I think, because most people don't like it. A lot of water, a small island where you play on. So I'm really curious to see what both of these players will do on that map. Then we are going to continue with Gran, Chaco, Herald Island, Bunny Springs, Manchuria, and Kamchatka, of course, if it goes all the way to 9 games.
I hope so. I'm just sitting here thinking, what if you're stumbling across this particular Twitch or YouTube channel, and you remember Age of Empires 3 from back in the day, but you haven't been really keeping up with it. It's the first time you've seen sort of some competitive Age of Empires in a good few years, and then you hear Venny listing off this map pool, and you're like, what are all these maps? I've never heard of any of these. I love how we do now have a genuine, and that brings us on to an announcement, I believe, before we do get this underway. We do have, when I was saying genuine, we have a genuine fan site now. We have a genuine, very, very highly invested user base. We have tournaments happening regularly. It's really great to see, and it's only going stronger and sort of getting bigger. And with that, I think throughout this particular stream, we'll be bringing you some announcements. The first of which is a forum reorganization. I think that's the best way to put it. So basically, the forum's going to be changed. It's going to look a lot better. We're going to have, by the sounds of it, something that's much, much more intuitive for new people joining. It's not going to be as clunky. It's going to be a My ESOC portal, I think, something like that. Would you have anything to add?
No, I think you summed it up pretty nice. No, that's it. We have some more announcements which will come later on, so definitely keep an eye on that. A lot of more interesting developments over at ESOC to bring you the best content, tournaments, and everything that we can.
Yeah, and this is going to be happening as soon as the finals are over. There's going to be fewer boards, I think, as well, and that's going to be making things a lot more streamlined. But I think I was supposed to say a lot of this after the first game. But we'll it doesn't matter too much, I suppose. Let's get into this because, Mr. Venny, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting. Game number 1 is getting underway. Black Star OP vs LordRaphael, the grand finals of the Spring Championships 2017. Welcome, everybody. My name is Interjection, of course, being accompanied by Venny, Vici, something or other.
Venny Vici, hello guys. There we go. Yeah,
Saving EP recorded game, of course. Spawning in the top left of the map, we do indeed have Black Star OP. And I'm going to put my Control Shift F on so we can look at the fog here. Playing as indeed the Portuguese, a 100 wood start there. Only 3 crates. That's an interesting change for Portugal. It's quite funny to see that there are only 3 crates on the floor, and that is, of course, because the villages are cheaper. I believe that's gone up now, hasn't it, to 85? Am I correct?
Yeah, 85 food per villager. That's right.
Yeah, down from 80, or up from 80 rather. But yes, the Explorer is going to be marching off. Comes across a medicine man. Not going to be particularly useful there, I would imagine. Let's see if there's any other, perhaps more interesting or useful treasures around here. And it doesn't look like there is for the red player. He does have a mature bear cub in the back. That's not going to be too helpful. I think it's always interesting to see what treasures there are. 2 stray sheep on sort of the north side. Nothing particularly interesting here. Tomahawk, the LordRaphael, is going to be coming across, and I think he might go for that. We shall have to see. But actually, this map fairly barren of big sort of influential treasures. You know, those sort of big wood treasures. There's not even any sort of smaller food treasures either. Settler, this is a point of contention. Both players have found it now. But yes, Blue, let's introduce him quickly before this gets underway. Here we are. He's on the opposite side of the map, of course, playing as the Portuguese as well. This is going to be a hot point of contention, Venny, I think, this settler treasure.
Yeah, it's really funny that both of them went to the left side. I'm not actually sure if this treasure spawns there most of the time, like on that side, but both of them have scouted it, which means actually that both of them can't take it right away. I mean, if one guy goes for it, the other will definitely steal it or just kill the hero. So what you see is both of them now going to scout another part of the map, but they will always keep an eye on this treasure, of course, because they will make sure that they won't let the other guy take it.
Yeah. And of course, at the moment, it's just us that knows how barren this map really is. I think the only other like semi-interesting treasure is this 135 XP up the top there, and everything else is. I mean, as I said, there's no big food or wood treasures, which I think is unusual. A lot of the time, you do see at least something going here. But let's talk about the what we can expect from this then, because the Discovery Age, there not being any livestock or perhaps many interesting treasures, is going to be a little bit slow, I would imagine. Portuguese on this map. All right, picking up the scout. What do you make of it?
That's a really nice one. Of course, you can scout the rest of the map quicker. Like you said, there are not that many good treasures to pick up, but still, it's good to know like where are the resources, where can you put your second town center like best. And also, of course, you can immediately find where your opponent is going to put his town center. And if it's going to be a little bit further out, you can already siege it with the hero and the scout, for example, or you can annoy your opponent's hero if he's going to go for a trading post, like during in transition. We see, by the way, Blackstar is going for the 135 XP on the right side, which is a nice little boost there.
Yeah, going to be picking that up. Looks like LordRaphael going to be sniping himself 50 gold right from underneath Blackstar's nose. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's always interesting how that plays out. Like both guys usually want to go outside on the map, like get the big treasures, which means that you leave the smaller treasures in your base. And then if the other guy finds a town center and comes across, yeah, then he's just going to pick it up and he will have it. Oh, that barely.
We see Age Up coming out from LordRaphael now. Both players have got that transition in. So both clicking up at reasonably the same time. And as we can see, both players now switching their villages over to wood. Going to be getting the wood, I would imagine, for the ATP, which is the Advanced Trading Post. I imagine both players will be sending that. And we're going to see some hot contention. Well, that sounds like a name for a film or something. Hot contention over this trading route, which is going to be a big factor in this game. Red Explorer taking some damage, of course, from those bears. He did nicely creep it, so trying to minimize the damage there. But the blue native scout caught up with him. That does not snare him anymore, so thankfully he is able to sort of get away there and taking a few shots from the blue Explorer as well. But yes, 2 shipments saved up for Blackstar OP. And nothing for LordRaphael. Let's take a look at the shipment sent then. Economic Theory coming out from Raffle. He will not be doing ATP at all. This is still getting a trading post. Does collect the wood for that during transition there. But what do you make of that? ATP is often said to not be a particularly good card. But here, Raffle electing to send it anyway.
Well, wait a second. Raphael is just building a TP. He has sent Eco Theory, not ATP.
Yes, that's what I was talking about.
But Blackstar didn't. Well, the interesting thing is Blackstar sent 2 villagers forward. So he saved his card in age 1. He sent 2 villagers forward, which means that he's likely going for some kind of rush and thus saves your shipments for the second age. Raphael, on the other hand, goes for a TP and Eco Theory, so he's going way more boomy. But he is already scouting what Blackstar is doing there. You see that both of them are going to put their town center right next to each other. Of course, a very good shipment point, but also a very good defensive point. You can ship Minutemen, town center fire, etc. And actually, both of them are going for Rex as well. Yeah. But this is going to be interesting. Raphael has a TP, but Blackstar saved 1 shipment, so he can actually get probably a little bit more units out, for example, with an earlier army shipment.
Yeah, I love how close this all is to everything. Is just so close here. That town center being moved a bit further back by the looks of it there. Blue's going to get his Explorer sieging the town center right away, get as much early damage as he can on that coin. Let's start with Blackstar's first shipment here. 700 wood coming in as his first home city shipment, which by the looks of it is going to be used to increase his population limit. Now, dangerously close to that full 20, they're 18 at the moment. Houses going down. and perhaps we'll see a trading post or another military building there. But yeah, starting very aggressive with the forward, very well. It's actually mid map, but sort of forward barracks and town center here. 5 musks coming out for LordRaphael.
Yeah, one interesting thing to point out is that Raphael went for the more economic build with eco theory, but also with the market. And Blackstar never made the market just now, so he is really going like for a very hard rush. You see 2 Rexes instantly from the 700 wood, now 700 foot, to probably keep on his build production while making a lot of units, army units at the same time, and just now going for a market. So I think he's going for a really hard timing, like spamming units from 2 Rexes, probably shipping 8 bows, 6 musk perhaps from the second town center. And then I think it's go time, because Raphael is only on 1 Rex so far.
Here we come, 5 musketeers plus the explorer approaching from the rear. Lots of elks, lots of deer here. The hunting is going. There's one stray villager that's sort of trying to bring in the herds there. They're not going for that. They're going to sort of been seen by the house there. Is he going to lose that villager? I think definitely is the case.
Just a quick interruption there. We got a donation from Tuba Pima, if I remember correctly. Thank you for your donation.
Thank you very much. That's all for a good cause. But 3 villagers have gone down here. And perhaps a 4th one as well. Only just noticing, actually. 4 villagers in total. Blackstar's rush, I would say, fully successful now. He's done the damage he needs. He can be very, very happy with that outcome, I believe. And
yes, definitely a very good poke there on the side, and indeed killing 3 villagers. And also, interestingly enough, he went on the front with his 8 crossbow shipment and the musketeers, the new musketeers from the Rex, where he was also pressuring LordRaphael, which probably was why Raphael was like responding a little bit later at his town center. And the builds are actually like very different. What I don't really understand is that Raphael shipped 700 coin first. That's usually something you do either if you want to mess hard or if you want to age up. But he did scout what Blackstar was doing, so I'm not sure actually if he scouted only the Rex in the town center. I thought he was also scouting near the second Rex, but still he went for like a really late second Rex. As you see, he's only building it just now.
Just now.
And this is the timing I was talking about. This is why Blackstar is going for this. He actually made some more crossbowmen, if you see, probably from the leftover wood from the 700 wood shipment. So he has now about 12 crossbowmen, plus of course constantly making musketeers, shipping 6 musket as well.
Oh wow. Minutemen and crossbowmen do arrive just in time, plus 5 crossbowmen coming out of the Rex there. So nice, and he's under his town center. So whilst it did look like a big red army, they're able to sort of even up the numbers. Now bringing out some villagers as well, going to try and get into hand combat by the looks of it versus some of those musketeers. Yeah, Blackstar now getting back here. This wasn't too bad for LordRaphael. That Minutemen pop plus the nice timing with the 2 crossbowmen batches was nicely done there. And able to repel this, though still is going to be a bit sad. He has lost 4 villagers. I noticed that his blue town center did take out one of the villagers on the gold mine. So really the difference is about 3. But if we take a look, actually, if we take a look at the recalculated economic unit population, Blackstar, even though that fight perhaps didn't go as well as he would have hoped, didn't get as much damage done there, he's still in a commanding lead.
Yeah, the fight went indeed, as you said, much better than I expected it to be. Of course, there was town center fire for a little bit. There were Minutemen popped from Raphael. And also his 8 crossbow timing was perfectly there. Also, he tanked with the villagers, so he did trade better. But then again, he's now 7 villages behind. Of course, he has a TP, but that's quite a big difference, actually.
Yeah, though we do need to take in eco theory, right? It's there's an extra, I suppose, 2 villages. So.
Yeah, 2 indeed. But look at this on the top side. Raphael is going for a little bit of a raid there with 9 musks and 2 Minutemens. Let's see what he can get done. The herds from Blackstar in the back are a little bit further from his town center, so actually that's not where Raphael is going. In fact, he's going to go where he's not going to find anything yet. But he's just buying time for himself, looks like.
Yeah,
keep in mind he still has 6 musks available.
Bringing his units back to sort of defend that. He knows where blue is retreating to now, right? He's seen them sort of emerge near his town center looking for villagers. He saw them going away. Perhaps Blackstar will head them off. He's sending musketeers in that direction here. There's only one way they can be, going around this big old...
Yeah, meanwhile, a little bit of a skirmish in the back there. Blackstar was raiding with 5 musketeers. I believe they didn't get anything done, but Raphael nicely picking it up with 8 crossbow, with just some crossbows there. And actually, that's quite a good trade. I mean, he lost like 1 crossbow and killed 5 musks, so...
Yeah, not too bad. Chasing those blue units around. But either way, LordRaphael here, he's stopping Blackstar from assaulting him on the front, right? Or doing any sort of... like doing what he wants to do. But at the same time, the longer this goes, the more in favor it is to Blackstar. He does have that extra economic population going on. What's the plan of action now if you're Blackstar? Do you sit back and keep your military presence up, you sort of patrol the surrounding resources that aren't immediately in the blue player's base, and just wait for the economic lead to come through? I mean, he knows he knows he killed those 4 villagers earlier in that sort of nice early raid he got, and also that encounter at the town center where they were fighting underneath it. The villagers came out. He must know he's ahead on resources. What do you do as Blackstar?
Well, I think he must know that he's ahead, but I'm not sure if he knows that he's ahead by 4 vills, or, well, actually that just was like 5, 6 vills, because it's really hard to, like, when you're fighting with all the micro going on. I mean, he knows he's ahead a couple of vills, but I'm not sure if he realizes it's that much of a difference. Yeah. And as you see, he was also shipping 600 food just to keep his mess going there. But he, by now, by the way, he's still raiding there in the base of Raphael. But by now he must have seen that Raphael is going for a lot of crossbowmen, which means that he either should be adding hussars or he should be going for an 8 job. Keep in mind that Blackstar still has 700 coin available and a lot of villagers on food, so he might actually be going. Oh no, never mind. He shipped 600 wood, sorry. So he will probably add in a stable and maybe some more houses, of course, to get his population available.
But it's a big crossbow mass there. Stable is now being added in, as you were suggesting. That's certainly the correct response to all these crossbowmen. It looks like he's going to be a little bit pincered. No, he's got. Anyway, there's 5 musks coming up from the south, but there's not nearly enough to sort of keep him trapped here.
Yeah, perhaps he's going to put them in melee to snare
nicely
them.
Done. Yeah, now going into hand combat, I like this. It slows the crossbowman down and then straight up, and that makes the range of the crossbowman less effective, and here the musketeer army can do quite well.
Yeah, because realistically, if you fight 1-to-1 in range, musketeers do pretty fine versus crossbow. The only way that crossbow are really better is if you can micro them out of range so that they don't really take much damage but do a lot of damage. Or like this, where you have your crossbows positioned behind your musketeers so that both of them will do damage. While Blackstar has a problem with only musketeers that, like, the back line can't really fight because it's not in range. But there you see he's also adding some more crossbows himself. Of course, the 600 wood is used for pop, but also for some more crossbows. But the thing is now that he has a stable and Raphael has not. So as soon as he gets like 5 hussars out and will be able to snare the army of Raphael, then all this infantry in the back, all the crossbows, all the musketeers will be able to kill off everything, I think.
Yeah, so, and just before this fight gets underway, because Blackstar approaching now, he's got a reasonable army there. I just want to point out the LordRaphael for him has steel traps going. He's got all his market upgrades. Blackstar currently only on hunting dogs and placer mines, so is lacking there. And the longer this goes, obviously that's going to favor the blue player. 700 food does pop out. He's got 2. We'll see if he'll train with that. Got crossbowman in queue at the moment. House does go down, sadly, but is able to get off 1 volley there as Blackstar retreats, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, and that house that was killed, that actually pops LordRaphael quite a bit, because he was already almost housed now for sure, so he has to build like 2 houses before he can make anything.
It's going to be frustrating, right? He's got that 700 food, I imagine that was for popping out a big old batch, and now he's going to be popped for it. He's going to have to replace that house pronto.
I really like that he's going back, Blackstar. He did some damage. He knows he can't like really overstay his welcome there, so he's just going back. He's not adding any hussars yet, though.
No hussars in queue. I got the units in queue up, but there is a stable. I'm not sure if he's seen it yet. The blue player, that is.
Oh, this actually, like, imagine he would have 5 hussars now when the musketeers here are out of position chasing his raid. That would just be instantly GG probably, but. Not yet. Maybe this is going to trigger him to make some hussars. No, not yet. Oh, he's also popped, by the way. Housed. But yeah, what you mentioned before, Raphael has his steel traps working for him all this time. And by now, there's only a 4 villager, well, still a 4 villager difference. But with steel traps having, I mean, steel traps and eco theory, it's basically the same eco. Plus, he still has a TP available.
That's true. Yeah, his economy, I would say, is arguably ahead, given the market upgrades and eco theory and that trading post as well. Though the numbers are still slightly in favor of Blackstar. He's more villagers when it comes down to it. But a little bit of a skirmish in the middle of the map now. I think this is the interesting part of the game where we can see yeah, a raid over here on this food location. The food in the bases have sort of depleted, and now certainly LordRaphael is having to move out. Thankfully, does have musketeers stationed up here. I like that hand combat there, trying to snare them there so that the ones in the back could do range damage and stop them getting away. Sadly, unsuccessful. Those 4 musks do get away, but Blackstar being very proactive on the map. He's sending out these musketeers to sort of deny the food locations. He knows that it is about right now that we will be seeing those sort of places retreat. Back in the middle of the map, a fight going on here. Sadly, those crossbowmen, they're jammed in this little corner and they're not quite in range, and they're finding it difficult to get into hand combat. So moving back a bit there, I think now this is going to be that same problem, but for blue if he goes any further. So it is going to be retreating away here. But this is where his town center and barracks is. There's that villager. He's getting. Can she get away? She'll tell her children she escaped. Lovely. And,
yeah, just barely. Oh, she's gonna come in again. She wants to get revenge.
She wants more action. She's coming back to the fight. Anyway, back on the fight. Here, blue being pushed off. His barracks has a house there. He's heavily invested in this area.
Yeah, but keep in mind that all the time that the fight was going on in the middle, LordRaphael had like 12 musketeers like idle on the side. I mean, they were not really doing anything. So Roby was fighting, Dex was fighting with a big army there in the center. And he's nicely using the range of his crossbow, just poking in, like seeing what damage he can get off, but not really committing too far if the arc is not good for him. Like I expect him to go back anytime now because this is a better position for Raphael. Although he might, he wants to take it, but.
Here we go, Hussars joining the fray against a largely crossbow army. This is game-changing. There's nothing here to stop them. There's almost no musketeers. We don't see anything in queue from the Minutemen coming out, but on the wrong side of the town center, perhaps. He's gotten the musketeers he does have up in hand combat, but Raphael quickly sniping them off, trying to get rid of them. More crossbowmen coming out. There is now not really enough. The Hussar threat is dealt with, but after, I think, some pretty big loss. GG coming out from Blackstar, and despite that early raid, and that really big advantage he pulled for himself in that early portion. The eco theory, those market upgrades, sitting on a trading post the whole game, has really paid out for LordRaphael. And well, I'd actually, the deciding factor was probably more those Hussars, but I do like the idea of eco theory. I'm glad to see that in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's quite interesting actually. It was looking like a very equal game, and at some point, like I said, I think Blackstar stayed too long versus a very good concave from Raphael in the center there. And while we were actually waiting for Blackstar to make his hussars, since we spotted the stable, we totally forgot about Raphael also adding a stable in the meantime. And yeah, that hussar switch, like it tanks so much, especially versus crossbowmen. Plus, of course, it keeps them snared, so they really can't run away that much. And the villager disparity, like Blackstar was up a few vills, but then again, Raphael had the eco theory and steel traps to basically close that gap. The trading post in the end, I don't think it mattered that much. If you look at the shipment timings, it's not like.
Yeah, I was just highlighting the economic. Despite losing those villages at the start, he managed to pull off a nice economy. But yeah, the Hussars at the end there and the concave was really the deciding factor. A very interesting game nonetheless. A great one to open the series with. I thought Blackstar had that. I thought it was an easy win. I was feeling a bit disappointed at the start, but here we have Raphael coming out on top. And yes, I'm saying Raphael deliberately changed.
Yeah, it was really back and forth game there with a lot of fights, a lot of raids on the sides. And I'm just bringing up the post game here in the village account. There you see that Raphael indeed lost, like as you mentioned, with the side raid, like 3 vills instantly. Then again, he just had to hold. I mean, the fight near his town center with the Minutemen and the 8 crossbows popping and a few villages tanking, that was also a really good fight for him, army-wise. Blackstar lost way more than he did. And after that, he was slowly, like really slowly with the steel traps and the steel traps because of 1 Rex. And the eco theory, he was slowly able to get back into the game. And he held on nicely, did some raids on the side, because don't forget, the musketeers on the right side did deny Blackstar from gathering a lot of food from that hunt. So even though Blackstar gathered more resources, the more effective trades and the micro perhaps, which is sometimes hard to spot out, was better for Raphael here. So yeah, good job, 1-0.
1-0. All right, let's head on out of this. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the ESOC 2017 Spring Championships. This is, of course, brought to you by ESO-Community.net. Some announcements quickly. A brand new forum reorganization, and I think that is going live it might even be going live now. Let's go crash the site. Quick, load it up. Go, go, go. So basically what we're seeing is a newer sort of more intuitive, I think is the way we're describing it, a more intuitive forum. It's going to be more streamlined. It's going to have fewer boards, so the topic is more so that the topics are more focused, and sort of dividing the discussions between. There's a lot of ESOC discussion, there's a lot of Age of Empires discussion, and I think it's nice to sort of separate those two sometimes when you want to focus on one thing in particular, may it be build orders or strategy or just something Age of Empires 3 related without having to. But anyway, it's this is happening right now, or perhaps after the finals. So do go check out the site. And of course, all of these tournaments, all of these events are brought to you by mostly user donations. So thank you very much to everyone who has donated or has ever donated in the past. It really means a lot, and it means we can keep bringing this kind of thing to you. But game number 2 is coming up, and I wonder how Blackstar feels. It is just one game, but that first game, psychology tells us, and they've done real studies on this, right? Like that kind of thing is quite draining on your momentum, so to speak. If you lose that first game, it sort of gets you in a bad spot. But we have seen stranger things happen. Imagine Blackstar. I don't know where I'm going with this. It's the score is 1-0, and LordRaphael won it. That's
a lot of things can happen. It's still early on the day. It's still early in the series.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Best of 9. So.
Right. Well, let's get back into the next game, I suppose.
But yeah, I think one tip for you guys is just to keep an eye on the ESOC site as well, because we will be discussing a few of these announcements here, but you can see a lot about it on the ESOC website as well in detail. A lot of the good things coming up. That's the most important thing.
Oh yes. I'm going to go and get a glass of water if you don't mind. I was hoping to hop into the game room before I did that, but have they? Let me find it. It's LordRaphael's game. All right. Interjection has arrived, and now we're going to be seeing new civilizations come out. So neither can play Portugal anymore. That civ is off the table because they have both just played it. We will see what they pick. But firstly, I need to go find H2O.
Yes. Sorry, I missed the last part there, but you are going to get a glass of drink, so that's no problem. So we're going to go into the second game shortly when Interjection is back. The second map is going to be Florida. We have briefly discussed maps, like briefly introduced them, but for everyone who is not familiar with all these maps, of course, some of these are new maps. And you can also find information on ESO-Community.net and I believe /maps.php. Anyway, there's a link there to all the maps with a very nice layout. You can see an image of the map, you can see what resources on the map, how much and where they are located, a little bit of a description, etc. So definitely check that out. Also going to be very useful for any future tournament preparations that you want to do. So this map, Florida, has TPs, it has water on the side, and most of it is land. So Raphael won the first game, which means that he has to first pick his civ, which is going to be Dutch, and it's going to be locked. So now it's up to Blackstar to choose a civilization to counter this, or perhaps he's going to mirror.
Yeah, Florida's an important one. It is a big swing state, so
yeah, has played major roles in history.
Yeah, we'll have to see what civilization he elects to do. Looks like Lord Star OP is has left. Oh, yes. Raffle Star OP, Lord. I don't know where I'm going with this. Where is he going? I'll be back. Give me 1 sec, he says. Are you here too, Vinny?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just checking, quickly fixing something. He says I'll be right back. Okay. Well, it could be that he's lately playing on EDF. Oh wait, he's just checking the map, I guess. I was thinking like maybe he has to quickly fix a deck. Are we allowed to say what has happened in the game?
Yeah, I suppose so. There's no reason why not. Well, he could pretty much ask anyone except us, and they tell him.
Yeah,
head to Twitch chat, dump that message, you get told by 100 different people.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if Blackstar wants to say what he did, he can. Otherwise,
Oh, I don't feel so good, Venny. My brain is shriveled up.
hold out, hold out. Drink water, you know.
Yeah,
Stay hydrated.
I'm trying my best. Hydration for the nation. All right, this is the interesting question. What will Blackstar pick? So by the looks of it, LordRaphael, he has won that previous game, therefore has to pick first, has done so, has locked the Dutch civilization. It is locked in. Blackstar gone again. But what civ do you think he's going to...
Yeah, I was thinking, like, I'm pretty sure he likes the Dutch mirror. Dutch is a very good civ. It's one of the top civs, I think, on this patch. So the best way just to get rid of that is to play a mirror. Then again, he might not feel as confident playing first LordRaphael. I'm not sure. I think he will. The other option, of course, is to go for a civilization where you can use the water side on this map, because there is quite some fishing available. It's going to be British. Wow. And locked in. So...
all right. Dutch versus British.
British is a good way to play versus Dutch, actually. Like, British is, of course, a very good civilization as well. So there's like two options. There's that was what Baxter was checking for, just to play it on land and like use your land eco. But of course, British always has the option to still go for sea, like relatively cheap with the cards. Should the land eco run out, or should they get pressured by Dutch a lot? So there's several ways to play it.
Several ways to play it, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning game number 2 in this best of 9 series between LordRaphael and Blackstar OP for the grand finals of the 2017 ESOC Spring Championships. My name is Interjection, casting alongside Venny, Vici, etc.
We have to try this again, man. That went much better last time.
Yeah.
Venny,
you say it and I'll say it. Venny, Vidi, Vici.
Exactly.
I can do it. See?
It's just
a real
simple
thing.
man. I thought you were the linguistics guy.
Yeah. Yes. The amount I talk about foreign languages and how much I am about language, it's surprising that I can't say that. But spawning in the north of the map, in the color blue with a market. I do like a good market start and 2 wood crates to boot. We do have the Dutch player, LordRaphael. And cool. Let's take a look around. Some livestock. I think that's one of the more important things to point out on this map here. There are treasures. There's 100 XP in the back, 2 alligators, 120 coin, 20 wood nearby. Is going to crack shot there right away, get that crack shot recharging. That wood, by the looks of it, going to be useful for hunting dogs, so does want to get that right now. And is going to be going off to find some of the sheep. And by the looks of it, a sheep going off to find some of the sheep. If you have a sheep scout in the back there. But yes, these animals here are going to be an important part of Age 1, and it will be interesting to see who comes out on top there. Given that the British player, here he is in the south of the map, playing as indeed the colour red, also with the market start that both the players get that, of course. He's going for a trading post here, so that's going to be spending a little bit of time building that, and he's going to pick up that 30 coin as well. So spending that time building it, whilst his opponent has an envoy searching for the sheep as well. I think Dutch is going to be off to a good start. Currently, it stands 4 sheep to 1, and British only now just getting out onto the map.
Yeah, just quickly want to mention there we had another donation from Goodspeed this time. Thank you a lot.
Ooh, good old Mark.
And then back to the game. As you said, scouting with the sheeps, I think it's very underused. And at the moment here we have 1 idle sheep there. But the sheeps are here perfectly to scout, for example, the back sides and the side sides, the sides of your town.
You think sheep are good at scouting backsides?
Yeah, so that your hero can go for the other treasures on the map. But this was a 300 wood start, which means that Blackstar chopped a little bit of wood and went for 1 house in the TPS bridge, which is not per se common, but I really like this way of playing it. And likewise, the Dutch player also went for a TP, which is not standard as well. Sometimes they prefer to just save it and then get your bank up a little bit earlier. But I think chopping a little bit more coin, trading it in the market, and then get your TP up and of course your house, which you need, is a very smart choice as well.
Yeah, both players are. I didn't notice that. I thought perhaps the Dutch would save the wood as they usually do, but they're building a trading post as well, so a bit less scouting time, but still ahead on the sheep by the looks of it, or sheep I should say. For some reason the plural is the same, and I don't understand why. But we do have an 80 wood treasure guarded by a pirate, and well, no longer, he appears to be dead, and the native blowgunner there. So going to be picking himself up 80 wood. Dutch going to be really happy with that. Actually, both civs. Wood is a very premium resource here. They both directly translate to economic advantages from the buildings that they can get. 60 food. Red going to be picking up. Also good in age 1, essentially means he can age up sooner and get those villagers onto wood for that all-important manor houses. But those are the treasures we're seeing at the moment. What else is on the map that they might... Oh, there's a sheep there. Is he going to get... Oh, no, there's an envoy standing next to it. That's fine.
Yeah, the fat Dutch envoy is always in the way. Always where you don't want to have it. But there's,
what other treasures have we got? I think they're all taken now, aren't
they? There's a 100 XP there, which is still very nice. And, of course, we have 120 coin, which is also nice. But I think that both of them don't want to really go for that right away. Of course, food is more important for the Dutch guy. For the British guy. And the Dutch guy picked up the 80 wood, which is more important for him to get his bank up. What I do want to point out here is that Black Star got 100 food and also 60 food or something, which means that he could age with 1 vil less. And that's going to be really nice when you're playing versus Dutch, because Dutch
that might be what he's done. He's quite far away through the age up already. Has he aged up with 1 vil fewer? Yeah, he's halfway already.
Yeah, exactly. But especially versus Dutch, because Dutch ages so fast. If you can age up fast, you can also get your boom faster with the 700 wood and stuff. But you can also get your push up faster. Like, you usually want to go for a timing push to limit the Dutch guy from making all the banks in an easy way. So this is going to be really beneficial for the British guy. We have to see what he's going to do, though, because there's no... Oh, wait, there. We have 1 villager going forward, as expected, going for a forward base, and probably going to pressure from there.
All right. I'm going to turn my Control-Shift-F on. Let's take a look at the line of sight. Do you think... I put it on, and immediately the water is still blacked out. Of course it is. No one's been there. But do you think, from what we're seeing now, that there might be any sort of water presence? It seems unlikely. Schooners hasn't been sent. You mentioned it could be an option.
Yeah, I think at first not, because Black Star is going for a forward base here in the center, which means that it's not possible to go water like at the same time. It might still be an option for him later on, but not at this point in the game. And yeah, Dutch, well, you just want to make banks as Dutch. It's as simple as that. Like, water is not
seeing a land game. Yeah, but I just want to make... Does your Control-Shift-F work? I just want to...
Yeah, I was just trying it the moment you mentioned it, but it doesn't... I mean, it works, but I can't see the line of sight from one specific player.
No, you can't. I think it's quite useful in the age 1, you know, at the very beginning of the game for seeing the initial scouting. But other than that, it's not always that great. But I've done something. You take over. I need to fix this.
Okay. Well, we saw that LordRaphael here picked up the 100 XP, which is very nice. Of course, they get a lot of XP from the banks, but this extra XP just means that he's going to be able to ship his next grades faster, and also the 8 pike in case he's going to need it. Black Star is going for 1 Rex only, making pikemen. That's an interesting start. 5 pikes coming out as his first unit batch here. They're going to be heading straight. What do you think they're going to be going for? It was that house the Explorer was sieging earlier, actually still is sieging. A bank might be a bit fruitless. You'd get some damage done, but you wouldn't really kill it in the end and not really achieve anything. But here, the town center switching over to the pikemen, so nicely done. Yeah, keep in mind that Raphael did ship the Minuteman, and that's because he was able to, because of his TP. So he could sneak in that shipment before his 700 wood during a colonial. So that means that he will be able to one-shot these pikemen, as you see now, which means that he's not even going to get down 1 house, Black Star that is. But there's 5 more pikemen joining, though. Yeah, 5 more joining, going to be, and that Explorer might even be able to finish it on his own. No, he's dead. He's dead. Stable coming down in the back there from the 700 wood. That's going to be his first military building. And this might seem odd given that there are pikes in his base, but probably anticipating that we won't see very many more pikes, and that he will certainly need cavalry to deal with the longbowmen that the British will add in there. So by no means a silly choice. Yeah, and interestingly enough, Black Star didn't scout the stable. His hero went down, and the stable was placed in the back, so he has no idea if there's a Rex or stable coming up. Meanwhile, Raphael did scout the 1 Rex, and I believe he also scouted it's still 1 Rex. The envoy is now running away on the left side. So Black Star is really going for a very booming game, as you see. Just 1 Rex, just a forward base to get your units faster to your opponent, but not really committing to, let's say, all-out rush. He had his steel traps right away, he had the fast hunting dogs and gang saw early on, and he's now shipping 700 coin, which means he's going to age up if you look at the resources. And we got another donation from Xili Flower.
Last day in Netherlands.
Thank you very much, Xili Flower.
Finals
very
with
good
speed. Smiley
of course,
face.
These are all user-funded tournaments, so or
Last
that
day
the
in
right word?
Netherlands.
I
Well,
suppose it is.
enjoy it as long as you can. Anyway, back to the game. We have
Yes.
5 hussars from Raphael. That's now very. I think that's. It's usually quite tight when you want to make your additional bank. He had to put a little bit of some of his villas inside the town center to get the pikemen down. So good job with the macro, I think, to get this batch out. And he's now going for a raid. He's going all the way down to the side. He always make sure that he's not getting seen by any houses from the British player.
Yeah, undetected.
And actually, Blackstar is still on 1 Rex. Of course, he will be chopping wood as he's now doing with 9 villages, but he's still only booming. He's only making houses.
Here we go, 5 cavalry coming in. Are we going to see any villagers taken down? Yes, 1 villager does go down. Nicely done. Forces Minutemen out as well. And that house is still left unbuilt, though, is nowhere near his population limit. That's just for the free settlers. But does call Minutemen. What do you make of that reaction? Cavalry going to be getting done by the pikemen. Looks like they're going to come in and does leave 1 off. 2 cav go down. What do you make of that reaction, Minutemen?
Yeah, I think it's quite okay. I mean, to be honest, the fact that the pikemen caught the hussar was a little bit of a misstep by Raphael. I mean, he should have been able to save more of the hussars, I feel. And then the Minutemen would definitely not be worth it at that point, I think. But then again, if there were only 3 pikemen, the hussars would be running around all the time, and Blackstar probably just want to keep gathering. I mean, the main point for him, he aged up. That's good, of course, because he has access to 3rd age shipments. He can push with cannons and stuff like that. But he wants to make sure that his boom is still going. I mean, you're playing versus Dutch with all the banks, so by now Raphael has 4 banks already. And the economic unit population actually is a little bit in favor of Raphael. Though do keep in mind that it's going to be like, it's now in favor of LordRaphael, but the longer the game goes, it's probably going to be more in favor of Blackstar, because he can still boom from his houses, and of course he has the 8 village shipment available.
Yeah, it does pick up another villager just there, so nicely done with those cav, making full use of them. Pikemen coming in on the retreat, does see them, does veer off in a different direction there. But these hussars, whilst there are 3 left, if he goes for another raid, they are very low on HP. More cavalry getting pounded by pikemen. This is no good.
Yeah, I think he was kind of counting on Blackstar playing it more greedy. So once he was luring the pikemen on the right side towards the right, he probably thought he could pick off some vills with the other batch of hussars. But Blackstar was already waiting there with 5 more pikemen. So he lost 3 hussars for, I believe, 1 or 2 vills. 1 I feel, I think.
An artillery foundry is being constructed in the back of LordRaphael's base here. So still, of course, in the... What's he going to be doing with that? 8 settlers coming in. Okay, so we're up to the fortress age. He's going to make cannons. Okay, yeah. That would make more sense. I didn't realize we're in the fortress age.
Yeah, he's probably going to go for cannon Reuter and maybe like a few skirms just to get rid of the pikemen faster. But if you're making cannons, you have to make sure you get enough in front of them not to get overwhelmed. But so far, I mean, Blackstar is still just... Oh, and he had added stable. He has added stable now in his base. I was saying, like, he needs another military production building, otherwise he's not going to be able to have enough units on time. But here you see, by the way, what I was talking about. He now shipped 8 villages once he reached 3rd, so now he's up 46 versus 41 economic unit population. So, I mean, he can still play with a lot of longbowmen and hold it out, but the most important thing for him, though, is that he has to... Oh, he aged with the ship, that's nice, here on the right side. But the most important thing for him is to get an idea about what Raphael is doing. Like, usually you expect skirm and Reuter, but Raphael knows that, like, mass longbowmen standing are really, really good, so that's why he's going for cannons.
Yeah, they don't like cannons very much. They get boomed, bang bang, splash damage. I do love cannons, especially against low HP units like Minutemen and Longbowmen there. I wonder what this... he's got 5 cavalry down the bottom here. Of course, going to be popping in to do some raiding, I would imagine. But I wonder if this caravel... Yeah, what's inside it? It's got nothing inside it at the moment. I was wondering if they would perhaps add a bit more mobility, so to speak, to the cannons. Perhaps he could race down the Florida coast and drop them off at the end there and have some sort of interesting transportation sort of speed vessel. Pikemen coming in, they've found a stable, a secondary stable actually, and going to be attacking that trading post. I think, yes, now retasking to the stable as he sees it. Reuters coming in to defend that off. I wonder if he'll stay there and if he'll just leave them all there. They can't really get away, so it makes sense to get as much... I hear a big boom. Where was that?
Yeah, it was on the front. I want to mention that it was a really nice move from Raphael. At first he was unpacking the cannons, but seeing that it was only like 8 pikemen, he quickly moved the cannons back to not show them to Blackstar. And that's why he was able to get off 2 cannon shots at the front, because Blackstar was just going in assuming there would not be cannons out yet. So that's really like those small things really help a lot, because if you look at the army from Black Star, it took quite a bit of damage from those 2 shots. So it will be
Yeah,
easier
you
to
got
kill up later.
one volley out. That was nice. An artillery foundry from Red being added in as well. I wonder if we'll see culverins. Yes, 1 in queue right now. So going back to what you said, right? We've got that the surprise factor of the cannons, didn't want to give them away, and now that he has seen them, he's going to be adding in culverins there. So I wonder how many. Probably just the 1 or 2.
Yeah, that's interesting, because he saw 2 falconets, if he paid attention at least, and also you can make it out that it was more than 1 shot, looking at the damage of your army. But the thing is, if you make 2 culls, they with micro and the longbow range, they should just be enough. Oh, look at this, we have a raid on the left side here. Royd is picking off a villager.
Yeah, Roy is going to pick one off.
Takes
Dragoons coming in to defend them off. 1 Dragoon in the back there. I wonder if he'll go into hand combat.
Yeah,
that would have been.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he is in hand combat. That was his intention. Sadly, didn't quite work. Didn't get the right angle there, and he does manage to escape. But I do really like that. You can see both players quite well practiced to be having that sort of. Doesn't take off the villager. Oh, a Dragoon pop just at the last moment. I do like Raphael's response though, just attacking the Dragoons. They're right on top of them. Get as much damage as you can there. If he continued to run, he wouldn't have achieved anything there. But the culverins have arrived, Vinny. And we will now be approaching the Dutch base by the looks of it. He has got his 2 culverins out. We do have the army approaching.
Well, from the attack on the left side with the Reuters, I think it was barely out of range out of line of sight from that earlier foundry. So he has no idea that culverins are coming. I mean, you kind of have to expect it, but well, it could be that he is. Wait, let me see units in queue. Yeah, exactly. I was about to say it could be that he is making his own culves. I mean, you play. This is the finals of a big tournament. You know that
he's got
the opponent will make culverins to counter.
That one's not packed. It's unpacking. They just? Oh god, that was painful. And 1 more coming in as well. It looks quite. Yes, well, he did see the Dragoon pop when he was raiding with the Hussars, so he must know that it's not cavalry that his opponent is training to deal with the cannon, so it must more likely be culverins, because you'd be training Hussars if you weren't training culverins. Does take... Oh, was that a culv? Ansi does manage to take that out. A nice snipe there.
Yeah,
and we do see the Dragoons coming around the side. They want to get onto the... Oh, unpacking, that's not good. The Dragoons taking them off, taking out those units. In the back there all this time, culverins parked on those banks doing some damage rather than being in the fight. I guess they wouldn't be making a huge amount of difference because mostly here it's just cavalry units. Here the Dragoons are coming around to respond to the cavalry that are trying to get into hand combat with the longbowmen. Not very many cavalry left now. Those longbows will be okay, and it's mostly now longbows versus the Reuters, and the positioning's quite nice because the longbowmen on the front, so the first unit they'll attack will be the Reuters, rather than having the Dragoons on the back so they don't take damage. This is a commanding victory for Red, right?
Yeah, definitely. And also, by the way, the 2 cannons from him to Falconet shipment, in the meantime, they were only actually attacking the bank rather than joining the army. But he just had enough. There were enough longbowmen. His micro was good, taking out the Falconets. There's, by the way, colonial militia called now. Just he has to pull out all the stops to defend his base here. He keeps the bank alive, but he's not trading efficient. Like, there's so many longbowmen still firing at all these Reuters.
Yeah, and they're really quite good against Reuters at that times. Two bonus that they have. 1 culverin in the back still, but not really adding anything in now that all the cavalry have gone. Minutemen is his saving grace. Thankfully sent that card earlier.
By the way, look at this gun in melee. It was still working on the
I saw that earlier. He was. I don't know how many vills he got, but
it does trigger this other Hussar badge to go to the side because he knows there's more villages to raid.
Yeah, quick, get out of there, boys and girls. Oh dear, they're gonna get killed by some
Raphael is
cavalry.
making new Falconets now in queue, so he still has 1 culve alive, although half of his HP is left, but he needs more Falconets to deal with this longbow mass, although it's not that much of a mass anymore, but we can expect more longbows as we see over here. And a little bit of a fight on the left top there. Black Star's trying to raid, but Raphael already on top of that, and now everyone is sending the army there, which means that Black Star has the better army, so Raphael has to... Maybe if he pops like 5 hussars from his stable? No, he has nothing in queue.
Look at these longbowmen as well. Yeah, nothing in queue for blue except cannons. LordRaphael does lose this game. How can I lose, he asks, and the answer is that fight at the end. Anything can happen, right?
Yeah, I think that in the big fight, of course, like standing longbows are just so good. I mean, the range makes sure that they can just hit about everything, and their rate of fire is really good if they're just standing still. At first, you saw
It
that
came down
Blackstar.
as well to.
Sorry, yes.
I was going to mention it came to a very delicate sort of poised cannons, sort of trying to get at each other. I think that was a
Yeah,
key
Blackstar
part of that
was really
point.
able to take out one Culverin really fast. And actually, I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, but after that, he chose to first take out the Falconets. And I think that was, let's assume it was intentional. I think it was really smart because the one Culverin left would take some time to kill his Culverins. He had still two at that point. And meanwhile, the four Falks or something that were from Raphael shooting at his longbows would do way more damage. So for him to first take out one Culverin, and of course he succeeded with that, and then switch his fire over to the Falconets, I think was really a smart choice because then one Culverin from Raphael took out one of Blackstar's Culverins, and then that doesn't really matter anymore because he wants to take out the biggest damage dealer, which is the Falconets. A little bit of a mistake that his Falconets were still shooting at banks like on the side rather than at the main fight, but he had enough, like longbow, goon, and of course the artillery is a really good combination. I do want to point out one more thing that came to mind, by the way. You said that there are SARs near the stable. At some point the goons came out and LordRaphael decided, okay, I'm going to lose them anyway, so let's just do all the damage that I can. I think you're really spot on there. In this case, just make sure that you fight the goons because you won't be able to run away. However, there's one difference. If there's a lot of things going on, for example, a main battle or another raid on the side, in that case, I would probably prefer to still run away because the only way your goons are able to catch you is your opponent is microing it. So if you run away and just shift click on the map a few times and come back again, your opponent can't be following your hussars with his goons and
Oh,
microing
I
main
see.
battle.
So you think it's worth
But
the
no,
risk?
in this case, I think you're very right. In this case, it was definitely worth it to just attack the goons. But I'm just saying, like, if there's more stuff going on at the same time, you might still want to run away, lose a few
Yeah.
hus, but save, let's say, two hus to come back again later on. Anyway, yeah, I think it was another good game. Well played by Blackstar that he chose to go for more eco. Of course, there was the other option to go for the, let's say, timing, which we have seen Raphael doing versus Stanley, I think it was in the other semifinals, which also can work. But Blackstar chose to just boom here. There was enough food on the map. The 8 villagers first in the third age. Get his eco rolling. You see now the big difference, by the way. 4 banks plus some vills from Dutch is not enough to close the gap versus the British boom. And then, yeah, Longbow Goon, a very good combo. So, well played by both.
Yes, and we were graced by the presence of cannons as well. How exciting. But, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude game number 2 in this best of 9 series between LordRaphael and Blackstar OP. This tournament is, of course, brought to you by ESO-Community.net. Do go and check out our site. It's being revamped as of today. I think that'll be going live either right now or perhaps after the tournament. So there is that. We announced that earlier as well. But game number 3 coming up. Neither player can play Portugal. They used those. It was a mirror in the first game. And now Blackstar cannot play British and LordRaphael cannot play Dutch. So we shall see what their civilizations of choice will be. The third map. Benny, what is the third map?
Yeah, what is the third map? Always smart to just repeat the question so you have a little bit more time to think about it. The third map is going to be Thar Desert. I had to quickly look at the image. Yeah, so like you said, they have to pick a different civilization here. I believe it's going to reset after 5 or 4.
Yeah, game
after
5 should
yes,
be the...
after 5, yeah.
Oh, I don't feel good.
Oh, by the way, I think that Blackstar is exactly explaining here what I was talking about in the last game. Because he was able to kill one Kulf, it takes quite a bit for the one Kulf left from Raphael to kill his 2 Kulfs, which means that you can better focus on the Falconets to take out the biggest damage dealer. Anyway, well played there. You see that all these small things, I mean, they're not always easy to spot, and especially, of course, when you're playing, they're not always easy to execute. But if you add it up, it's gonna make all the difference in the world, and it's gonna, how you say that, make a difference between a good player and a very, very good player.
Thar Desert, or Tar Desert. will be our third map. Oh, I don't feel too good.
Is it a headache or something, or what's going on now?
It's a combination of things. Are you able to put Discord into streamer mode?
Discord into streamer mode. Yeah, I can do that. If you tell me where I can do that.
It normally does it automatically when you have OBS open. It's on the little cog where we went earlier for voice, and then in the same app settings there's a streamer mode, and then just enable it. There's a little box and that
I got it.
That will essentially mute all of your Discord notifications.
Yeah, I see. I think it should be fixed right now. So 1-1, third game. It's gonna be like how we wanted it to be. 1-1, 2-2, 3-3. I hope.
Do we have a scoreboard?
Yeah.
Oh, that's in the game now, isn't it?
During the game, yes. Looks like they need a few more minutes or seconds to think about their next pick. Of course, now Blackstar has to pick first. Because he won the last... No, not because he won. Because it's alternating and Raphael picked before. Thar Desert, just quick description for you guys. It's a map. It's a desert map, so actually that kind of says it all. It means that there's not that many resources around. Although it's quite okay actually, to be honest. But it's more that they are further away from your town. So they are either further away to the sides or more into the center of the map. Which means that these players are probably going to go for more like either aggressive civilizations such as Aztecs or India. Or they might go for something like some civilization which needs less food. For example, Dutch, like Blackstar can still play Dutch. Or India, because their villages cost wood. Actually, because the next map is going to be Indo-China. No, wait, not Indo-China. Luckily not Indo-China. Indonesia. You might want to save Aztecs for that. But we will come to that in a minute. Blackstar locks in Dutch. Quite a logical choice there.
I do like the Thar Desert. Well, the map. Can't say I've ever been to the real Thar Desert, and I'm sure I wouldn't like it that much if I were there. But yeah, the map's quite somewhere in Asia by the judging from this picture set that was picked.
Yeah, it might be in like northern India or something. I don't know.
Where would there be deserts?
Or like lower China. I don't know.
Oh, we can hover over it. It says, the Thar Desert is a waypoint for merchants in the Silk Road. In the big dry area, the fauna is scarce, but you will find for sure much copper to mine. As you can be really lost in the desert, you don't really know where your settlement is, and it may change every
That's
game.
an interesting addition.
Well, no, it's true, actually. The town center, there's no set space for it to spawn. You always spawn opposite your opponent, but imagine the circle. You could appear at any sort of point on the circle, any sort of clock face. You could be in the 1 o'clock position one game, you could be in the 6 o'clock position another game. It doesn't. There's no set spawn point.
That might explain why sometimes the resources are in the middle, but sometimes more to the sides, based on like which side you spawn. Okay, actually didn't look at it that way. What I always find interesting is that you can mine from copper mines, but you do get gold. Oh no, you get coin. Coin is the resource.
Yeah, I wonder why they put that in. I don't think they ever intended to have copper and tin and gold and silver as separate resources. But I wonder if they ever decided, different mines would give you resources at a varying rate. In the end, that's not what they went for. In the end, it just determines how much gold is in the mine that you can get. But I would like to. It'd be really interesting if somehow we could quiz the devs on certain decisions like that. I wonder if there are any people that still remember those sort of decisions they were making at the time. But no, ultimately, Age of Empires 3 is a lot more streamlined. They got rid of the stone resource. Mind you,
the stone resource. That's a long time ago. Age of Empires 1 or 2.
And mythology. No, actually, they got rid of that in 2. But in Age of Empires 3, we do sort of have an extra resource that the other games don't, and that is XP. That is essentially your shipments.
Yeah. That adds some extra dimension to it. Yeah, it changes up the game, like how you want to play it. Like for example, with Dutch in the ESOC patch, the fact that you get so much XP from making banks, and also the XP gain was boosted. You will be able to do different builds because of that. So you get a more tight build with making another bank, like trying to sneak another bank for more eco, or getting fast to the third age because you will have your shipment ready to hold a push or a rush easier than it was before. By the way, quickly about those mines. You have gold mines and silver mines. One is 5k, one is 2k. But what is the copper mine doing then?
I think it's the same as the silver mine.
Okay.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in the scenario editor. They're, I think, really the reason they're different mines is because they look different, and copper or silver are sometimes inappropriate on certain maps. There are like certain areas of the New World would not have those resources. So instead of a copper mine, they might make a silver mine in certain areas.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Looks like Raphael picks Russia.
We do. We see some life, Russia.
I like it on this map
shall
as
see
well.
the Thar in the Thar desert. The Tsar in the Thar desert. I like that.
The Tsar in the Thar desert. Yeah. We said before, like this map is an aggressive civilization often does pay off. So Russia definitely a good pick here. Versus Dutch, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but we'll have to see what he's gonna do here. I mean, it's the hard thing here is that, usually if you have like 5 skirmers or something, you can deal with a small number of musketeers.
Spilled water on desk, says Black Star. He's not best pleased with that, I would imagine. All right, we'll give him a chance to clear that up. Do you anticipate go swimming after finals? Yeah, hopefully with the prize money. Of course, both players here will come away with cash today. Forget what the split is, but obviously the first place is...
I was about to say 1k for first. Who can...
I'll take $1,000, please. That's actually worth a lot now to me, and since GBP is plummeted. Anyway,
yeah, I saw, but don't worry, man. It will recover. I'm pretty sure about that.
Eventually, I suppose. Looks like, though, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game number 3 of this best of 9 series for the grand finals of the ESOC Spring Championships 2017. Of course, this tournament is brought to you by ESOC, that is ESO-Community.net. Do go and check us out. And all of these maps you'll be seeing today are also created by the map team over on ESO-Community.net. So big shout outs to everyone there. Of course, this UI was created by Azamp, good to him. And this tournament was created by many people, I suppose. And of course, that goes out to the viewers and donors as well. So thank you, everybody that makes ESOC happen and makes these tournaments happen. We are a bastion of competitive legacy game, I suppose, but with a growing user base. If you were to believe the Steam charts. But here we are, spawning in the left of the map. In the bottom here, we do indeed have Blackstar OP. God, I like this. This terrain and the shadows being cast here. Looks like he has found himself in the sort of, would you call that the 7 or 8 o'clock position? Something like that.
Yeah, yep. I agree.
Yes.
7 it is.
Leading on from our discussion earlier where it does not, you do not know where you're going to spawn. Immediately coming across an 85 wood treasure is going to be pretty pleased about that, especially as the Dutch think it's going to be nice big beefy wood treasure. Is a fair health investment because the tiger is quite aggressive, I suppose, but does manage to pick that up. Russia, on the other hand, here he is in the, I suppose that's the 2 o'clock position. It's about 2 o'clock.
That was actually a very interesting scouting path from LordRaphael.
Yeah, let's put the Control Shift F on. What was that all about?
Yeah, sorry, good that you mentioned it. I forgot. But indeed, like, well, I'm not sure exactly about the map, like how it usually spawns. I'm pretty sure both these players have played a few times on these maps to know where the treasures are. But I believe that there are a lot in the center part, let's say around the native TP, then you draw a big circle. I believe there's always 90 wood around that, so that's probably why you went that way. I'm not entirely sure though, but I think that, look at this, there's the other one. It's a little bit outside my circle, but kind of gets the idea. Like, one is on the right side, the other is on the left side. But of course, Black Star took the first one. He's now waiting for his correct shot. Keep in mind, by the way, if he takes this other 90 wood, it's going to be like huge. It's half a bank already. Oh, but instead he got... Oh, I see what he's doing. He's playing versus Russia, of course, which means that there's going to be 5 Cossacks later on. So he's actually wanted to go for the 80-foot treasure, so that he can definitely age up with 14 vills instead of 15 without any idle time from his town center. Which means, of course, a faster age up, which is always a good thing.
Yes, always a good thing. But let's talk about what is it on this map that's interesting in Age 1? For example, on Florida, the previous game, we had those sheep and sort of some of those bigger treasures. What have we got on the Thar Desert here? There are no livestock. We did just see a an 85 wood treasure get picked up, and you did mention that other wood treasure. That is perhaps what Black Star was looking for. Those are important there. But aside from that, is it just there's just a number of smaller treasures where it looks like we might have a bit of a contention here. The macaque's probably going to go down pretty quickly, but that 65 coin and Russia is in the area. No, he's seen it. We're going to have a bit of a squabble, I believe, over a bundle of ginkgo leaves. Mate, want to get me some ginkgo leaves. He's going in there. The macaque, taken down at the last moment, does pick himself up the 65 gold, taken right out from under his nose. And I think here, I think we can still say LordRaphael overall is the winner of Age 1 there. He's got quite a few really good treasures. Actually, Black Star picked up an 85 wood. Sorry, I thought that was Raffle. No, actually, I think the blue player is winning this Age 1 here, and that's reflected as well in being able to take down this Explorer too. He's gotten quite a lot of the health off that. Mind you, that was the Tiger from earlier, but snared now, and the Envoy coming in to help.
Well, but we have to keep in mind that Black Star took wood and food, which is both very useful for him early on, while Raphael took maybe a little bit more like in numbers, but in the end it's coin, and he can't use the coin right away. So yeah, of course he has a lot of coin in his bank now, which means that he can straight go for like 2 or 3 musketeer batches and just put all his vills on food after, which is of course like a good thing. But like wood treasures are always better, and especially if you're Dutch, you want to have your wood for your bank, and like I said, you want to have your food treasure so you can age up 14 vills without any idle time.
Yeah. What do you make of this Explorer? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to say that Black Star was somehow able to escape from... I thought he was snared.
Yeah, the Envoy, I think, got in between and he was able to do that. But what do you think of where he's going? He's leading blue away from his base. I quite like that because perhaps in doing so, he obviously wants to follow the Red Explorer. He wants to kill that. But if he goes back to his base, that means that blue will be able to easily scout whatever it is that he does. And by the looks of it, that is, where the blue is now. He wants to know what that first military building will be, or whatever it is the Dutch player gets up to. Red was sort of leading him away and perhaps delaying that onset of the information. But yes, we are about to see the blue player hit on up now. Russia, by the looks of it, going up with the 17 village up, so delaying that and making it seem especially long since he's up against the Dutch, which, as you mentioned in, I believe, game number 2, they Dutch do age up very quickly. 700 wood is his first colonial age shipment. There it is. And with that, I imagine going to be laying down banks and infrastructure.
Yeah, and Black Star had his scout like near Raphael's blockhouse, so he was immediately able to scout where it was going down. And of course, like it's very expected that Russia is going to start like this, but at least now you know what's coming and from what angle the Russian guy is coming. He's nicely picking up the 90 wood treasure here with the blockhouse adding some additional damage there. Yeah. But Raphael's scout, what was going on, of course, it's very expected. Like basically, this is what Dutch does these days in most matchups. You make the banks, you make the market, so you can always trade a little bit of coin for wood to get your house up and the third bank all at once. Like it's going to be 540, and then he's going to have 3 banks in the market. So
5 Cossacks do arrive. That is on the other hand, the Russia's first shipment. And what a shipment it is. 750 resources of raw cavalry coming in to perhaps scare off a villager into the town center and maybe even kill one if he can get close enough. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Looks like his first batch of units, he did have Strele in queue, but he's either trained them now or they have, yes, there they are. What do you make of Strele? What are they going to be? The cavalry not achieving any kills. He's going back in now. Is the Strele? What do you
Yeah,
think?
the thing is that I like the Strela choice because first of all, Black Star might ship 8 pikemen, and then Strelets going to do a little bit better. But he also sees that there's no stable up yet, so just making Strelets is better to idle the villages than making 5 Musk, because 5 Musk is going to die faster.
Yeah.
By the way, LordRaphael did, I believe, trade 1 or twice his coin that he had banked up for either wood or food to make these batches, because he's now having less coin. So that's a very smart thing to do. Of course, any resources that are idle are not any use.
Yeah, and colonial. What is that card called? The Colonial Militia card is arriving. Yes.
Yeah, and Black Star actually lost 3 villages already. That's quite a lot. I mean,
Hey,
of
it goes
course,
to show the 5 cav are pretty strong. Plus, I think it's also partly he wants to get that final bank up, right? He needs to get that foundation fully constructed, lest it'll take so much extra damage. Now is the time to do that. The villagers coming back out now that the Strele and Cossacks have died. But yeah, I think that might be it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I say he lost 3 villages, but then again, he got rid of all the Cossacks as well. And of course, Raphael just let his Cossack there fighting Black Star just to keep him idle. And Black Star actually wanted to fight a little bit as long as he could get his 4 banks up, because if you look at the economic unit population, it's 34 versus 22, which means that Black Star can lose a few villages. He doesn't really care. As long as he can get rid of the Cossacks and then gather again like he's doing now and have his 4 bank eco up. And 700 food there. By the way, keep in mind that because of all the units that he killed, the 5 Cossacks and the Strelet, he gets his next shipment faster as well. So he has now instant 700 food, which means that he's going to be aging up in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, and that's well on his way to the Fortress Age. That's, of course, where Dutch wants to be. That's where Black Star wants to be. No military building as of yet. And that will, well, he'll be adding it in once he gets up to the next stage, I suppose.
Usually what you see people do is use 600 wood in transition to the 3rd age and then get your infrastructure like stable, racks, and maybe another house. But because he used Colonial Militia, he doesn't have a shipment yet, and he's probably going to need a shipment also for
that's
in the 3rd
right,
age.
yeah.
But then again, he has the market, and this is exactly... it was like 1 second too fast. I was about to say, you have the market, so basically you can buy everything you want with Dutch. It's totally fine to just buy 200 wood for racks, and actually I would say it's also fine to buy another 200 wood for a stable. And after that point, it's going to be like more expensive to keep buying, of course. But it's way more efficient to buy a house, buy a Rex, and then ship, for example, 9 Reuter or something, or 4 Hussars even. Because Blackstar knows that Raphael was going for Strelet, and he kind of has to expect that Raphael will be adding Cossacks, which means that the Strelet-Cossack combination is coming towards you. So I'm surprised that he's going for the Rex. Oh, there it is, the stable, finally. I think a good way for him to counter it is to go for example, Reuter and Hussar. Like Reuter to deal with the Cossacks and Hussar to deal with the Strelet. But let's see what he's going to do.
Look at that El Polo's Gupo, or feed bag, which reduces cavalry tame time by 10%. So that's nice there. Villagers going into the town centre due to the Russian army arriving. That stable not going to be going up. 5 Strele do arrive. They do pop out. They're not Strele, they're skirmishers. But they're going to get absolutely ransacked by these Cossacks there. That's a shame. That's some lost resources for him. And the Colonial Militia perhaps coming to bite him in the ass. It'd be nice to be able to send a Fortress Age military unit shipment. Sadly cannot do that. But does now have the resources ready for Colonial Militia. Perhaps he can combine that with a shipment that may be on the way. But it looks like that stable is certainly gone, and this barracks as well.
Yeah, just quick mention here, quick shout out. We had another small donation from Honolulu, I think it was.
Wallalo, indeed.
And what you see is Blackstar here escaped with 3 villas on the left side. So he's probably gonna want to make a stable somewhere there, or just like gather from a mine there. Oh, here we have it. Colonial Militia, time it with 9 Reuter shipment. That's gonna be for sure able to deal with this. I think. Yeah, it should.
A nice combination there. Gonna push it off.
Yeah, it's nice by
trying to keep
them.
them. Trying to keep the militia on the front, I suppose. It's kind of difficult when the Reuters move so much faster. Does lose a few, though, in the Strele. LordRaphael keeping good control over that. And he sees when it happens, when the Reuters get close enough, is turning around to get that shot in, is going to make use of those multipliers on the Strele, and did some good damage. He needs to keep those Reuters alive. That's really what stands between his skirmish. Well, they're useful units. He doesn't want to lose any of them. But yes, he does push it off with the militia, does push it off with the Reuters that he had, but not before losing his barracks and his stable as well. So
Yeah,
there
I
was
think the
that.
barracks start was a little bit questionable, especially like if you want to go for Rex, I can understand it, but then I would still make the stable first and then the Rex after, so you can at least get a couple of Hussar out, like you're playing versus Russia. But then again, he was able to hold. I expect his next shipment is going to be 4 Huss, and he can still make Hussar now. Of course, he still has Town Center Fire and some Minutemen available. We
This
have to
is
see
the
how.
go time, I believe. Boyar's coming in, Veni. Essentially veterancy. Or not quite, but very, very good upgrade for all of his units here. Is Red ready? This is go time for Russia. He really wants to pile on the pressure here, and the blue doesn't have particularly many resources. I can't see many reinforcements come. Here we go. Those Minutemen going to be picked off now. Trying to focus them with the Strele. Wants to get rid of those since, of course,
And the piece of
they are very
gods
low.
which transcends all
The Cossacks now coming around. They've finally found some units to start attacking. We don't see any reinforcing red units yet. I don't think he has any.
Yeah, I was thinking like there should be a
And that
shipment on the way, but it seems like he has not one available yet. So, well, this is basically what Russia does. You stay under your opponent's TC, you get him idle as long as you can. Oh, there we have 7 Reuters shipment. I believe he really needs
sadly
some
though,
SARS.
it's there'd be
Oh, there's 5 more Reuters coming from the stable. So yeah, he just has to micro his ass off here. Like if he can just make sure that he doesn't get snared like he's doing now, then he can still pick off some of these. And he will still be fine. I mean, keep in mind that these banks will gather a lot of stuff. Like the economic population is now
they are
fine.
working away from. Looks like that is now over and done with. I like where he sent off the Reuters though to sort of intercept any reinforcing units.
Keep in mind there's some villagers gathering food here, some villagers gathering gold here on the sides. Always good to send some villagers out because you will be able to keep gathering during you getting idled near your TC. And also if your opponent is going for it and like scout all the map, then you might lose some villagers, yes. But then again you are luring your opponent away from your main base as well. And look again, he's going to pick up a small group of units here again. Like Reuters don't trade efficient versus Strelet, like usually. But if you have a big group versus small group, then it's totally fine to pick them off like this. So a small victory there. I do want to point out one thing near the town center fight. The Minutemen with low HP were actually getting picked off by Strelet quite easily without needing much micro from LordRaphael. If Blackstar would have put his hero in front, he would have absorbed a lot of more damage and the Minutemen would be living a lot longer.
Interesting.
And also, as soon as the hero is dead, you can immediately buy it back from your town center to again soak up another 620 HP worth of damage. Which he didn't. Maybe too busy microing other stuff, but that's really something that can really help for Australia.
I like that. That's a really nice observation, actually. But again, though, in the heat of the moment, sometimes these things difficult. Skirmishers popping out. Oh, that was so well timed from LordRaphael. Arriving just as the skirmishers pop out and able to sort of surround them immediately. They weren't able to get to the back. They won't be able to get to safety and make use of that sort of range advantage. And here just being destroyed like those skirmishers we saw earlier by the Cossacks and the Strele here. So now with the reinforcing units, 4 Cossacks as a shipment as well, going to be coming in. And now I think sitting on top of the base here. Hussars coming out on the nice side there. They're going to be getting onto those Strele, going to bring them around. Cossacks now going to be leaving from that stable to try and defend. Reuters coming in from the back.
I'm not sure why he's still committing here because all the Reuters are still out in the field. By the way, this batch of Reuters was raiding and they were able to kill 2 villagers from LordRaphael in the meantime.
Oh, that's nice. At least he has that going. Yeah, they had to walk past a bunch of Strele as well to get back to this fight. Sadly, though, that is now over with. Oh, it would have been so much better. Imagine if he managed to, if those skirmishers had gotten to a safe place and then joined up with the Reuters. This would be going so much better.
Yeah,
he's able to force the Cossacks off, though.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Nice control, moving back and forth.
Like he killed so many Strelet. Sorry. So that he was, you could now engage them with the Reuters because there's not that many Strelers left. And if you see what he's doing, he's trying to lure the Strelers towards him so that they're not in a like good horizontal line, so that he can pick them off one by one. Which means that the traders are still fine with the Reuters. Musketeers don't do much damage, so it's perfectly fine. And now the Cossacks have to run. And by the way, what you pointed out with the stable earlier, I just want to emphasize that again. The fact that he put his stable right between the house and the town center gives him the option to put out his hussars either on top or on bottom, whatever the side the opponent's Strelets are. So that's a really good building placement, which can really help you. Like he killed like 5-6 Strelets basically for free because the Cossacks were on the other side. And finally, we have the 4 hussars. I'm not sure why like shipped 8 skirms before the SARS actually, but finally we have them. And in the center we have Virtus raiding, on the right side we have the SARS raiding, and on the left side we're gonna have another group of Virtus raiding. So now it's gonna be time for Blackstar to pressure LordRaphael and see how he's gonna defend versus it.
Yes, we shall see lots of different angles here, lots to deal with all at once. Here we come. Is it going to be on the coin mine? Of course, we know there won't be. Nothing there. Hussar's now idle, but I'm sure they'll be. I'm sure he has bigger priorities. These Reuters at the moment are chasing villages around. Minutemen were called to deflect it, and they do pick off a few kills. I'm not sure if any villagers were killed. Perhaps Venny can inform us.
Yeah, no new villagers killed. He just killed 2 villagers, but that was in a previous raid. But then again, sometimes, as I pointed out before, it's not really just killing the villagers, but more idling the villagers. It's better that he saves his Reuter and that he can come back again later, than that he's gonna waste them all under TC and Stratus and stuff and kill 1 or 2 villagers. The threat of the Reuters coming back is actually more a problem for Raphael in a bit, because if you look at his base, like he still has food here, of course, but after that he's gonna have to go further out on the map. While the Dutch guy is going to be more coin-based regarding the units that he makes. Oh, by the way, Raphael is aging. That's why actually he was going back with his army and why he stopped making units for a bit. I think that's a good choice. He definitely needs to get to the 3rd age, upgrade his units, and of course get access to 2 cannons.
Yeah, well, he's up to the next stage now. He's
It does give the Dutch a little bit of more room though to get his like stuff back in order, get his resources there. By the way, look at this, 5 Reuters there posted just in case Raphael is gonna raid with a few Cossacks. And the fact that Blackstar was able to put his villages like not here, also not there, but like really far out here where you don't really expect it as an opponent to check. He had like 8 villagers or something gathering there all the time. Well,
we do have a fight happening now.
Yes.
Musketeers in hand combat, chasing around those cavalry. So Red gonna have to be careful. They are veteran now, so that's working for him. He's gonna have to be okay. Just gonna stick it out. Looks like this is a blue fight. Looks like he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, this game is far from over, because now that Russia reached the 3rd age, he is gonna have access to one of the best combinations in the game, which is Stralet and Goons together. And I mean, look at the eco. The eco is actually the same. It's just totally fine. Of course, Raphael's villages on coin have to run a little bit more, walk a little bit more than the banks, which actually don't have to walk anyway from a Dutch player. But I mean, the economic population is quite similar. So it's going to be really tough for Blackstar to deal with this Stralet Goon mess. And he is going to add Rexes himself. So he might actually go for a heavy Skirm Hussar switch. To, of course, let the skirms deal with the goons and then the SARS on the Stralet. But Raphael stayed H2 for quite a long time, so he has sent Boyars. He doesn't have the H1 Cav card. But I mean, Boyars does, of course, upgrade the Stralet by quite a bit. So they are really good skirmishers right now, because they're upgraded veteran as well.
That's true, it does affect the cavalry archers as well. So tell us more about Strele and cavalry archer combo. You said that's one of the best in the game.
Yeah, because Strelets are so cost efficient. I mean, you can micro them properly, unlike, for example, longbowmans. So they don't have the range from a skirmisher, but they're really cheap. They move fast. They are really nicely microable. And you always, of course, have your opponent, doing over damage, because Strat is cheap and you can't always perfectly micro. Like if you have to take out a skirm, you will less likely be overkilling it than with a Stralet, because it's such low HP.
Yeah.
And look at this, by the way. He is running out of resources. So yeah, he's pushing on the bottom side, but he has no more resources here. So he's going all the way to Blackstar's side. And this, in fact, I think is a little bit in favor of the Russian guy at the moment. The question is how much use Blackstar can make of his skirms. I mean, he does have the range advantage. So, of course, he has burned through a lot of his H3 shipments already. So he can't really pressure just by sending shipments. But he can use his range by a lot. You see that his hero is going to put a melee to snare, but this was not really too much avail. But anyway, if he can hold out long enough, that Raphael is going to run out of food.
Here comes some Reuters. Oh dear, he's getting a blockhouse up in that location as well. He just needs to have sort of a safe area, but it's not really guarding anything in particular. At least it is a military building, though. If that were just an outpost, it would feel a bit odd. But at least he can train units there. So this is an interesting point in the game. There's still plenty of coin, which I think is what the map description we read earlier alludes to. But the food has sort of run out. Dutch still has food left. He's got one herd on the right-hand side of his base and some elephants on the left as well. So going into the future, I think he's well positioned to just sit and defend. A fort going up. What do you make of that? That's really interesting.
Yeah, this is a nice move. I'm not sure if he will be able to get it up at this location where he exactly going to
they build really slowly. I'm really concerned. Those two cannons are, having played my little mini game I made, actually, no one has ever interacted with forts in that game. I think I took them out. But this is really dangerous. The fort builds really slowly, and the cannons are.
It was very risky for him to put it up. I think it's going to be down before it's even going to be fully built. I actually would have liked him to perhaps build the fort maybe on this side and protect that, or further back at least.
Oh, it would be so good if he could get it up though. Because look how much resources. Yeah, down there would have been good. Oh. What a shame for LordRaphael there, but at least, sorry, what a shame for Blackstar. I'm getting the colors mixed up. So, for some reason, the Russians I associate with Blackstar. Wow, that
but
could
if
be
you
taken
take
the
a
wrong
look
way.
here, there's one dead elephant which has actually no food left, and there's one elephant with 1,000 food. So I'm not sure why he wanted to really put it that much forward. I mean, like if he puts it, for example, behind this mine, you still protect that mine and you protect all your back foot and your base. Or
Yeah.
you put it on this side where you prevent the opponent from making a blockhouse. Because you see that Raphael is now transitioning, rotating to the other side of the map, because he knows there's still a herd and soon he probably has to move there. Or he might be going back and just go for meals. But this is good for Blackstar because it gives him a little bit more time to prepare for like a better army. I mean, he has plenty of food available.
He's got his mill transition going now. But with the fort, yes, he just wanted a nice greedy land grab there. But sadly, that didn't work out as good as it could. I think often it's because the fort takes so long to build. And I think Age of Empires 3, you don't often deal with forts. So not knowing how vulnerable it was perhaps to the cannon fire that was present in that area. But this is interesting. I think LordRaphael or Blackstar in a good spot, right? He's got the resources, he's got the army. It's to see if he can make something happening whilst LordRaphael is sort of transitioning over to his mill economy.
Yeah, this is like I said, gives Blackstar some breathing room. And actually, the funny thing is that both of them made an artillery foundry, and both of them are producing falconets. So it's not going to be a total surprise for the other. But the question is, who's going to make more falconets? And in the end, the Dutch guy is going to win that probably because of the banks. But Blackstar's pushing out here. Of course, Raphael is waiting for his. I think he's waiting for his 2 more falcons before he's going to engage this. But
Yeah.
by the time his falconets will arrive to the front here, Blackstar will have. Oh no, actually Blackstar doesn't have more falconets in queue. So he's gonna stick to just 2 falconets.
Here we go. Do you think...
Oh, look at this, he's gonna snipe one.
Can he snipe them off? He's there on the front there. Reuter's coming out. No punishment.
That's
Does
huge.
take off one. Yeah, that's really nice. Doesn't get greedy. He doesn't go for the second one though, because at that point you had all Australia and all of the units shooting back, and it wouldn't have been quite so free. That's really nice though to get those there. But taking out these stables, he's gonna, whilst there's not much to defend. But what do you think of this? Is this the correct thing to do? Take out all this infrastructure here, or would you prefer him to see march onwards and sort of?
I think he's doing the correct thing because you want to get rid of the stables. Actually, what I like to do in this situation, if I was Raphael, is just queue up one Optechnic in both stables, and if you can get a good angle on the cannons, then finish the shot, finish the batch. Anyway, I'm not sure why he's staying so long versus 3 cannons.
Oh
Wow,
god.
that was a little bit of a misstep there. Anyway, he will take out one cannon.
Cannons,
The other one is
though,
almost dead. He takes out the second cannon.
Yeah, so
Raphael takes
it does
out
manage
cannon
to
as well.
set his artillery. The artillery firing at each other now. That final cannon does go down here. So now Red's a whole cannon up thanks to that snipe he got earlier here, and he's going to have to focus his ordinary units on that cannon whilst they're taking damage from Red. Does get that down, and now that it has gone down, is going to get out of here because more units principle dictates that Red will win this, especially when Australia are not quite as good as skirmishers, of course. But here now, going to be replacing those 2 blockhouses going up immediately, and this is where Blackstar's, damn it, LordRaphael's economy is now. So if Red can maintain his presence here and sit in this area for any length of time, he might even just halt the blue economy.
Yeah, and I really like, by the way, just quickly back to that battle, that Raphael did snipe the last cannon of Blackstar. I mean, he paid the price for it. Were a lot of guns that he threw away, but he took out the cannons, which means that he can now better push back his army. Although the Reuters are taking out one.
They do get another one that's...
Australia's able to shoot. And why are the Guns not fighting? They take out one cannon, but they won't succeed in taking out the second cannon.
No, they do get one down. The other one has taken a little bit of damage, but does manage to keep it there, and it is enough to force him off for the time being. And that's what Raphael needs. He just needs time to get this fully transitioned over. We still see mills coming up here.
Yeah, and now because Raphael made more cannons, Blackstar is now in turn also making another cannon, at least one. Maybe he will finish up to 2. Because, like, if he has, let's say, 2-3 cannons, he can way easier deal with the stranded mass from his opponent. While LordRaphael, on the other hand, he is making cannons, which of course help to deal with the skirmishes because they have more range. But then again,
yeah.
Like, well, Blackstar was doing a really good job using his range, and you saw that LordRaphael had to go back, but then he has to micro his cannons, his goons, his straddles, and it's really hard to micro everything at once, while Blackstar was poking in, sniping off straddles left and right, because of the 20 range compared to the 14 of the straddle. But Blackstar shipped the skirmisher combat in the Third Age, and Raphael still hasn't shipped his. He ships the church card instead.
Oh, so that suggests... Why would you build a church then? Let's take a look at Blackstar's. LordRaphael. I keep getting them mixed up. LordRaphael's. What is in the church that would be useful then?
Well, you have the 1k wood for 6, 7, 8 goons or something.
Yeah, the Colmax, I believe they're called. I think also what's interesting about this particular game now, especially, is the lack of food perhaps for Raphael. He could. That's a nice raid.
Yeah, and the hero.
And I like the explorer in hand combat there to sort of slow some of the villagers down. But if he regroups them, of course, he can avoid that.
This is double nice, because not only does he pick up a few villagers and idle the economy, he also forced Blackstar to come back with his whole army, thereby delaying the push with the cannons. You always want to delay cannons as much as you can, like stall them.
Yeah, there's the Colmax there, so that's they have arrived. Something that I was going to say is perhaps because of the lack of food for LordRaphael, cannons are more of a prominent thing to build as well, because gold is easier to come by, it's more readily available.
Although he's running out of coin mines on his side of the map as well. Oh, he's going to lose one cannon. This was probably a misclick with the micro. That's really unfortunate. He needs culverins now. Actually, oh wait, he's also making culverins, yeah. Because I was about to say, like, you can't make falconets when you're up like 0 falconets to 3. You definitely need to make 2 culverins to deal efficiently with it. And if he actually can get to that point, if he can stall Blackstar long enough, just buy time with the straddlers, maybe throw some away, doesn't really matter. If he can get the 2 culverins out, he will be able to stabilize probably. And then the straddled goon mass, which I was talking about earlier, will probably reign supreme again.
Yeah, just cleaning up some of these random buildings, just dotted around the map. There's a blockhouse and a house out on the middle of the map there. Whilst there is a bit of a skirmish here, making advantage of those extra range on the skirmishes versus the Strele. We do see the cavalry archers getting a bit close there, and in response we see the Reuters poising to come in as well. And here on the back foot, we do see the Strele retreating. They're going to be taking some damage. Sadly, that villager is executed. And just going to, more of the same, going to continue cleaning up these random buildings. So are going to regret dotting them around the map when he had all of that control. Now that his economy is focused in one place, these do seem a bit random. But fight continues here, and it looks like one culverin. Ooh, that Strele volley, the cannon volley on the Strele there. Still trying to get back. He has one culverin. What can he make of it?
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Actually, he's now having a falconers in queue, so if he can use his range properly. And where's the third? Oh, there's the third cannon from Blackstar. If he can take out the falconets from Blackstar, but he has to move his goons in front, Culverin's gonna go down. Yeah, the Culverin's gonna go down.
Yeah,
he's gonna lose some goons, but.
And now it's really hard. He's got no answer to these cannons in the back, which desperately need to be dealt with.
Well, he killed one.
Crates of 1,000 food arrive. I see Blackstar going to be training more units with that. Food is a thing. And it looks like here that going to clean up the rest of this blue eye. Two cannons arrive. Oh dear, they're going to be. Oh, the hand combat is going to be so brutal there. How many cannons has he lost throughout the course of this game? And even if the Reuters weren't there, we had culverins in the back as well. So going to clean up the blue units now, and he has the artillery left, the siege damage potential to really start hammering away at this guy's base. Strele going to be going into hand combat, but I don't think.
Look at this! They're going to kill the cannon.
I don't know if they will.
Yeah. Look at this.
Are they going to get it? Okay.
Oh no!
Where are they going?
Oh,
no!
what are you doing, man? Deserters.
Oh
what
dear.
is this? Oh my
7
God.
HP left.
He would have
Sadly, I think he grouped all. He must have double-clicked some Strelets somewhere else and grouped them all and clicked on something or something like that. But yes, these cannons are just going to hammer away now. Idle skirmishers. I'm sure they'll make their way in a moment.
And in the meantime, Dexter added.
Right, what do we have in response from LordRaphael? He's got in his bait. No, that's GG's. GG in response, and I think that is appropriate. So at this point,
that was quite a game, man.
that was 30 minutes and 16 seconds. So you know it's a mark of a good game. Ladies and gentlemen, this tournament is brought to you by ESO-Community.net. Do check out our site. Do sign up to our forums. We are the largest Age of Empires 3 community on the internet, bringing you regular sort of seasonal tournaments, all with cash prize. This is a $1,500 tournament. And big shout out to everybody that made this possible. All of the casters, all of the people behind the scenes, the community team, the dev team, the patch team, everybody involved at ESOC. And of course, the people donating as well. If you've ever donated before or intend to, or have done so, that's thank you very much. That is what makes these things possible. But yes, this does conclude game number 3. The score is now 2-1 in Blackstar OP's favor, shaping up to be a pretty good series. And I think now Venny would probably like to. He's itching to talk about those graphs, I'm sure.
Well, just like quick summary. I mean, there's been a lot of things going on in this game. Like, what is it? 30-minute game. Just the most important things I want to point out here, like quick summary. I was having the all resource gathered graph here, and then you can easily see why the Russian eco is actually like growing faster at some point, because you have more villagers and you are idling the Dutch player by all this pressure. And at some point you see that the lines are going to cross. That was just because Raphael had to run all over the map also for his coin mines, and Blackstar was actually just getting a lot of coin from his 4 or 5 banks. By the way, Blackstar never made a church. He only made, yeah, this, the 5th bank is here. He actually always had to send like crates, army upgrades, fort, unit shipments.
Yeah.
Because he never got to send his church and make 2 more banks. And that's actually why, if Raphael was able to hold out a little bit longer, he actually might have been able to get this game. Like, it's really hard with a lot of stuff going. Yeah, but with all the stuff going on and so many villages, and then you have to make mills and keep a raid here and etc. It's always hard to do everything right. But he lost, I believe, a few Tufalks too much. Like the first fight near the blockhouses, he lost one, a little bit sloppy, I think. Then on the left side near the fort, after the fort was down, he lost one, which he forgot to pack with the rest of his army. And then the new Falconess that came out, they should have actually run like behind the town center and not on the left side. So I think he could have done a little bit better there. And then he might have been able to hold out longer and then like benefit from the better eco that he could get at this point, because soon Blackstar would have to go to mills, or actually is on mills as well, while Raphael makes 3 vills at the time and Blackstar only 1. So it is really a close game, really back and forth. Really enjoyed it. I think very well played by both. But in the end, yeah, good job by Blackstar. And also, one quick thing about what Blackstar said in the end. He relied on the fact that Russia sucks versus skirms. I think that is like true up to the point where if you have a big Strelet mass, then you can do like fine in a lot of cases. But if you get to the point where the Dutch guy is having a big skirmisher mass, especially with the upgrades, because LordRaphael only shipped Strelet combat like at the last second in the game. So if Blackstar has a big skirmisher mass, then he can really like get a decent arc, use his range and kite back all over the map, because this is a very long map. If you play on a map like Hudson Bay, where the distances are less, and if you don't have enough skirmishes, then it's really going to be tough to deal with like the big Strelet mass, as we have seen actually earlier on in this game. I also really like the back and forth cannon play, like one guy making Falk, then the other making Falks, then Culls and Falk again and stuff like that. So yeah, good game.
There you have it, the executive summary from Vinny Vici. It's good to have you. I'm really pleased that this is shaping up the way it is. Blackstar, I honestly thought he had lost it earlier. We saw, you know, with the early pressure from those cavalry and those opening Strelets. I guess it always looks like that when you're trying to get up to the Fortress Age as Dutch, that you're surrounded by units. But it did look a bit, it looked a bit tough, right? But then it does pull through. a really enjoyable game, and I'm glad that we've got a series. The score is 2-1.
Exactly. Oh yeah, I updated next one. But yeah, you're very spot on there. I actually believe that he also himself thought that he would lose the game, because the typical whatever comment is usually coming when he's about to lose the game. But yeah, like you said, it was really close. Back and forth.
ILOV
So
cookies. Nice tournament. Love it.
we have another donation
Are you
from
still there?
Tony. Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, just someone's sending me a large number of messages. I feel like I'm being DDoSed, but it's fine.
I have the same issue here. But I was just saying that we had another donation from Top Ton or Ton something. Anyway, thank you for that. Of course, it's going to be used for future tournaments.
Cool. That's what it's going to be used for, future tournaments. Yeah, you're right. It's going to certainly be the case. I'm not feeling any better. I'm going to go get some more water.
Yeah. Take like a 1 minute break and don't watch at the screen.
I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. I'll just have to quickly check a setting here if I can change that by a little bit. Where is that setting? Where are you, Inter? Ah, there you are. Wow, I hear in the background that we get another donation. Warno AoE donated $50. I believe that's one of the biggest donations. Goodspeed
50,
also $50
that's
before.
That's pretty good.
Small donations, of course. Every donation, no matter how small, is appreciated.
Yeah,
Don't
mate,
mistake.
these guys, right, if we keep up the $50 donations, they can head on over to ESO-Community.net, click on that donation bowl, and we do have the sort of high scores. Like, it's not probably the best way to frame it, but I think currently Zuta and I Will Spank You hold the record, and accordingly have the biggest badges, so to speak. You do get a badge next to your name if you're a donator. So if you would like that badge next to your name on the forums, definitely do pop in a small $1. Is it worth a badge? Maybe it is. But also announcing, I think, Vinny, if you got these open in a separate program, I think we should show them off. We do indeed have new badges.
I don't have the badges yet, I think, but go on, I'll get them in a second.
They're in the Discord channel, so just scroll up a bit, you'll find them there. But yes, it's new to ESOC. We're going to be rolling out badges for players as well. So depending on what sort of position you end up in, I think currently it's only first place you will receive a badge for that. But yeah, it's you get that on the forum. It's going to be, I think that's a really nice way to sort of like reward someone. Like a lot of the games I've played in the past, particularly card games, they like to reward you with card backs and stuff like that. So it's just that nice piece of pride that you can hang on to. I really like the idea of introducing this, and I think it will motivate a lot of people sort of to go for that. It won't be just about the prize money. It'll be that sort of, this is my badge, I'm going to show it on the forums, I now have this. I really like that. So once Benny's got them, we can sort of show them off on stream. And I want to see, but I'll have to wait 2 minutes for it to arrive. But there's going to, I'm not sure how many you've got, or if, I think there was one in particular, I think Ryan sent me one in particular that will be the one we use for this. But I think there are a few, and for the previous events where people will get badges as well. And going forward, ESOC tournaments will be themed. They'll have a sort of, the tournament will have a sort of theme. So with that in mind, the badges accordingly will also be themed. So I don't know, all that comes to mind is something like Starvation, where I don't know if there'll be badges for things like that, but there's no food in a Starvation tournament. There's no hunts on the map, if anyone was wondering what Starvation is. And I imagine that the badge would be themed. So pretty cool stuff. I'm looking forward to this. And it's nice to see all these new features coming to ESOC. It really goes to show that we are a community, and we're still growing. We're still making new things. We're still having tournaments. And it really gives me that sense of... it really gives me a sense of community. I really like it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. It's really nice to have all these extra developments going on with ESOCs. A lot of interesting things. And this badge, I just have it here in like below the people in the room, so it can perfectly match the AoE scene here. it's cool, of course, that you play not only for the honor to win, the prize money to win, but now also for a badge next to your name on the ESOC forums. So yeah, I think we are about ready to go into the next game here.
I am back. I had to mute my mic. I hope it was muted. I wasn't talking, was I, whilst you were?
Yeah, wait, you're good, go, or what?
I muted my... I'm good to go. I muted my microphone, yeah, okay, let's get into this.
Okay, so the next map is going to be Indonesia. It's going to be its first... Wait, Blackstar is 2-1 now. Blackstar 2, LordRaphael 1. And as I've previously hinted on, Aztec is a very good civilization on this map. First of all, because you get a free fire pit, I believe. Also, of course, because the main island is quite small. Like, it's not like as big as a normal land map, so you have a short rushing distance, and of course Aztec can always still go for C. However, this is interesting. Raphael chose Aztec because he had to pick first. There's alternating picks. Blackstar chose Dutch the previous match. And now Blackstar actually at first wanted to go for an Aztec mirror, but he is not that familiar with Aztec as a civ like in general. I mean, he can still play it properly, but especially in Aztec Mirror, I don't think it's something he has played that much. So he rather goes for India instead, which is a civilization that he is really, really good with. I mean, of course, India is a very good civilization to start with. I'm pretty sure Wicked can tell you all about it in the chat. But apart from that, it's also a good choice on this map versus Aztec as well. So yes, let's go.
All right, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, welcome to the, perhaps not, Blackstar has ungreened. I wonder what for. Perhaps India. India, who is locked? It's which civ, who's locked what?
Raphael chose Aztec first and he locked it. And
okay, so Blackstar could be potentially
I think he locked,
deciding, or is he locked too? I don't.
As well, yeah.
I don't think he necessarily has to commit to a lock. That's not really how that works.
Yeah,
but
you're right.
Either way, he is choosing India here. He's not changing his mind, but there was an ungreen there. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ESOC 27. Why am I receiving Discord messages? And Benny is ungreened.
Ungreened.
Right. So I'll say that all again, just for a clear edit point, whoever gets around to doing that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. That was awful. It sounded a bit like...
Let's go.
Take three. Let's just jump into this. So, this tournament is brought to you by, of course, ESO-Community.net. This is game number 4 in a best-of-9 series between LordRaphael and Blackstar OP for the grand finals of the Spring Championships 2017. The score is currently 2-1 in Blackstar OP's favors. Both the Mankle Slayers going up against each other here on this watery map of Gaia's. Perhaps one of the most interesting maps to watch games on because of all of this water and the interactions it does bring. You start with that catamaran, or whatever that is. What I want to look out for, what I find really interesting whilst we wait for this game to start, I believe we're all still connecting. I think that's now underway. 3 wood crates for the Aztec player. So a 3 wood crate start. The interesting thing is the interaction between sort of treasures that are very close to the coast. Perhaps particularly stuff like great white sharks that don't have a ranged attack, and your explorer can sort of shoot them off the coast. So players will be looking out for that kind of thing, and already off to a quick start, scouting out the map for those sort of treasures. Of course, the catamarans can fish, and I'm sure they'll be doing that later on. But Aztec in the south of the map, in the color blue, here he is with that 300 wood, laying down a fire pit, a house, and potentially a market as well. We'll see what he elects to do. Actually leaving, by the looks of it, 140 wood on the floor, so perhaps not. Perhaps going to be going up to the next stage quite quickly. Also coming across 40 gold. It's nice to point out, so a market would certainly work. He's got the gold for it too, but electing not to do that. Red here in the north of the map, in the color red. Huh? Red in the north map in the color red. That's a great way to introduce somebody. Yes, it's certainly correct. We do indeed have India off to a start.
Yeah. Quick remark about the Aztec thing. The fire pit is something he starts with for free. So he just.
Oh yes, that makes sense. Yeah, the monastery is the India equivalent. That really favors Aztec. Then they get a very useful building.
Yeah, and about the catamaran thing, do you know if it's is it just scouting, or do you actually are you actually able to get a treasure, or are they just like?
Yeah, so for example, this one here might be possible. You can shoot at the Guardians off the shore. India can't because of the lack of ranged explorer. Actually, neither player can. They both have melee explorers. So actually, this is a moot point. Nobody's going to be doing that. But I think that one would be possible if we're going to talk about it anyway. You could shoot the Guardians, and then the catamaran goes and picks up the treasures.
Okay, yeah, but I also saw, by the way, that one of the catamarans was shooting at an elephant. So that's of course also nice. You can.
Oh yeah, you can do
additional
the opposite, can't you? That you can shoot at land guardians as well. Actually, that's a fair point. For example, this 40 wood treasure here, or 30, whatever it is, you can you can kill the lizards offshore. But it's not. We're not going to be seeing the first point because they're land explorers. Anyway, how many? I think another interesting point about this map is the buffalo. Right, currently Black Star on 4, and LordRaphael bringing that up to 3 with this nice find. So important to keep an eye on that kind of thing as well. Wow, Black Star already going up to the next stage.
Yeah, keep in mind that it was a 200 wood set, I think, and Black Star also found himself 90 wood and 35 foot. So that's of course a quite nice addition if you're playing India, because your villages cost wood. He's going for a defensive aggro fort here, and oh no, this I was just about to say that he put it on his elephant, but I believe it's just barely next to the elephant. Otherwise, he would lose like.
Yeah, he'd lose the elephant. It is still there. Yeah, that was a close one.
But this is all quite standard. I think like Aztec has the better early rush. So if you're both gonna FB in the center, India is likely to lose. So Black Star doesn't want to take that risk, so goes for a very defensive play. Even a small wall segment between the market and the wonder. So that's perfectly normal here. And there we see the 3 villages from Raphael going forward in the center.
Wait, where on earth did this polar bear come from? This makes no sense. Anyway, 3 forward. I understand he converted it, but
I got you,
why is there a polar bear in this? In Malaysia, of all places, Indonesia, well, they're similar places, geographically speaking. Here we are. So forward Warhawk coming down. The elephants coming in to get some damage here. They, of course, want to make use of that extra damage they can get in the construction phase. Has also scouted the whereabouts, knows what angle he'll have to be dealing with. And in response, look at this, walls coming down. So playing a very defensive India here, sliding in some wall segments between the buildings there, between this market, between the monastery you started with, and of course the aggro fort as well. Going to be tightening up, make it a bit difficult for those sort of ranged units to get into range of killing the villagers. So able to defend them a bit better, give them a bit more response time. So what do you make of this reaction with walls?
Yeah, I really like this setup. Of course, walls on EP are a little bit nerfed. That means that you can get them down a little bit faster, so it will be only a temporary hold, but temporarily slow down. But I think it's really good. I mean, he can put some Gurkha behind it and abuse his range over the maces and the pikes. And what's really interesting is that we have seen this matchup like twice or something in this tournament before. And now we're going to see like 2 of the best players here duking it out in the same matchup. And I'm really curious to see how Black Star is going to do, because previously I think the Indian player lost almost every time. So let's see what he's gonna do.
Do you think there's a skill threshold then where once you pass that, you can pilot India in this matchup and come out on top, or do you think that's a theme that just of this matchup?
I definitely think that you're spot on there. Like there's a certain like. The build you're going to do, like for example what we see here, we have the 600 wood again. That was previously the case as well with another player. But the fact is that if you get idle too much and you can't get your units out, and that's why he's also made the walls to get some more time for himself, and you can't get the 600 wood to work, then it's not really useful to ship it right away, because the Aztec, as you see here, is going to push with a big army. But let's see how he's going to deal with this. He still has, of course, Minutemen and 1000 to fire as well.
Yeah, going straight for the aggro fort there. I mean, Pumas have a lot of siege. I think 48 is really, really good for that kind of unit. The aggro fort switching to the Mace Holton by the looks of it, trying to get those lower HP, much more bunched up units. But despite that high siege of those Pumas, this building has a lot of HP. It's can he bring that down?
Yeah, he definitely.
It looks like he's certainly going for it. Here, continuing to focus it despite the Gurkha. I suppose the Mace Holton can respond to that, and we'll leave the Puma here. 3 Gurkha coming out just before it goes down, and thankfully that is the case. He wouldn't have got those otherwise, and able to get a bit of damage on as they retreat going back from there.
And look at how much this hero is already tanking, by the way. Nice that he's going to use his villages. And actually, I'm really surprised LordRaphael's not putting it. He just lets his hero die there. That's like, it was on still, I don't know, like 500 HP or something. It would be like huge to use it in the next battle.
really huge. Plus that extra XP you get when it's present in a fight is also, you know, something you shouldn't forget about. And that's now gone. Perhaps didn't manage to get it out. Perhaps the control groups, he had one for Puma, one for Mace Halton, and the guy was not, that particular unit was not in those groups, so did not get pulled back or something like that. We can speculate. But right now we do see, pardon me, go ahead.
Yeah, he sent Minutemen, but only one batch of Minutemen, not the second one. And actually he's going to be, I think he's going to lose another Rex here. He used some villages here to tank. It's going to be really close if he can do enough damage. Of course, there's still like 4 Gurkhas in the back, taking out the pikemen, correctly micro there. But there's Coyotes mixed in as well, and even more Coyotes joining the battle. Second Minuteman now on the way, and he shipped his diplomatic intrigue, so he will now be able to ally with Ottomans, and of course use the Minutemen and 3 Hussars in a bit.
He's going with the British.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, what we got in store there?
Yeah, that must be the Musketeers then, but okay, they can still work as well. I thought Otto might be better, but anyway, yeah, Musketeers, of course, Redcoats are very good. Keep in mind, he still has four camels and 5 sepoy available as well. He just needs to not lose too many villagers.
Yeah, these Puma are really tearing through this building now. Redcoats do arrive, and thankfully, yes, they're going to be able to save that house. The Puma decided to leave, and nice. We do see some Sepoy arrive as well. The 5 Sepoy
directly in hand combat here to slow the Coyotes down as much as he can, but
yeah,
now he should be putting nice. In range mode again.
That's really good. Look at that, putting them in hand comp. Those 2 that were sort of on the back there. Sadly, the Sepoy aren't going to be able to catch up, but does slow them down, does get some nice hand damage in. And of course, Musketeers have multipliers against those. So here, with the 5 Sepoy pop, with the Redcoats from the British Consulate, we do now have a stabilized India. But what damage has happened? The Agrafort is gone, and so is, I believe, his military building as well as some houses. So what am I saying? Military building. The Agrafort's the damn military building. But either way, lots of damage. And what do you think? Is this sort of the damage he was expecting to take, or is he, or where are we looking now?
Yeah, I find it quite hard. I think it's still a pretty even game. I mean, if you look at the villager count, it's even. Then again, India will scale better because they get a villager for free with every shipment that they send. Aztec, however, has still the 5 villagers shipment available. But if you look at this, like
fertility dance at some point. Well, he's not got any. He's only got the 1 warrior priest.
Yeah,
perhaps.
that's
Go
going
ahead.
to be much later. The fertility dance. At first, he has to push more. But LordRaphael should be, I think, a little bit more strategic about what his next move is going to be, because just brute forcing his way in, I think, is not the way to win. If you look at the herds from Blackstar, he has like 2 elephants down in his base, and then after that he has to go out on the map to get it there. So that's probably the angle that LordRaphael should be going from in a little bit.
Yeah. Still tightening up defenses, though, rebuilding some walls. He is coming in this angle as opposed to the one you mentioned. And this angle is easier. He does have the war hut here, so that it makes sense to do that. But yes, there are hunts over there. And actually now heading out there, so could be denying those villagers to hunt there if he was on that side.
This
Either
is a
way,
really questionable move, like sending so much of his army like away. I'm not sure why he's doing this.
Yeah, he could pick up. But you could pick up quite a few villager kills here, but yes, he's not particularly defended. Thankfully, though, he's not going to be punished too much by it because there's not very many Puma left, right? And he is focusing those down, so the infrastructure is safer because he can't siege it as quickly. So, but actually paying dividends. He's picked off 2, 3 villages. Is he going to just execute them all? Like, look at this. This is.
Okay, wow.
This is really not. It paid off, right? Look at that. Can't argue with the results.
Nice micro, by the way, splitting up the fires that he will take out all the villages as much as possible, and not let 1 or 2 just like low HP into the town center. Well,
yeah, but this is now dangerous, right? Look where his units are. They're not even. They need to get away. Blue knows where he is. Coyotes move very quickly. The other slower moving blue units are moving to head him off. They know what direction he's likely to go, and they're sort of heading towards this coastal area. And that's where. And look, he's even got the catamaran to keep tabs on them.
I like this a lot, like scouting with the catamaran to find out where exactly the units are, so that you can get from a better.
Speaking of can you garrison in them? Like, get his catamaran down it? He's got. Look at this. Look. This is the saving thing, right? He needs to get in his boat.
No, but that's not a boat. That's a blue boat.
Yeah. This is.
He can't garrison any enemies. Boat.
No, he's got a caravel. It's coming. Oh wait, yeah, I'm just an idiot. Just pretend nothing
happened.
His
caravan on the way, and there's not as you said, there's one coming. Oh yeah, that's gonna be yeah. He can garrison in there.
Oh no, I am right. I thought you said the black was a blue catamaran. It's,
Yeah,
no, he can get in
the
there.
catamaran was blue. But
Okay, all
never
my
mind.
points are back on the table. Everything's fine.
Exactly,
But
exactly. It's okay.
but still, despite we've now figured out what color, what allegiance the boat has to which particular nation. But either way, it didn't work out too well for him. He's only managed to save 3 units there. Didn't get the boat on time. But I like the thinking. He did get a nice raid in. Was it worth it though? Yes, he got some villager kills, but
Yeah,
that was
I
quite
believe
substantial losses.
the question is always like at what cost? Like he killed. Let's see. He killed 8. Wow, 8 villages, man. Like, okay. First of all, LordRaphael was pushing in a little bit, so he wasn't really paying attention. Of course, he wasn't. That's also the first thing. Let's start with that. It's a surprise. Like, you don't expect someone to just raid with like 6 of his masks when you're under his base and like seizing stuff. But then again, after the first villager that was killed, he was actually responding a little bit slow. I mean, LordRaphael could have responded faster there and at least lost like, let's say, 3 vills less than he did. But then again, it was a good move by Blackstar. I think it paid off in the end. Not per se because just, if you look at just how many villages were killed and units lost, but also because he bought himself a lot of time. LordRaphael put his whole army back, which means that Blackstar got himself a lot of time getting his eco up. And he's now 3 villages up. And he actually, by the way, he still has the card in his deck to go for water, so he might build a dock later on.
Yeah.
And go for that.
But that was an interesting turn of events. 4 sours now coming in. But back to, remember that fight we had in the red player's base before he stabilized with Sepoy and the Musketeer, British Musketeers. Back to the damage he took. Do you think that was an acceptable amount of damage? Oh, we have, look at this, Fortune, Quasta, and Seeking arriving to absolutely decimate the Bihar ship. Get wrecked,
Wow.
fam.
That went down fast.
Yeah, these things are strong. Plus, they've all got broadside attacks. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it. But these are going to lay waste to the buildings on the shore. Like, the siege damage on these is good. Yeah, this is... how much do they cost? This is interesting. Have you seen this before? Is this a thing? This seems unprecedented. I've not seen the use of the of the 3 privateers.
I think it costs like 500 or 600 coin, but I haven't seen this much. But yeah, it does make sense. I mean, 3 ships will kill 2 of your caravels, opponent's caravels.
Yeah, he's taking the. This is a prelude to his water plans as well. Set up some sort of. I mean, use them for the offensive now. Currently, this aids his land assault with some offshore support, but also for the future, going into sort of an economy on the water is a bit more secure as well. For now, though, they are just providing offshore siege damage and give him a place to sort of take refuge. If this fight comes too much, just take the fight to the coast, which is what he's doing now. The red player gonna approach the coast, or not do that actually, because he doesn't want to take damage from those caravels.
This is the issue actually. Like Blackstar can't really commit because, like you say, the ships are defending the army from Raphael, and also Blackstar doesn't have the range advantage either. I mean, he has only Sepoy, and Maces outrange Sepoy. If he would have Gurkhas, he could still maybe pick off a little bit of this army. Why is actually what's happening?
Yeah,
like both of them are not really looking at it.
He's moving around looking for hunts, I would presume, and he can do that because it's not very dangerous for him to really go anywhere. He can just walk back to the coast, and Red does not want to fight those ships. And if it does all get too much, he can just hop in the boats and leave, right?
Yeah, but this was actually quite a good trade for Blackstar. I mean, he killed all the Creoles.
Yeah,
he got rid of some pikemen. It's not bad.
Yeah, Raphael's not fighting as close to the shore as I would expect him to.
And now
either way, though, he's still got these boats. He's still got a reasonable land presence, and
the thing is that
he's very near some villages as well.
Yeah, like he has to go to find these villagers, but they can still run. And actually, what Roby should do is just go to the center, as he's doing now, and just take out the warrior. Like, he knows the army of LordRaphael is in his back. There's only a few Puma, so the new reinforcements from Blackstar plus 1005 will deal with it.
Oh, just taken out. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the caravel. Yeah, I see. Yeah. Did he actually fight back, or was it like instant kill?
No, it was trying to get away, but it had it had just enough HP left, and I thought it was going to get away, but was taken out by the final shot there. Raiding part, the war party has arrived. Where is it though? Coin! Oh, look at all this coin just sitting around. Oh dear.
There was an accident, I think, by Raphael shipping it on the wrong side, like not at his own PC. But then again, like, he has maces from all sides, and like, even though he might lose a lot, they are winning cost effectively versus the Sepoy and the Musk.
Yeah.
He's now going to bring his pikemen forward, probably to tank a little bit, maybe put them in cover mode, as he's doing now, just to tank some shots while the maces deal the damage.
And donating some yaks as well. Now going to try and get back. Jaguar Prowlers, yeah, he sent the Aztec big button earlier. And I think that's now coming in here. Going to get into hand combat there. Does split off 2 sepoys so that the snare effect doesn't stop the bigger group from getting away. Trying to get a last few minute shots in just before leaving, but ultimately does not want to stay in range of these Mace Holton. And that really was what the Jaguar Prowlers were designed to do, sort of snare the group and allow the Mace Holton to catch up. Does finish off that last one. Oh, not quite. Yes, they're tanky buggers they are. Does take it out and is now able to sort of get away here.
Yeah, so as you said, the Jaguars were indeed, they should have been actually better able to cut off Blackstar's army, I feel. Like, LordRaphael didn't take the most direct path, but then again, he was also microing his maces on the other part of the sepoys from Blackstar. But this is why India still, like, is a good ship. I mean, his eco is growing in the back, as you see. It's still totally fine. And the sepoys have so much HP that they can still get out of a battle like that, like what we saw before. And now actually LordRaphael was able to take his own gold again in the middle of the map, so that's good for him.
That's all good. I'm replacing that war hut as well. Foreign logging coming in for Blackstar OP. So this signals now a shift to economies, a shift to the long game, fully stabilized, and is. Yeah, they're denying the hunts left, right, and center. This is very nice. They're very effective.
Look at this pickup. Like so many, like 5-6 maces died there. That means that Blackstar actually has a stable somewhere.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
you can find it.
Yeah.
You can find buildings by if you click on the tab, it takes you straight to them. Well, it does. I think it used to in a previous version. I'm not sure if it still is. Anyway, back into the game. Yeah, look at this gold mine down here, and that boat could easily, if he patrols the coastline, and there's one there right now. There it is.
He's really making good use of his ships. That's really nice. Like, what gold mine should Blackstar go to? Like,
and they're pretty effective. They're good at killing villagers too. Like, that's 2 down as well. It's not only is it denying the coin and forcing them to go somewhere else. It is good at killing. It's quite effective here. So, but still, the score says it is ahead. LordRaphael. What are we looking at now? What at this point in the game? What do both players want to do?
Well, this is gonna be really important fight, because you see that there's a lot of camels from Blackstar, and that's why LordRaphael is running away. He has too few pikemen to deal with it. If Blackstar is able to crush his army, I'd say he wins the game. If he won't be able to crush his army, like, oh, there's a ship. Yeah, he's gonna save his army. LordRaphael is, and that's actually just gonna be like, so the game will go on.
Yeah, he can.
It's really tough for Blackstar. I mean, keep in mind that LordRaphael has good control of the coast. Like, he has 3 of these ships available. These, what is it, like, pirate ship?
Yeah, privateers.
Finally, we have a dock coming up from Blackstar. Although,
yeah, but will it though? Will he notice? He's got the line of sight,
and he sees it right away. Nice reaction time from Raphael there. But Blackstar will take out the Mart in the center.
Denying the code. European cannons coming in as well. So Blackstar OP is really investing in the water now.
Yeah, but he still needs a dock to make it work. I mean, he has no dock, so.
That's the thing. What can he ship though? Is there any ocean? He's got 2 caravels. He could go up and get the frigate. Is there anything interesting water-wise in the consulate?
I think only with Portuguese, not with British. By the way, he lost. Oh no, he remade his consulate. There's still some raiding going on, by the way, which keeps LordRaphael quite busy and on the back of his base there. Look at this, one Jaguar, man. It's like on 1 HP and has taken out 2 sepoys now. Actually, I'm not paying attention there. Of course, it has bonus versus heavy infantry, such as sepoy. Pioneer is going down. He was probably busy with his Sawars microing there. And we have another few villages here getting shot down, like obliterated by this fortune.
We saw Blackstar try and build a dock. He really is identified that he needs to get onto the water. This is just tearing him ragged. He's having to deal with all these ships everywhere. It's just a pain in the ass, and it's really having real effects on his eco at the moment. Whilst all the same time trying to manage these fights that are happening and trying to keep up raiding pressure.
Yeah, and all this time while this fight is going on, there's a lot of villages idle there from Raphael, not gathering anything. So that means that the reinforcements will be much less from Blackstar.
Yeah.
But he needs to keep all his attention here. He needs to probably bring his war priest in the battle as well. He has to be really focusing his mace on the sepoy to keep his pike alive, which actually he's doing quite a good job. Look at this, all the camels will be down, and that's why Blackstar is going to retreat, because he knows he can't be staying any longer here.
Yeah, snared too. The cavalry not going to be much use here versus all those pikes. I like them going into cover mode there to take less damage. Is he still staying? The elephants are coming in.
I think he's staying a little bit too long there, actually. But then
yeah,
again,
villages have now been retasked. They look like they're heading.
But they have been there for like a good minute or something.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, he had to pay attention to that fight, and sometimes you know it might have just been one idle village. He probably didn't realize it was so many. So yes, he'll be frustrated there, but they're getting back to work now. It's very important to look at the fight. Well, you know that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
I could take advice from my own words, but.
No, you're right there. It's just that I found. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, he's keeping raiding. Like there was this ship on the top side. So there was a ship here which is protecting the villagers, but Blackstar tried to raid again there with camels. Didn't succeed though. I'm curious to see when he will be making something himself. Like he's not making any ship. And now this dock is gonna get scouted.
Yeah, European cannons is not sort of working out too well with oh, he does have a dock. He's got one down here.
Yeah, but they're not training anything yet.
Nothing in queue just yet. Well, they are quite expensive ships. A caravel now going into queue.
Yeah, but keep in mind that the longer this game goes, the better it is for Aztec, because if India can't age up, they can't use their shipments. Like the reason he sent this shipment probably was because he didn't want to send the camel shipments yet, although it would have paid off actually more than this card for now. But after the 2 camel cards, there's nothing left for India to send, which means that the Aztec guy can still keep sending 600 coin over and over to add more pikemen. So the longer this game goes and India not able to age up, I think. Well, it depends on who's going for C, by the way. Both of them, of course, still have the option to.
Oh, and that dock's down as well. Caravel is not going to come out. And he's. Oh, God. And these berries are.
Yeah.
And here, too.
Yeah, and now actually the economic unit count is in favor of LordRaphael. Blackstar lost so many villas left and right by these ships.
Yeah, it goes to show that they're so effective. And they've taken C, and they've stopped him from getting on C as well. Yeah, that's it. LordRaphael taking game number 4. The score is now 2-2. That was very, very interesting. I really enjoyed the use of the ships there. Well played. Very well played.
Yeah.
Before Venny tells us all about the game, though, I would like to mention that we do have 653 viewers by the looks of it. So thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. We do appreciate it. This tournament, perhaps you are tuning in for the first time. You're scrolling through Twitch. Oh, Age of Empires 3. I remember that. I'll have a look. This tournament is brought to you by ESO-Community.net, the largest Age of Empires 3 fan site and forum on the internet. So do check us out. Do sign up to our forum. Do get involved with the community if you want to see what's going up in the Age of Empires 3 scene nowadays. So do check that out. Of course, thank you. Big shout to everybody that makes these things happen. Everyone all doing all the work for ESOC on all of the different teams. And, of course, the viewers and the donors as well. If you've ever dropped in some coins before, we do appreciate that. The site is ran on user donations, and so is these tournaments, this one having a $1,500 prize pool. So that is very good indeed. Yeah. And if you do donate, you get a badge. Cool. Venny, what were you thinking?
Just to quickly go onto that, we were talking about the prize pool for this tournament before. And so it's $1,500 in total. And the first place is going to get 1,000. The second place is going to get 400, and the third place is going to get 100.
And they will also, first place, receive a brand new badge, a shiny badge that they can display on their forum avatar. So just quickly drop that in. Nice. Thank you for giving me that opportunity to slide that in.
Yeah. So all the donations that you guys are providing here, that is of course going to be used for these kind of tournaments and much more to come. Yeah. Quickly to wrap up the game, I think. It's pretty straightforward. Aztec did a rush, which just kept the Indian guy on his back. But I think actually that the map was just... to be honest, I didn't know that all the mines and berries would be that much to the coast. Like I thought they would be a little bit more inland. But basically you see that Blackstar was looking for a mine on the side. Ship was in range. Berries on the side. Ship was in range. Other side, same story. So... if it would have been another map, I think Blackstar would still be fine with the defense that he had.
Yeah.
But on this map, probably then in hindsight, maybe not the best choice, but that's part of the tourney preparation that you have to do as a player.
Those boats tore him limb from limb, right?
Yeah.
And you get so many. It's a really nice shipment. You get 3, which gives you the presence you need on the water. It's not just like a boat, like, you know, a frigate or something. You get 3 boats to control lots of different areas. So I do really like it. But
you pay a lot.
But you think that this build executed in the way that it was on a map that did not have this sort of water presence? You think Blackstar did a very good game. He played it very well. But sadly, the boats for him on this map were too much. Is your summary, I presume?
Yeah. I think if you he could have migrated a little bit better in there. But like in general, I think what he did was fine. Like he would have been able probably to hold on. But then again, I can't scroll back in the shipments. I'm curious what these boats cost, because where did he get the 600 coin for the boats or 500 coin? I think it must be something like that. Did he ship 600 coin before? Because of course, what I wanted to say is that
he didn't.
He didn't ship 600 coin.
Huh. He must have collected it, I suppose.
I can't move back in the shipment tab.
No, I can see it here. He did not send 600 gold. The 600 gold came after he shipped the boats.
Okay, what I want to say is that if he gathered it or sent the shipment, doesn't matter. Either way, he invested in the boat. So if he wouldn't have sent the boats on, for example, Bengal, another map we play on, he would of course be investing more in his army, and his third or second push would be stronger as well, which would be harder for Blackstar to hold. I think it's just really close. I think what Aztec did was correct here, and I think the choice for the boats instead of continuing pushing only on land was really like the best choice. Like you say, 3 boats control so much of the coast here. So yeah, that was just well played by Raph. And also, by the way, he kept checking. He didn't put them in one spot. He kept moving around with the boats to check for berries on the sides.
It was like he was everywhere all at once. It was brilliant.
Yeah, really well done.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move out into the lobby. Our next game will be coming up. This was game number 4. The score is 2-2, shaping up to be a very interesting series indeed. And I think now would be a very good time to announce. Drum roll, please. Ladies and gentlemen, ESOC is... Here we go. Yes, thank you very much. ESOC is proud to announce, I suppose, or I am to announce for them. Us. Maybe us. That's a better word. That we will indeed be having another tournament. Well, to be expected, we do have tournaments here, but a War Chiefs tournament will be our next tournament, actually, after sort of a transition tournament, so to speak, between the big thumping $1,500 sort of cash prize ones. So that's going to be, I'm really interested to see how that's going to work out. Now, when I say War Chiefs, I don't mean it's going to be played on I presume it's not on the War Chiefs sort of expansion, where currently no one signs in. It's really vanilla or the Asian dynasties that people play on. I believe I am receiving information now. No. Oh yes, that's for something else. But what was I saying? Something about I need to mute Discord. Something about a tournament. So it's going to be played on, I believe, ESOC patch, but it's going to involve War Chief civilizations. I think what I'm thinking, it's from what I'm told, it looks like you have to play 3 War Chief civs, and your opponent has to play other civilizations, and then you do that in reverse. I believe it's going to have a $200 prize pool, but I will put a link to the full rules.
I can show it on stream quickly, just while you're talking about it.
Okay.
So let me quickly. Wait. Why is... Hold on a second. Just elaborate on it a little bit more. I have to quickly get to this page. It doesn't capture my screen.
What are you looking for? The tournament?
No, ops. I have window capture and ops, but it doesn't capture the window. Hold on.
That's all right. I think it would be more important to keep the stream fluent. Just bring it on. I think that'll be. Well, I wish I could talk about it more. I didn't have time to sort of read through how the rules will work, but I do think it's important for tournaments going forward to have these sort of interesting themes. I do like the idea of like starvation really captured me, and in the end, perhaps starvation wasn't, once it was fully optimized, perhaps wasn't as interesting as other ideas. But I really like the idea of tournaments having a theme to them. Starvation was that, and I think a TWC tournament, when we shift, like, it's just what the way I'd like to frame it is: you take the same Age of Empires 3 that we all know and love, and then sort of just like change the win conditions, so to speak. It's the same Age of Empires 3, but you're like adjusting how it's. I don't know where I'm going with this. Do you have anything to add, Vinny?
No, we'll just have to post a link in the chat because for some reason Ops is bugging me. But I'll just post the link in the chat. That is this one. There you can find all the information about the tournament. And if you go to your own ESOC control panel, which you can find via this link, then you can sign up.
Just to confirm questions, you can sign up for this. It's open sign-ups. Anyone can compete in the ESOC TWC event, and you do that by going to a brand new. Well, apparently we're evolving the My ESOC portal, which I like the idea of. So you can sign up. Let me drop a link.
Yeah, I posted them in the chat. You can.
Except there'll be a time delay, so it might not work out too well. But looks like, Vinny, we are ready to jump into the next game.
Yep, okay. So, 5th game, 2-2 it is. Gran Chaco coming up. We have Black Star picking Russia. And then LordRaphael is going to counter it with France.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 5 in this best of 9 series between LordRaphael and Black Star OP. This is for the grand finals of the 2017 Spring Championships. This tournament is brought to you by ESO-Community.net, the largest fan site and forum for Age of Empires 3 on the internet. The score is currently 2-2, and we are up by the looks of it for a very, very good series. Some very close games, some very interesting games. I particularly enjoyed the one we just watched. If I get permission, I might put that single game on my YouTube channel, and just because I like that one so much, and sort of use that to traffic views to the main event on the main page. I might not do that, though. We might not do that at all. It might just all be in one place. That's often a good idea, but I hope this game can be like that one as well. We do have, in the north of the map, in the color blue, playing as the French, LordRaphael. This is a 100 wood crate start, so no trading posts, but also that would be impossible anyway, because there are no trading posts on this map, except for the native ones, which we might talk about. The Tupi settlement, by the looks of it. 2 Tupi settlements, actually. Spawning in the south of the map, though, we do have Black Star OP. And here, that's a big herd. What is this map? Can you tell? It looks like Great Plains and Andes all at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's some kind of combination of those two. It's Andes based with a few lakes here and there, and quite a bit of herds available indeed. Well, Black Star took Russia. Because
that's it. I would like to talk about that, actually. What do you think of the civilizations picked? So I mentioned French, and you just said Russia for Black Star. We didn't get to talk about that before the game starts. What's going on here?
Well, like I said, Black Star had to choose first, so he went for Russia, and then Raphael, I believe, chose French just to counter that. Although, like you mentioned, there's no trading post on this map, which does make French quite a bit better. It's not like French is bad without trading posts, of course not, but it does add quite a bit value to playing French if you have a trading post. So,
I see, yes.
Yeah, this is typically going to be Russian going to play aggressive early on, like probably have a blockhouse somewhere in the center here, and then French has to defend it, and then we have to see if French is either going to go for some kind of breakout, time it with 8 crossbowmen, stuff like that, or tries to go for a third age and try to play with Skirmgoon and perhaps 2 cannons. But let's have a look at the treasures here at first. We see that both of them pick up about 120 coin together, so that's all pretty even. There are llamas on this map, by the way.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing to sort of point out. Both players going to be going for that, and again, I always like to point out the key feature in Age 1 that sort of highlights that map, and this is it's got llamas on it as well. The treasures, though, what are we looking at? Are they big too? I've never seen this map played before.
Yeah, not now. Well, they both
They're
got
not
about
huge
120
treasures.
coin, but there are not that many other like big 90 wood treasures and stuff like that. It's just oh wait, there's still a 70 wood treasure here, which is going to be really nice for Blackstar to pick up later. It's close to his base, and there's a 60 wood treasure here.
Okay,
By the way,
so
both of them have 4 of these llamas, and it
which
looks
is
like
quite well done from Russia then, given that the French
exactly.
have that sort of extra scouting bonus, that native scout to help them navigate the map and find those llamas quickly. So Russia doing reasonably well. He's not too far behind.
Yeah,
In
Blackstar
llamas.
deleted all his llamas just a second ago, just to make sure that he can age up as fast as possible.
Oh, okay. Is that he wants a super fast age up? Is he skipping a Ville? What do we got here?
No, more like no idle time, not per se skipping a field, just to
Oh, I
decrease
see.
his idle time.
Sorry, I was looking at the French player when I was asking that question, and actually, Blackstar is playing as Russia. So yeah, it's just guaranteeing that sort of 14 Ville transition to the colonial age with no idle time. So that's a good use of those sort of units there. Get those shipments rolling earlier once he gets up. Also found himself 70 wood, did Blackstar. That's perhaps the best find so far, except for those 2 really big beefy coin treasures the players managed to pick up. But aside from that, equal on llamas, now going into the next stage. Not too much sort of Age 1 conflict with the explorers there, but I would say overall, I think Blackstar, given that he did pick up that 70 wood, came out on top. But really a close Age 1 here. The more interesting thing now is, what are these 3 of the villagers doing? I'm going to be building a forward barracks, of course, and that has indeed been scouted by LordRaphael.
Yeah, it's interesting to point out that Raphael chose to not delete his llamas and eat them for faster food income, and that actually put him up quite a bit behind in age up. I mean, I believe he was around 700 food or something when he actually finished his last fill, so he was waiting all the way to get the last 100 food, which means that in turn it will be harder for him to deal with the faster 5 Cossacks from Blackstar. Which is probably going to mean in turn that he's going to have only like 4 Hussar out or something from his first batch. But we'll see that in a minute. He found the blockhouse, which is not... It could have been a little bit further, but it's like protecting the hunt and the mine. So it's, I think, still a very good spot.
And it gives him perhaps that 135 coin treasure is coming into play as well. You know, you can crack shot the pirate, and then the added support from the blockhouse might be useful for picking up the coin. Yeah. So that's going to sort of ease the. For example, if he makes musketeers, then you wouldn't need so many on coin. You could focus more on food, which is obviously the best resource to be getting. That could have come into play. That could be a thing on his mind, but. Both players are now up to the next age. By the looks of it, Red going up with 400 wood. There it is. We'll have to see what his first home city shipment is. But for Russia, that is about to arrive, I would imagine. Distributivism was his first, of course. And a market going up in the back of his base then. Probably 5 Cossacks, I would imagine, will be coming. And he is going to pick up the 135 coin. And that's a really nice thing to do, right? Grab that coin now before his first shipment arrives. Pick up this treasure here, and then once those Cossacks are shipped, I imagine, to this forward blockhouse, he can then go in and not really have lost any time at all. There they are, and this is Russia doing what Russia does.
Yeah, and Raphael is starting with his stable. It's very standard versus Russia. I mean, you have still middlemen available, so you want to have your Tsar out instead of Musk usually. Actually, Blackstar, with all the coin that he had, and actually the treasure what you were talking about, is not like retasking his vills. He's still gathering coin, which is now a little bit of idle resources. If he would have all on food, then he would have been able to train vills and musks constantly. Anyway,
perhaps it's for steel traps or something like that. But either way, it's certainly useful. Explorer is going to go down. He does manage to take that out, and now onwards to the villages, I suppose. Blue, though, if we take a look at where his villages are. The food ones are quite nice. The hunts are quite close to his town. Sadly, that that final ostrich, you can't get any closer because there's none left to herd it with. And the deer, he's going to bring sort of those in a bit closer now. But I don't think there's really any real angle for Red to get in there. And of course, French villagers are difficult to kill anyway. That's not what he's going back. He doesn't want to do any raiding pressure. Has he perhaps identified that it'd be too difficult?
I'm surprised that he's going that far back, but he knows now that Hussars will be out. And by the way, these are 4 Hussars, as I was mentioning, not 5. It's just because his Cossacks were on time to the gold mine, so that Raphael wasn't able to gather the coin for the 5th Huss, and that's actually huge. It's so much easier to defend versus 4 Huss, but that's why he's going back with his army and also shipping the 4 Cossacks.
Oh, okay, this makes sense. Yeah.
Because he knows they will be coming for a raid, and the musketeers will go up front, while the Cossacks will deal with the hussars from Raphael.
From Raphael, indeed they will. He can't find them yet, though. He's wondering where they are. He's sort of idled them over there.
I think
and that's actually working out in his favor.
So, like, if he sees the army from Black Star, then he will go in, like right now, because he expects the Cossacks to be in front. And actually now he gets confirmation about via the scout. But then again, Black Star goes back with the town center line of sight, sees the hussars coming in, and will be able to... No, not snare.
No snare. He does split off there. Perhaps it would be nice to see one batch go around the pond. Here, yeah, that's what he's going to do there. It might be able to head them off or something like that. Meanwhile, back in the red player's base, banging on this market, trying to take that down whilst bleeding out from town center fire, but is going to be able to ultimately take out a building here.
Yeah, and there's some little cat and mouse game going on here. Raphael was able to escape with the SARS, very nicely done. Black Star still on the chase.
Oh, he is.
Actually, now he will be able to trap it, I think, because there's no way he can run. At least he will capture a few of these SARS.
Oh, yes, he's coming into the black map now. It looks like he's going to lose at least 2. I think 3 units in total are snared. Now, that final Cossack is chasing, but I think they're going to get away. That does lose 2 Cossacks. But equally, at the same time, these Cossacks are not in the fight. They could be on top of his base, right? You know, sieging that stable, stopping these villagers gathering. They could be with the musketeers. Those Cossacks are not there, and that does give him time to get up to the fortress age, as he has now just done. So actually, those hussars, that, despite losing 2, I think quite successful, is able to get up to the next stage and is in a reasonable spot now. We see second replacement market going down.
Yeah, and because Raphael shipped 700 coin second and no 700 wood, he aged up like really fast. He was just buying time with the hussars in the back, but now he has a problem because he's housed, and Black Star knows this. He knows the timing. He knows that the houses is what's key here. So he's just killing houses, staying on the town center, going for a very aggressive timing. 5-4 Cossacks, 13 Strelets on the way. Yeah. He just has to make sure that he surrounds anything that comes out from his town center while killing houses if he can.
Yeah, and we see blunderbuss and greatcoats on these villagers here, so they're going to be instrumental in stabilizing, defending here. House construction is not successful, does take that out, but now going to have to get back to work here. The villagers, pardon me, you go on.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Black Star is going back this far. Like, you don't need to send every Cossack for just 1 Coureur de Bois. I would really like him to come in, because the Cossacks will be doing a much better job tanking versus the Coureur de Bois shots. Sorry. While the infantry will just deal the damage. But now he has 5 goons out, and of course this mine is not really in the best spot. Like, this one is very far out, but this one is up front. Like, Black Star's mine is in the back. That would have been much more favorable condition for Raphael. Anyway, the goons are on the right side chasing the Cossacks, which were there like 10 seconds ago. And I think that Black Star is just going in like 10 seconds, like right now, because he knows that there's like there's no Rex up. There's just well, can't find words anymore. There's just goons coming out, so he just wants to keep poking in. The Cossacks sieging the house, and the Strelets just shielding off the goons.
Yeah, this is, he doesn't want to lose those houses though, because sending 700 wood is, you know, he's up to the fortress age. He'd have to send that shipment. Like, well, he'd send 1,000 wood, I suppose, not 700. It's just replacing the houses is going to be difficult. It slows your shipment down. He now can't make use of the fact that he's in the fortress age and sort of send those bigger shipments. He can't train any units either. And now Strelia being added in as well. They have really good multipliers against these dragoons. He's just bleeding out houses, and this is, yeah, he's trying to replace them. He needs to combine it with a shipment. He's got one in queue now. He just sent one. Combine that with perhaps a Minutemen or something like that. But he's taking a lot of damage.
I like that Black Star has been adding more Strelets here. I think at this point, or perhaps after the next batch, he should go back into Musketeers. Because, like, what can come out? 8 Skirmishers, 3 Cuirassiers, or 2 Falconets. Well, he has enough to immediately surround 2 Falconets, I would say. So, he either needs a stable. He has shipped 600-700 wood now. And he adds double stable. Oh, look at this. So he can just, like, overwhelm it with double stable Cossacks. And that means that any 2 cannon or 8 skirmisher shipment is not going to be useful. He will have enough Cossacks to block 3 Cuirassiers as well. And he already sent the 5, so he's in a really good spot.
3 Cuirassiers coming out and bringing the CDB in as well. Dragoons doing good damage to those 2 cavalry units there. And now this is where he wants to try and make a fight happen. He has to stabilize with these villagers. But Red just wants to get out of here, right? He's going to kite back, make those villagers not really do anything, and all this time he's not collecting resources.
He's nicely targeting the cuirassiers, by the way, not just attack moving his way back, but really making sure that he's picking off the right units while retreating back to his blockhouse, as you said. While, of course, the Cossacks will be on the way soon. And then he can come in again.
Yeah, they do so much damage. Even that one is just battering those Strelay with that area damage, so definitely needs to get rid of them.
But there we have them. 6 more
that
Cossacks.
Was really churning them out now with those 2 stables, and I think that's like the thing the CDB are worst against is certainly melee units. Like that was his defense, and it didn't work because Blackstar didn't have to fight. He just leaves, and now he.
Yeah, sorry.
This doesn't. He's just going to keep the villagers belled up, and I think now with just churning out the Cossacks, this is it for.
Yeah, a little bit of indecisiveness here by Blackstar. You saw that he ran in with the Cossacks, then thought, okay, I should go away from the goon. Then he thought maybe I could snare the goon so my infantry can kill it, and then in the process, actually not really making up his mind, he lost like all the Cossacks. Not that most efficient there. Anyway, the most important thing is that he's keeping the pressure on Raphael, and that means Raphael can't really gather resources. His mine has run out, so he has to gather from this mine at that point on the left side. 2 falconets. Well, he's gonna need his villagers to protect them.
Yeah,
there we have 8 more Cossacks.
But equally, like the cannons are not very like they're good at defending, but they're not because Blackstar's not gonna come in and fight there. And if he wants to go out on the map with them, you said he needs his villagers to defend them. He can't take his villagers with him everywhere.
Exactly, yeah, that's the issue. Like, Blackstar is now checking on the right side nicely with 1 Cossacks, and the rest of his army is gonna merge and just charge in, I think. I think if he puts this infantry in this, what is it? No, the mode that you spread them out a little bit.
Stagger, yeah.
Yeah, he can just like push in.
That's
anyway,
true.
I think
he avoid area damage.
Sure he doesn't want to take the risk. I think he wants to wait for 1 more Cossack batch and then go in.
Yeah. Does he know the cannons are here? Has he seen them? Well, he will in a moment. Here comes a cavalry unit. Unless the Dragoons can sort of snipe them off. I like this wall, actually. He's creating a small little area for the cannons to be more effective and make it more difficult for the units to get there. He sees the cannons now, and that surprise effect is, he's not going to get that first volley off on those Strelay. Here... oh god, he's getting the villagers into position. He needs to block those. Spot. Yes. Yeah, he really needs to block those cavalry from being able to get a surround on those cannons.
This is like chaos, man. Like this is a really
that house and those trees are doing so much work for him here. They've not even gotten to the cannons yet. All Australia are essentially gone. You know, he might have just won this fight. What the? Look at this. Oh, that wall is played so heavy.
It was a really nice move indeed, but then again he won the fight for sure, but he doesn't win the war, I think. So he now has to deal with this batch of Cossacks. Like the economy from Blackstar is just way better. Look at this 40 versus 28. He's gathering all around the map, and he's getting constantly. He can just throw away units. It doesn't matter. He just like does what Russia does, sending units.
Still, though, a nice effort. It was nice to see that. Yep. It was well done. But now the only credible defense he had was those cannons, which are now gone. And yes, he's taken out another batch here, but he was during that fight he was stopping those villagers from gathering. So ultimately, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm not. He shipped 600 coin, Blackstar that is. So he can either age up or keep messing. I think both is fine, but.
Yeah,
it was really a nice move from LordRaphael, but don't want to call it too fast, but it's probably delaying the inevitable. Anyway, he can still poke a little bit. I mean, Blackstar's eco is good, but it's not like that he can just keep on throwing units away. He has to just wait, sit back here. Now he's adding in musketeers, probably expecting more cuirassiers, I guess.
Yeah, well, he sees them with the scout. That thing paying dividends.
Yeah,
goes to show it's worth sending your hero around to find their scouts so they can't do this all game long.
And I really like that LordRaphael uses his scouts so much. It was like on the right somewhere there before. It was helping to find the Cossacks coming back to catch the raiding hussars as well. And it was used before, like somewhere in front of his town center, to identify the angle from where Blackstar was pushing. So really good job there, yeah.
Yeah, but let's take a look let's do an overview of the game and where we are now. So economic unit population, 43 villages to the Russian player, which is 10, 11, 12. It's quite a lot more. It's like 15 more villages, something like that.
It's exactly 15 more, yes.
Is it? Oh, well, that's good. I like maths. That's good. So yes, the longer this goes on, the more in favor it does become of red. He's able to replace his units more quickly. But look at this. This is exactly what he needs to get back into the game. Cavalry combat coming in as well. So those cuirassiers is going to be really beefy. If he can get more raids like that, he's going to be in a good spot. And look at these villages, how far away they are from home. If he can get raids with cuirassier raids out there, he can kill villages very quickly. The only problem with a raid with cuirassiers, though, is they are slow-moving cavalry. And you don't want to get caught out of position. With Cossacks, you know, they can chase you much easily. So, no, he's doing what he needs to do to get back in this. And I think if he is able to kill off a few villages now, he's not too far behind in terms, like, if he could even out those economic numbers. But I think now Black Star, his take on this is sit here, get the upgrades in, get Boyars out, I would imagine, and keep massing with his superior economy. And then once Boyars hits, he can probably go in there and do some final finishing, finish him as it might be in what was it, Street Fighter.
Black Star is on the left side, by the way, also scouting with the Cossacks just to make sure that there's no sneaky villagers gathering coin or something there. Ooh, he's gonna find everything on the right side. Wow. Yeah, he knows that the third mine should be used around this time in the game, and that's why he's scouting so actively left and right to make sure that he's going to deny any gold, because it means no more cuirassiers. And actually, I like that LordRaphael is just going for goons and couriers here. I mean, 8 skirmishers he has in the back is enough to deal with a few musketeers, and after that he just needs couriers to tank, and then goons to deal with the Cossacks from Black Star. Another raid from the left side.
Yeah, it does. Only 2 Cossacks there. They were still keeping his villages off. And I think this is it. Boyars has arrived, and he's now reassembling his forces. And by the looks of it, is going to make his way into the base.
I think he's going to go for one final push, bringing his villagers together with his army, and maybe going for the left side there, because Black Star was on the right side.
Yeah, here we go. But either way, that's exactly what Black Star wants. Those villagers walking around, not really collecting anything. Yep, this is the finishing move, I think.
Yeah, you see that indeed, like, Raphael running out of resources, so is Black Star, but then again he has map control, so he can still gather far away from his base.
Mind you, cuirassiers they do have cavalry combat on them, and sadly no Minutemen.
He's going to get in front to tank.
Yeah, it's a shame he's putting them on the Cossacks. Makes sense. He needs to get those down to protect his skirmishers. But I feel like these cuirassiers would be much more effective on the infantry there. They're much faster. They're closer grouped together. You get more area damage. They have less HP. Take out the DPS more quickly, so to speak. Mind you, it's still quite a few cuirassiers left. Can still do that. Reinforcing Cossacks, bringing those dragoons back. Come on, cuirassiers, where are you going? Yeah, but this is not good, right? The hand cavalry are in hand combat with the dragoons, and that's not what he wants at all. He wants to maintain some sort of range. Does take them all down now.
Well, Raphael did a really good job microing his skirms on the mosque, the goons on the cav and the villagers up front, even putting some low HP villagers to the back. He's making the most of it, but it's gonna be a really tough spot. 7 skirms actually, well.
Oh well.
I mean, they're still poking from the back as well, and.
But that's the only skirms he's going to get. There's no more reinforcements, remember. There is no resources coming in. This is it. This is all there is.
In the meantime, he put some villages here, so he is gathering, so he will be able to make... Like, he has 2 more goons in queue. He just needs food. He's desperate for food. Actually, he has berries.
Well, he held on very well, though.
Yeah, he did a good job. Really good job, yeah.
Perhaps we're calling this one too early. Look at the score. They're very even. Well, it just jumped up to by 10 points for Black Star. I imagine a batch of something just.
Yeah, but keep in mind, if the Russian guy has the same score, then you're actually behind.
That's true. Yeah, Russia do maintain a lower score most of the game.
By the way, we had another donation from Brand New. So
thank you very much. That's very good. Keeping these tournaments going, but being very proactive with those skirms. He just take out a villager, so he's not sitting in his base. Just sitting there doing nothing. He is nice, walking around on the map, though he does need to be careful, of course. He saw those masses of cavalry coming at him earlier. Those 2 stables are still there. They could still pump out cavalry. These skirms can't get too greedy. They can't walk out too far. But I think something that could define the game is over here. He's found the last remaining sort of... This is a really nice area to gather from. It's got both resources. It's very flexible, so you can just switch quite easily. But here, he's going to take that away from him by the looks of it. We do see supporting military units coming in. Might be able to pick off those Strelae as they sort of arrive in the fight, but that's a lot of cavalry. Big old batch of 10 there.
Yeah, so again, it's going to be a fight where the villagers will have to tank again. But keep in mind, every time Raphael is doing this, he will be able to hold it a little bit longer, but he will not be gathering and he will be losing villages in the meantime, while Blackstar's eco is just expanding over the map.
Yeah, let's do another overview of the game like we did before. He's now 52 to 22, so that's 30 villages up.
He's really making the most of the skirm range, though. He's really doing a good job staying out of range of the Strellet, but using his range to poke.
So he's doubled his economic difference.
Yeah, more than doubled even, yeah. I want to point out one other nice anticipation move, or actually counter-anticipation move, I should say. Blackstar has been raiding left and right on the gold mines and constantly checking whether Raphael was going there. And in anticipation, I think, of Blackstar raiding again on the right side, he was already sending his goons there, so he was able to catch like 5 Cossacks like a minute ago, which were checking for vills which weren't there. So good job by Raphael there.
Oh, look at this. Oh, baby. There's a blockhouse going up, but it's not quite there. I wonder if he can... yeah, he's going to get them all down. That's another 4 villages. It's stuff like this that will get him back into it, but he needs to make... He needs to catch a big old group of villagers that are just... That, I don't know, the Blackstar doesn't notice or something. Like, he's quite far behind in economy.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, Raphael's now even shipping 3 SRs from the second age because he is kind of out of useful shipments. And yeah, Blackstar knows that with the cavalry, or the Boyar's card, he actually can just go for Strellet and Cossack. Like, usually you can't go for too many Strelets because of the Cuirassiers, but because he knows that the eco from the French guy is so low, just mass Strelets with some Cossacks in front is actually, like, gonna do a really good job here.
Yeah, making full use of that Boyar's card.
And look at this, another Cossack posted here to scout, so he now knows again that Raphael's on the left side. Ooh, in the middle, he's gonna get caught. He's gonna lose a lot of cavalry here.
That's okay. He's actually pulling off there. Yeah, the French cav though are very. Oh, 2 cavalry scouts coming in. Going to get that little bit of extra hit points and I suppose line of sight. Yeah, the villagers dealing with that raid there. These French cavalry, they're very strong, but I don't think they'll be strong enough. Cuirassiers.
He has more Cuirassiers in queue. If he can hold out long enough for the Cuirassiers to join, it's going to be close. But it's going to be really tough for him.
Yeah, he's got 1 in queue. If he can get a batch of 5 out somehow, that would be...
the resource for 2 more. He's going to need the villages again. Okay, so he can make 3 cours.
Okay, this is the French. This is the last stand. They need to arrive right now, though. I don't think they are. They'd have to travel here as well. But this is the last fight here. Lots of Cossacks. They're going to be going in. They got a nice straight onto the skirmishers. Skirmishers walking around. Oh, and they're in hand combat. They've not really got anything useful to shoot at. There's not really very many musketeers here. But either way, they're going down quite quickly. And the villagers in the back, they are adding some little bit of extra damage. It'd be nice for them to be, I suppose, soaking damage, keeping the skirmishers alive. If you sort of switch their positions, that would have been better.
But Blackstar's nice.
But they're going to go down quite quickly to hand damage. And those Cuirassiers are expensive. They are strong, but they're not going to make the difference here. And I think that's going to be GG. LordRaphael has resigned. And Blackstar takes the lead in this series. He did lose the very first game. And we thought maybe that'll be a bit of a blow. That does affect your confidence. It does, you know, that first game gives you a lot of momentum for whoever wins it, psychologically speaking. But now Blackstar pulling ahead of LordRaphael in this series.
Yeah, this was quite a straightforward game. Russia rushing, as they should, in most cases. You can see here in the army count that Raphael did a really good job with the micro there, tanking a lot. Like, the villagers were tanking a lot, that's why you have all these big drops from Russia. Of course, Russia units are weaker as well, but yeah, he did good in the fights, but like, at what cost? He lost a lot of villages, he had a lot of idle time, not gathering as much.
French is one of the few civs that can do that, right? You can just keep hanging in there, but because the villages are quite flexible, you can use them for defense and they're quite tanky. But eventually, the economy always gets you, and it looks like Russia does win this round. But I think what LordRaphael is doing here by extending the game, I think it's really interesting. Maybe he did think that there was not much of a chance, but it is, you know, the grand finals of a cash prize tournament. You want to do everything you can to just make sure there's no reason to resign until you absolutely have to, especially in a tournament like this. But by extending the sort of length of the game, Blackstar was commenting earlier that, you know, he hasn't played Age of Empires 3 for like 3 hours or 4 hours or however long this tournament will take to finish. he hasn't sat down and played that much Age of Empires 3 all in one go for a long time. So by extending this, maybe LordRaphael is draining Blackstar of his energy, and perhaps that will give him more of an advantage in the future games.
Yes, it's a valid point. I mean, you can still drag it on and run around a little bit. I mean, you don't have to overdo it, but I think it's definitely a valid thing. And like, yeah, we have been casting for what now? Like 3 hours almost. Like I'm already getting tired. And imagine they're playing with like I don't know what 8 p.m. But it's gonna be really tiring to play so many games in a row for sure.
Yeah, but it is the finals. It has to be tiring. That's how this goes. But at least I'm feeling better now. I'm starting to get a bit better. Ladies and gentlemen, this tournament is being brought to you by ESO-Community.net. Do go and check out our site. We host seasonal cash prize tournaments. Our next tournament, as announced earlier, will be a War Chiefs tournament. It'll be $200. It'll be sort of the transitional tournament between the big $15 cash prize ones that we have. So I'm looking forward to that. It's got some sort of unique themed rules around the War Chiefs, and I think it'll be good to put them in the spotlight. I'm really, really looking forward to how that is going to turn out, and I will be looking forward to casting it as well. My name has been Interjection. If somebody could put a link to my channel in the chat, that would be great. And I'm casting alongside Veni Vici. He also has a YouTube channel. Hello, Veni.
Hello again. Yes. I think we're going to just stick to Veni. That's going to be the easiest thing.
Yeah.
But yes, it's been a while that we've casted together, and now we do it again. We got another very nice series, and it's going really nicely today. So, yeah, good to be there again.
Yeah, I'm pleased. I'm pleased this is working out the way it does. And this is interesting. These two players in particular, right? LordRaphael and Blackstar OP have both won previous tournaments and have both defeated H2O in doing so. And I don't know why that's relevant, but it is interesting, I think. H2O is certainly a good player, and these two as well. So it's nice to see the trifecta here. We now got these two playing against each other. And perhaps it'll tell us who's better. I don't know. You did mention earlier that it's more of a snapshot at the time, given how much you've been practicing, and But I still think this is. I'm pleased to be here, and I'm pleased these two are creating such an awesome series for us to watch.
Yeah. One last thing, by the way, about the previous game, the fact that this map has not the best hunts, the most hunts, and that there's no TP, that's really a disadvantage for France. So if it would be another map with a TP and a little bit closer hunts, that would have been a tougher game to play for Blackstar. I think the map was just favored Russia a little bit here.
All right. Well, I think this is game number 6.
Yeah, we're going into game number 6. Yeah.
So the reset has taken place. So for those that don't know, throughout this tournament, when you play a civilization, you can no longer play that in future games in that series. And then, yes, so you have to think carefully about the maps coming up, what civilizations your opponent still has remaining, what civilizations your opponent is good at playing or likely to play. There's a lot of sort of behind-the-scenes interestingness there with regards to civilization picks, and I think it is something we should try and highlight and bring out. But right now, it is the reset. I think that might have happened already. So now, halfway through the series, the civilization restrictions are lifted, and you can play any civilization you like. So that comes back into play, and we shall see. So I just want to mention that the thing has been lifted. What is it called? Civ reset has done.
Yeah, good that you mentioned it. I think, yeah.
So what do you expect to see with this now bit? When did it come in? Was it last game or was it this game?
Wait, say again?
When did the reset happen?
Well, after the 5th game, so no. This is the 6th
Okay,
game.
so right now. Okay, so what bearing does that have? The next map is Gran Chaco, which honestly I've never seen played on before. I might have actually I can't remember which map it is, but maybe I will recognize it once we get in there. Can you tell us about it and what civilizations you think are likely to come of this? Also, I'm going to get some water. Sorry for dropping in there. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay. So we are going to play on Herald Island. Oh yeah, that map has quite a lot of resource actually. It has a big center, no water, or actually maybe like a little bit of water, but not really an option to fish or something. So a big island. There's TPs, so German autos, I think very good on that map. We've seen some games with that before as well. Of course, everyone can play the civilization that they want again because there has been a civ reset, which means that after 5 games, in this case because of the best of 9, after basically half the possible games, the civ reset takes place, so you can choose any civilization again. Raphael hasn't locked in Germany yet, I believe. No. He wants to quickly go through the map order and decide if he's going to stick to German. But yeah, German is really good choice here. 3 TPs available, like one on your side, one on the opponent's side, and one in the middle, which you can take. So it looks like he is gonna lock German.
Yes.
Okay, so now it's up to Blackstar what he will pick. He might go for a mirror actually, or maybe we will see some Ottomans here. Could also work. There are 2 mines in your base, and there's one mine, a third mine, a little bit on the side, not that far away. So it's quite a good map for German, I'd say. Enough resources. It's not like Ottoman can immediately idle you here on this map.
I have returned.
But yeah, okay. Little East has locked, so locked is locked. Get on. I'm gonna get a drink as well, man. Be sitting here. I think.
All right.
Be right back.
Vinny has gone.
Yes.
I shall. Apparently, his is he too loud or too low? Please sort your mic volume. That's not very helpful. I think he's a bit low, actually. I'll let him know when he gets back. Welcome back. Yeah, he is a bit low. We'll have to put that up. Okay, cool. Ottoman versus German.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Looks like we have landed on Ottoman versus German. I think you need to put your mic volume up. I think that's what they're saying.
How long was that ago? Because I did. My microphone is on max, but I lowered you a little bit.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll do then.
I'm not sure how long ago that was.
When did you do that?
Like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, that'll be all right then. Yeah, they've got like a 2-minute delay, haven't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's comment based on like last game or in between chats.
Someone says, Interjection, commentary top class today. It has left me stunned, utterly stunned, though he says that a lot. Thank you, commentator Clutch. It certainly wasn't earlier. I was not feeling very well, but I think I'm feeling better now, and as a result, my commentary has improved accordingly, perhaps. Let's move on to game number 7. Game number 7. The score is... No, it is game number 6. The score is 3-2.
Yep. 3-2 for Blackstar. 6th game. Perhaps it is indeed going to all the way to a best of 9, 5 for either player. We'll see.
We shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 6 in this best of 9 series between LordRaphael and Blackstar OP for the grand finals of the Spring Championships 2017. My name is Interjection, casting alongside Venny. Yes, we'll call you Venny. That we agreed on that earlier. Herald Island is our next map. The civilization reset has happened. That means all of the civilizations the players were not allowed to play before because they already played them have been lifted, and we have landed on Ottoman versus Germany. This will be interesting on Herald Island. I've always thought Germany struggles versus Ottoman. I've always thought but perhaps Venny can enlighten us. Here we do have
You
LordRaphael
casters are so good. Thanks for your work.
Blue are playing is indeed Germany. 200 wood start, worth pointing out, and because of that, likely to see a trading post. Certainly, we'll see a trading post from Ottoman. And here he is in the south. I think the first thing we should talk about is, often I like to comment on the treasures that are nearby and sort of if there are livestock or what is it in age 1 that is important. But something I'd like to touch on is, how does this...
Out of sync.
Yeah, I'll restart my game.
Yeah, I'll do the same. We got now a donation, by the way, from Top Tommy, so thank you for that.
Yes, thank you very much. Save the discussion for when we get back in, because otherwise whoever edits this all together will... It's just annoying when you have to include loads of lobby time. I didn't record locally. Damn. Oh well.
Well, they still got these stream videos, so...
Yeah, they do. And to be honest, as I said earlier, it's probably better to have your perspective.
Yeah.
Yes.
You there?
Yep. All right, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 6 in this best of 9 series between Blackstar OP and LordRaphael for the grand finals of the 2017 Spring Championships. This tournament is brought to you by ESO-Community.net. Do go and check out our site. We are the largest Age of Empires 3 fan site and forum on the internet. If you want to keep up to date with the scene, that is the site to bookmark. Go and do so. Absolutely. This map is Herald Island, one created by the community, and actually all of our maps so far this tournament have been ESOC maps created by our map team, or various members in it, I should say. And I really like this map. It's really, really interesting. Particularly, it's really quite striking. I think it's because the elevation is high and the town center is like closer to the screen or something like that. It just looks very high definition for some reason, and that might be the contrast with the ground there. So aesthetically pleasing maps, but also much more interesting than the RE patch in terms of balance as well. So worth pointing out, I do like that. This time we do have a 100 wood start. Or yes, so whereas before we had 200 wood. So that will change things a little. It means Germany certainly will not be going for a trading post. Ottoman, though, I imagine still will. And as we can see, that Explorer heading straight out to the closest trading post that there is, going to get that foundation down ASAP and get that built. Yeah, absolutely. So that is happening. But before we, this is the second attempt at casting it. Sadly, we had an out of sync immediately at the very beginning of the last one. Venny, I was asking you, before we talk about treasures and stuff like that, and I suppose we have time because he's building a trading post, what is this matchup then? I've always thought that Germany struggles quite a lot with the Ottomans. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's not an easy matchup. I think you're very right with that. I haven't played it myself that much, I think, but we've seen in previous games that the Ottomans, of course, like to take the initiative here and go for pressure. Usually, it's going to be Janissaries with either mixed in with Hussars or with Abus guns. I actually believe that Abus guns are in fact the key to winning this matchup in the end. Might not be at the start, but in the end, of course, Hussars will be really good to tank and to snare units from German, but I believe that in the end, especially if German, like for example, if you started with Janissaries, which is a very likely thing because of the Uhlans and stuff, you will get countered by crossbows, and that's why you either need Huss or Abus guns. But if you make Huss early, then it's going to be how the German guy is going to micro with town center fire, doppelsalter, and stuff like that.
Bit of early conflict here in the trees, not over any treasure in particular, but they are popping shots at each other's. But what is around here? I think it started next to this 135 XP treasure.
Did one of them try to go for it? I missed that.
Sorry, I just got messages.
Did
on
one
Discord.
of them go
no,
for
I don't think. I don't think either of them did. I think they just started popping shots at each other, and the German explorer here just forcing an Ottoman guy all the way back. Is that the thing to do? I mean, there aren't very many big... there are treasures on this map that they could sort of be going for, but actually he's elected to just chase him around.
Yeah, I think that's still a good option. I mean, he can still... the map is not that big, so he can still go back like he's doing now and get treasures himself. Plus, of course, the Ottoman doesn't really want to lose his hero because he might want to go for another TP later on, so... that's why he probably doesn't want to take the risk and just goes back to his TC. And now Raphael is going to get 150 coin.
Yeah, what is the score again? Can you update that? It's 3-1 in favor of Black Star.
Yeah, for some reason it totally reset.
No, I think it's because we restarted the game, that would be why. Going for 150 gold next to this ancient ruin of sorts.
It's a ruin actually dedicated to the big fight in Musketeers between... two players earlier in the tournament. I forgot which. Wicked can tell you all about it in the chat.
Oh, was that sounds like a thing Wicked Cossack would say. For those that don't know, he is Tumulruch in the... For those that don't know, yes. Okay, so what treasures have we seen so far? He chased him around, but mostly just gold treasures. Black Star has picked up quite a number of smaller ones, and in total, well, actually, LordRaphael's got a couple of smaller ones as well. I think LordRaphael, clearly the winner of Age 1 there, had to push the Ottoman guy all the way back, and has managed to pick up a nice big beefy treasure, and is going to be getting a 90 coin treasure as well. So that's, I think, in terms of Age 1, definitely doing well for Ottoman. Lots of extra gold for him as well, which will be good. Ottoman, on the other hand, is going to have to surrender some of that gather time, some of that treasure collecting time to build this second trading post. And what I see down here, look at this, we have two very sneaky villages. Where are they going?
Yeah, on this map you really expect Ottomans to make a base like there or like there. So
Yeah.
Black Star want to change things up a little bit and want to make it in a very surprising location. I liked it.
Yeah, I
Although he
like
went a
that. I
little
like
bit
that
too
in
far.
tournaments. I think it works better in tournaments a lot of the time. I mean, the standard tried and true, there's good reasons for being in the middle of the map. It makes sense. You can get to all areas of the match more quickly. It's just lots of reasons you do that. But to change and spice things up, I think when they do work, it's in those surprise situations, such as a tournament. It's a good time to do it. So we'll see if this angle will be better. What do you is this good? I mean, it's quite a nice. There's quite a lot of hunts behind it, right? And there's a coin mine there too.
Two things. First of all, the surprise that you said. Secondly, it's going to be the protecting the third mine, which is something Germany is going to need later on. But it's mostly going to be a surprise because the fact that Raphael is not able to scout any base, as you see him now going in the middle of the map, means that he might even think that Black Star is going for a semi-FF or FF, which means he's going to change up his build.
That's the key thing, isn't it? Oh, that would be beautiful. Look, he's looking for it now. He's like, where's this barracks? I've got to try and find the damn thing. I doubt he'll go for the 80 XP treasure because he's looking for Iraqs, and he's going to go straight over there. Somehow, if he could ship 700 gold as well and weave that into the build in a meaningful way, oh, it would be so beautiful if he thought and identified that as a fast fortress or something. But he's going to give away his location here. These Janissaries coming out and the trading post is going to see him.
But the fact that he now runs into the trading post immediately shows that the Janissaries are there, so it's a rush, and it's coming from that angle, so now Raphael knows, which means that if Raphael's going to scout there with either an Ulan or, for example, Ulan's the raid or the hero, he can actually just counter this by making crossbow and then age up in the back of this, because it's two rakes gens, it's not Abus or Hussars being added. But Black Star actually might just want to go for the TP, because he made a second TP in transition, by the way, and so did Raphael as German, all pretty standard. But he also upgraded to Stagecoach, so he actually might just want to take out this TP and then make his third TP himself. He can have, of course, 3 Stagecoach TP, age up, and might perhaps... No, he's not going to age up. Anyway, he's going to add a stable. Surprised about the second Rex. I don't know.
Three. That's interesting. 3 Hussars coming in as his next shipment there, and that's going to help support the double Jans as well before any more cavalry can come out. It gives him a bit of extra sort of deal with the crossbows a bit better. Having those there does take out this trading post site, and we'll be adding one in, I assume, probably going to switch his other trading posts to wood so that he can get the capital needed to invest into... Wow, that was a really financial way of putting it, into a trading post.
Yeah, and by the way, we see that because Raphael wasn't really able to find any forward base, he shipped 700 coin first, thinking that if the other guy goes fast fortress, I probably should follow as well. And now actually he's gonna... Of course, he saw the Janissary, so that's why he shipped 700 wood. And now actually he's gonna still make units. He's not aging up, it looks like. He has a lot of resources stacked, but he's still making crossbows as well. He has 600 coins.
Does take out a house by the looks of it. Nicely done. Takes out the house. It's a good pickup there, and forces the villagers into the town center. So that's working out for him too. I wonder if we'll see some sort of pop here. Let's take a look at the units in queue. No military units for the blue player, so less likely to see a Minutemen pop on top of here. But toying around with those two Uhlans does pick one off. Nicely done. They do have low HP, so well done. More Janissaries joining the fray, and those gold mine villagers. Oh dear. If he loses one, that would be devastating. They're quite valuable. He might... No, he's going to get away. That should be okay. Yeah. But this is a good...
Yeah,
okay, Minutemen coming out. And this is the right time.
5
And
more
more
crossbows as
crossbowmen.
well, so he's still
Okay.
trading okay-ish, I would say, but his economy is a lot. 5 more hush, that's the SAR switch.
Okay, and just right on time as well. That couldn't have been better. Like straight on top of the crossbowmen as a batch of 5 pops out, and I imagine, yeah, there's crossbowmen in queue as well. GG already. That's it. GG. LordRaphael does resign. Blackstar OP pulls ahead. 2 games up now. The score is, what is the score?
4-2.
5-2.
4-2.
4-2, ladies and gentlemen. So really pulling ahead here. A nice, quick, decisive 7-minute 50 game here that sometimes happens. But yeah, just off the back of sort of a rush in here, and then with the cav switch, just arrived perfectly on time to really sort those crossbowmen out, put them in their place. They are dead meat, so to speak. That is, I don't even think Benny could summarize this game more quickly.
No, I think you're spot on there. I have to say I'm a little bit surprised though, because, like, yeah, he shipped 700 coin, as I said, probably in anticipation of not scouting any base, so thinking Blackstar would fast fortress. That's all fine. But then he shipped 700 wood because he saw the Janissaries. He knows there's something up. That means you have to scout what's up. He didn't scout, so he doesn't know. Anyway, when the Janissaries comes in, he is not queuing any more Uhlans or any doppels from the second Rex. He's basically having like 1,000 resources idle in the bank, not aging up, not making units. So yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised.
Can you talk about what Germany should have done differently?
Well, like I said, like either you should commit to the fast fortress nonetheless because you have all the resources, but I think it would be too risky. So I think he should have probably still just made units. He could have just made 5 doppels from his barracks and maybe even some more Uhlans. Like, it was a pretty close hold. Like, he would get another shipment very, very soon. It would be either 8 bows or 3 doppel soldiers. So if he made, let's say, 5 more doppels or a few more Uhlans from these buildings, he has 2 Rexes, so he could make bows and doppels at the same time. Mm-hmm. And then time it with, for example, any minute now, any 10, 20 seconds from now, there's another shipment coming out from his town center. Then he could really trade decently and still play a game from there. He still has 3 settler wagons available. He could still age up after, etc. So, yeah, I don't know. But
well, that's a game. Quick, decisive win, and Blackstar now pulling ahead, decisive lead in this series now. And LordRaphael will have to be playing catch-up going forward. But the interesting thing is that Germany and Ottomans are now disabled for the players that respectively played them. So we will head on out into the next game. Game number 6 is about to get underway. Ladies and gentlemen, this tournament is brought to you by ESO-Community.net. Do check out our forums, bookmark them, do whatever you can if you want to keep up with the Age of Empires 3 scene. I see lots of viewers today, 662, so nearly 700. I wonder if we can break that 700 or perhaps 800 mark. That'd be really nice. But I imagine there are lots of new viewers here too, so do go and check out the site, sign up to the forums if you want to stay in touch. We have a YouTube channel if you want to watch this in full or any of our previous tournaments. And if the moderators would be so kind as to link my YouTube channel as well. And Venny's, of course, if you want to see more from us. We do have an announcement coming up, though. And whilst I'm announcing it, Venny, would you like to show off the badges? I believe there is a useful image you can overlay now available, made by Ryan, thanks to him. Excellent. So the final announcement that I have, now I have to, oh, bugger, it's not on my sheet. Now I have to go find it. I was given a sheet. Ryan's so prepared for this. He's given me a sheet. He's told me what we're announcing, when we're going to announce it, some key talking points. Like, this man is on point. He is, he's good.
I think it's a little bit up on the same page. Although, yeah.
Well, I know what it is, but I want the talking points, man. I want them now. Okay, I found it. Yeah, here it is. Let me give him a read before I try and explain and botch it at the same time as reading.
Yeah. Okay. So
Anyway, let's get into the next game. You're showing off the badges, I presume?
yeah, I have the badge here in front of me. It's
What
just
do you think of them?
overlaid. Yeah, it's a good badge. It's a nice badge. Of course, it's always nice to have some additional icon near your name when you're browsing the forums and people reading your posts there. A lot of stars around it, clearly indicating that you have done like a major accomplishment here. And of course, this will be a badge for this tournament, but there will be other badges for previous tournaments as well. I think you will still get them like from before, and there will also be badges for the next tournaments.
Have you read these notes on what we're about to announce? Oh, that sounds so awesome. And I really hope that incentivizes people to really go for it. I didn't even know this was possible, but now that it is, my mind is exploding with ideas for that cards thing I was making. So, ladies and gentlemen, ESOC would like to announce that we will be having a specific ladder for ESOC games, but it will also function in a way that separates 1v1, 2v2s, 3v3s, treaty, supremacy, deathmatch, maybe even starvation if that's a game mode, or cards. Perhaps any scenario you want, I imagine, could be extended to be on these rates. But at the moment, it's just the main versions of supremacy and treaty and etc. And it will be a seasonal thing, like in all of your big top games nowadays. It won't be this silly rating that it won't be something that you can go into the ladders like here. Well, no one can see my screen, but I'm sure Venny can demonstrate where the ladders are. There's only 3. There's treaty, supremacy, deathmatch, but they don't change because obviously, you get to field marshal, you stay there, you don't play any more games. Or like it's fairly stagnant. But a seasonal one, that's going to be awesome. It's going to be like, oh, this season I won't bother, but then like when the season comes around to the reset, you'll see lots of fresh people wanting to go for it. I really love one of the biggest things I loved about Hearthstone and Chronicle and some other card games was that race at the start of the season to get on the ladder, to make your mark. And bringing that to Age of Empires 3 really, really excites me. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how those play out. Perhaps even I'll have a go at laddering. It's nice, like, because it's seasonal. You don't have to commit to, like, if something like now, people on the current ELO, they're sometimes worried about playing a game because you could lose loads of ELO points. But when it's sort of seasonal, I think that committal thing is less. And yeah, I think like it just means that at the start of every season there's going to be a lot of activity. So that's something I am a huge advocate for. I'm really, really glad that ladders are a thing. And yeah, I just want to, whoever developed that, I have a feeling, I don't know who it is. I don't want to say names in case I get it wrong, but mate, that is, I imagine like you have to pull data from, where is it published? I think like the game publishes data on an Age community site, and then like you'd have to pull that data and then do some stuff with it. I don't know, but this is really cool. What do you think, Benny?
Yeah, hold on just a second. I was just showing not the complete for image, so I will have to quickly bring up another image here about all the badges, because you can choose a badge, and I only showed one badge. So if you give me one second, I will show you.
Can you choose a badge? I thought they were different badges for different events or something like that. And they're all themed, which is nice. Maybe you can choose, I don't know. But something further to my point with the ladders, there's going to be apparently cash prizes. So further to my point about how exciting that I already think they are, details to that going to be announced in the future by the looks of it. But I am genuinely, this is something that the Age of Empires 3 needs, because it's so stagnant, these boring ladders, right? Like, it's a competitive RTS, and it just needs that burst of life that ladders really do give to games, in my opinion. Oh, that is my favorite announcement so far. Mind you, I think they put them in that order for a reason, but yes, that is brilliant. The winner does the oh, here we have a link. We have a link to the ladder. Holy crap. Let me stick that in.
So I got the badges up, by the way.
Have you just
different images? Anyway, here you can see there's 4 different images you can choose from. One with the X, the reference to the war chiefs. The second one is we'll come back to it. I think it's a medicine man or something. Anyway, the
Oh,
third one
God,
is a
look,
Croix de
I'm
Bois.
sorry to interrupt you. This ladder thing's fully functional already. You can already use it and switch between ESOC patch, treaty, official patch. You could do it on countries. Except Korea, South, Sweden, Belgium, Canada. They're the only countries apparently at the moment. You can switch it between 1v1, 2v2, 3v3. This is...
Oh, wow, that's really nice. That's really
that's
nice.
so cool. I'm gonna be.
Which also means, by the way, that hosting their own ELO, it means that we will have a very stable ELO again, because there have been some issues with the previous site. Pretty sure some people are aware of.
Yeah.
So
like
the fact
JP
that you now have a
Community...
really working ELO website with the different filter modes is actually awesome. Yes.
And it just makes sense, right? Like JP Community we use it for, well, we specifically use their ELO site. That's where when I go to JP Community, that's where I tend to end up. But they do have a whole fan site, right? They have a whole Japanese dedicated community. And like now it just makes sense for us to have an ELO ladder as well. Like stop sponging.
Yeah, this is awesome, man. Yeah, this is really nice. Really good job. Really nice development.
Yeah, well done, guys. So I think we can move back into the video game that we are playing, or commentating more specifically. Wow, okay. British versus Spain. What do you make of that on Bonnie Springs? Let's just green up. You can talk about it once we green up. How about that?
Yeah, I'll green up. all
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 6 in this best of 9 series between LordRaphael and Blackstar OP. Oh, failed to load.
Oh, by the way, it looks like you stimulated Blackstar. Him hearing about the ladder and some additional cash prizes.
Oh, what did he say?
I didn't read the comment because then the game started, but it was something about, let's say, an interesting, I said, reply.
Oh, is the chat supposed to decide? Can we get a straw poll?
About what? Decide.
The badges, they're all just coming up on stream. Let me...
And by the way, the donations from you guys, we should give a shout out every time we receive something, of course. They are the things that help to make this possible. The site has to get hosted. The tournaments need prize money, of course, to attract good players and to make it all very much more interesting. And all these new features, of course, will add also to not just, of course, more expensive hosting because of everything that has to be working in the background, but also, of course, there are so many people dedicating their time to make this work. All for free, I say it, on a voluntary basis.
Yes, we're actually, I believe our status is not-for-profit community ran fan site or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds about right.
Was I not supposed to make a straw poll? Oh, I was just...
I don't know, but anyway, it's...
Whoops, I'm sorry if I wasn't supposed to, but I don't know, I seized the opportunity. I saw them on screen, I just thought, right, let's do it. Yeah, and there we go. Blackstar saying it's motivational to play. Like, that's exactly it, right? Like, it gives people who are very good at the game just like motivation to play, but also people that don't play very often. Like, it's the start of a new season or something. I might as well sign in and play some games. And there's that. I don't know. A good comparison, I think, is when I did play Hearthstone, I tend to play more at the start of the ladder because the games are much easier. You tend to win more. But then once you get to your sort of position, once you get and start playing against people who are as good as you, or your win rate sort of comes down back to 50-50-ish, then like once you get there, you start playing less. And Age of Empires 3 is permanently always there. Everyone's already found their sort of where they are. So it's got that problem sort of indefinitely, so to speak. So I think ladders are just such an awesome way to revitalize so many things. But ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning game number 5. Please make sure you don't have the badges overlaid anymore because we are beginning the game. Excellent. And up. Oh dear, that's no good. We've.
And by the way,
Oh, the winner has to pick. Oh, I see. All right. Well, the winner can pick whatever he likes. I'd pick the least favorite option, so I'm going to go with option 2 if I was the winner because I want a badge that no one likes. I'm going to go against I want to be that sort of hipster. I liked it before it was cool.
There's some issue with the map again, but I'm not sure it's gonna be solved if we just rehost. I mean, there's been the issue twice, so we need another
version of it. Yes. Yeah. How do we go about this then? Should I go and delete something? I'm gonna go delete Bonnie Springs from my map pool.
Or we should play on 2.2a.
Oh, okay. So everything's fine.
Right. By the way, don't forget that, as you said, it's of course very stimulating, like more motivation to play actively because you can collect some more prizes, and of course the honor of being top ranked on an active ladder. But also it's going to provide more games for people because many people are going to be more active, more tournament games.
Yeah, and it'll be more games at all levels, I believe. It'll be more games between higher level players, be more games, especially between people that don't have such high elo. Like more people that don't play as often, I think will be more motivated to play under a sort of seasonal ladder. I think that's awesome. I really think that's great. It'd be nice, like what I would like, I think in a way, the fact that you can go to the game browser and host games is kind of spoils it in a way. I'm glad that you can, because once a community gets to a certain number of players, it's very useful to have that game browser. But I would like there to be sort of a separate elo or something like that in quick search only, so that you have sort of like, but this only works when you have lots of people using quick search. But I'd be really interested to see sort of a quick search only ladder. I think that has a lot of appeal to me.
But I don't think they can get the data, like split the data from quick search or normal 1v1.
Yeah, unless it's on ESOC patch, because then you could probably.
Oh yeah, perhaps. By the way, let's just go into the last game because they've waited a long time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 6 in this best of 9 series between LordRaphael and Blackstar. My Age of Empires 3 has closed. It stopped working.
Oh, we are loading. I will tell them in a minute.
Let's give it one more try. I think.
Yeah, but this is a different map.
Yes, I think I ought to have restarted my game though before though. I think we can use that different map one more time.
Bonnie Springs, yeah, there's all the buildings in the center. This can be interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, I told them, so we're gonna go out. As soon as Raphael is also loaded.
So we got Germany versus Romania is also the story of this.
Yeah.
Who you cheering for?
That's nice, actually. Who I'm cheering for. What do you think? Well, yeah, I like both of them, of course, but.
Yeah, of course. But you do play a lot of games with Roby. You guys seem to.
Yeah, Roby has been a mate for a very long time.
Good friends. Roby being Blackstar, for those that don't know. Well, I want to shake up the political landscape. I want to see LordRaphael then. I don't know. Blackstar's not been on the scene for a while, actually, in terms of tournaments, so it'll be interesting. I think the outcome of this tournament will be interesting. Okay, I'm joining now. I'd probably take
it.
No,
because Raphael won the last one, and before that he was in the finals ending second place, I think. I'm not sure. So, yeah.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Hopefully this time it will work, and actually we can get into this game. Yes, we are in Bonnie Springs UI 2.2. That was the problem. We were loading up the wrong version. but we are successfully in. Ladies and gentlemen, this tournament is brought to you by ESO-Community.net. This is game number 6 in a best-of-9 series between Blackstar OP and LordRaphael for the Grand Finals of the Spring Championships 2017. This map is Bonnie Springs. All of the maps we have seen today are indeed maps made by our map team over on ESO-Community.net. So do bookmark the site if you want to see all the new things we keep making for the game, such as the War Chiefs tournament, the new revamped forums, and finally this awesome ladder system that is fully functional right now. So if moderators would like to put a link to it, that would be awesome, because that thing is awesome. And I've said the word awesome quite a lot there. But we'll begin this.
It is awesome.
It is awesome. Yes, I suppose so. And thankfully, just as I finished saying awesome, the game started. Isn't that awesome? So we got time to announce everything in an awesome way. Here we have, in the north of the map, in the color red, playing as indeed the Spanish Blackstar OP, hurting his animals in the wrong direction. That's got to be so frustrating. Not the biggest deal, but certainly something that will make him angry, I would imagine. But hopefully he's okay, can stay calm and collected, and get onto this map. So the key feature of this map is the buildings in the middle, I suppose, from an aesthetic point of view, at least. I guess on a functional level, you can siege the buildings and collect the XP the kill XP and that. But like actually, what we're looking for in Age 1, there is no livestock, so really it's treasures. And at the moment, let's take a look at what treasures they have. LordRaphael currently, well, here he is in the south of the map in the color blue, playing as the British, elected to build a market by the looks of it, and with his starting wood crates, and is now going for a 60 wood treasure here as well. Nicely done. Oh God, did you see that, Benny? He was so close to killing that cougar, and it was nicely crept, and then it sort of reset its hit points. But it's fine. He's still going to be able to get this in a relatively quick way without taking too much damage. 60 was going to be really nice. British always like that, of course, for the manor houses and what have you. So let's take a look around the treasures. 70 XP, 60 wood that he just got. It's mostly just fairly small treasures, and that's going to be, that I feel like that favors Spain. Well, treasures generally favor Spain. They have a war dog, don't they? So that's interesting to look at. We'll have to look out for that. And as a result, he probably will come ahead in Age 1. But yeah, 75 wood over here, so he's going to be making up wood treasure gains as well.
Yeah, and well, as you said, Blackstar made a little mistake there with the herding, far walking and 2 villages outside. LordRaphael actually has really perfect herding here, very close to his town center, and no less walking time. By the way, who was picking first here? Because Blackstar chose Spain, which is quite interesting on this map, and in general, actually. To be honest.
Yes, I want.
Who was?
Well, yeah, Spain does have access to that ATP stuff, and there are trading posts available here. It would be better for him if they were all on the same route as opposed to two different ones that are upgraded separately. I do wonder who picked first. We could probably work it out because it alternates. But,
oh wait, last time was Germany. So Germany first, and then he took Otto. So actually, Blackstar chose Spain first. Okay. Anyway.
Okay. And LordRaphael picked British into Spain. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's
okay. Maybe we can talk about that during the transition to the next stage. 60
Raphael
what did you want to talk about?
Another small donation I see from Sweet Magic, I believe.
Sweet Magic, Zuta will be happy. Can we get that Sway Magic in the chat, please? And perhaps a Paparax Baby Rage in tribute to Zuta. Thank you very much for the donation. Of course, all the money does go to future tournaments and hosting the site and all of these things. But both players now, Vinny, are aging up to the next age.
Yeah, the Age 1 has been actually quite equal. I mean, both have about the same treasures in food and wood, so no big differences there. I'm really curious to see what Spanish is going to do here, Spain. Because, like, you can go for the standard FF thing, of course. Or you can go for, like, he hasn't shipped ATP. It might still come with, what is his card deck? No, he doesn't have it in his deck, so he's not going for ATP. He will just go for 1 TP, looking at the amount of villages he has on wood.
Yeah.
But after that, I don't know yet actually what he's going to do. If he goes, no rush actually, because there's no forward villagers. So maybe just like standard FF.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this is interesting, right? Because it's British picked into Spain, but from my experience playing Spain, which is the civ I did play the most, they on vanilla at least, the Spanish fast fortress was quite good against British. Obviously on the Asian dynasties, Spain isn't quite as good, but this isn't the Asian dynasties, this is ESOC patch. So we do have some adjustments to the shipments here, namely the Lancer shipment going from 4 to 5, and the Rodellero shipments being increased by 1 as well. So
Yeah,
that's
that
only
matters a
2.
lot.
This is going to impact big time on the effectiveness of that fast fortress, which is so dependent on those. I wonder if that is what he will do. He's built that trading post during transition, and so far everything is on point for a fast fortress. He's collecting up he's got the gold he needs, 700 gold on the way, I would imagine. But interestingly, there's an outpost. It's being built very, very far down here. This to me does suggest that he fully intends to go fast fortress, and he's going to use this outpost as a forward spawn point. And these villagers are down here to build a barracks next to it that he'll train musketeers for during transition, I would imagine, before getting to the next stage and then training skirmishes.
Yeah, precisely. That's it, what he's going to do. And it's also nice that he put the tower there, because it's going to kind of cut off LordRaphael from his second hunt over there.
Yeah.
And that means that the other hunt would be either like somewhere here or maybe somewhere in the center of the map. So after this is of course going to be the main pressure point. But it's not going to be easy for LordRaphael to keep messing. Like, British needs the resources, and if they can't really boom and get their eco going, they're not that good as they could have been otherwise. And of course, that's the task for Spain: keep the pressure, get it coming fast, and limit the eco of the British. But look at this! Actually, we have a Rex on the side from Raphael.
Oh, okay. This is well, the positioning is I have nothing to comment on it. It seems rather odd. It's not in the center of the map or in his base or somewhere like that. But either way, 5 musketeers come out, quickly dispatch that native guy, and that explorer very low on health. His name is Venny. It's you. Oh dear, you're nearly dead. This is no good. But coming in, and this is going to be the musketeer's presence here is actually going to be quite effective. You died. Well, you're still here, so that's fine. But yeah, villagers now going into the town center, and this is what these musketeers are going to do. Their presence is quite effective because there is no supporting units in the area to sort of defend them. He's going to be able to take out these houses quite nicely, especially this one that's just out of town center range by the looks of it. And in response to that, I see town centers going up over here, which is interesting. A lot of the time you do build them perhaps in the back of the base, but maybe he won't find them at all.
Yeah,
and
I think
that's...
Yeah, it's precisely. I mean, if you build them near a town center, they can still be sieged by musks, and in this case, they won't be found. And he really needs the pop. He can't afford to lose another house. But it's interesting because what Raphael does actually just reminds me of the old saying, like, a good defense. Oh wait, offense is better than a defense.
Hi.
Good old Napoleon, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what he's doing. Like,
that's exactly it, yeah.
He just wants to pressure to make sure that, look at this, the pikemen are going to be shipped at home, not at his tower. This is all going to delay the push from Black Star. So
yeah,
that's
just in time. They shipped. Do you think that was intentional, shipping the pikemen there
well, I think
to
he's
deal with
going
the
for
musketeers,
the
or was he?
Yeah.
I see. Yes, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, he's looking for that. Black Star OP up to the Fortress Age. Nice time. 7 minutes and 8 seconds or something like that. You're aiming 7:30 as sort of the well, that's sort of what you're aiming for. So 20 seconds early, nicely done. And here we go. 4 goes up to the next stage with the 4 cavalry. There they are, scattering the villages, now being chased around by musketeers.
Yeah, and because the Rexes are out so far, as you see here, the pikemen can easily take the Rexes down, preventing any more military production, because if every musketeer is going to come back to defend the Rexes, the pikemen will just retreat temporarily, and then Black Star can use his hussar and soon the cannons and other stuff to pressure the main base of Raphael.
Yeah, cavalry do get attacked there. By the looks of it, they're being chased by wolves. By the coyotes, I suppose. Yeah, going to take out that barracks with his pikemen there, and the cavalry coming up. Unable to defend the barracks. Is he going to take them both out? That would be awful. Catastrophic. Especially since he has so many musks. And, they could easily defend it.
Hi, Venny. Hi, Interjection. It's the time
no,
again.
Take it out, but that
the
is a
time
shame
where you remember to update the
score. Is he just going to go for it? He's going to leave the siege units there?
Yeah, he is. It looks like he's... I think it's worth it, actually, to kill the Rex, because there's no production. By the way, quick shout out here to Song Young Duk or something. Anyway, for that I have to update the score, and for a donation, of course. I forgot to... the score was actually updated, but we had to restart
reminding you to update the score. That's wonderful.
It's score 2,
these
right?
cavalry are walking into the... maybe that's actually that's entirely intentional. He wants to snare those musks there, give them time for the skirmishes to get some damage in. And lancers, even though they are cavalry and take damage from the musketeers, they are very, very effective against the infantry. Villagers getting involved now. He needs to be careful because they don't really really do very much damage to villagers.
Yeah, but he's nicely using the villagers to block the Lancer, because Lancer do so much damage to Musketeers, so it's better to tank with the village. So good job there.
Reinforcing cavalry here. The skirmish is going to be a bit sad about that, and there's not really anything to protect them here. A couple of Musketeers, but they're essentially gone now. And this is, I think, he might have lost a few villagers there, but remember, Spain has lots of... He'll bounce back quite quickly. 5 Hussars joining the fray, or will be soon. And he does have his economy as well, going to be creating villages. But lots of XP coming in. Ooh, 2 pikemen. Is it worth it? I guess like Blue doesn't realize there's 5 Hussars joining the fight there. He could anticipate it, but based on those numbers.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, you're totally right. It's really hard. Like the fact that Black Star went in again kind of signals to you that there's something more on the way. But then again, like Raphael also has another batch on the way.
Yep.
And he has the villages close by, so...
These villages are actually proving to be quite important. I think the difficult part is holding this Spanish fast fortress, right? It's the pressure mounts fast and quickly, but once it's over, you're sort of in a good spot. Once the shipments start to dwindle out, you're okay. So I think these villages being here is actually quite good for him. It's enabling him to get past that danger phase into the rest of the game where he'll be all right.
Yeah, and actually both of these villages were gathering there, and like 1 second ago, both of them decided, okay, it's time to go back.
Update score.
We updated the score, Mr. High, but thanks for your donation. Anyway, what's interesting is that even though Raphael lost his Rexes and went all the way to the right side of the map, it is now Blackstar who is actually running from the left all the way to the right with every new reinforcement. But we have Hussars chasing Hussars. It looks like Blackstar has the advantage with the more Musketeers.
Ooh, yes, and those Musketeers getting in there nicely.
There. But then again, it was a trap after all, because there's more Musketeers
reinforcing Musketeers. Yeah, so everything's all right here. This is fairly even fights in the grand scheme of things, I would say.
Yeah, but even fights means it's better for British with the better eco.
This is true. Yes. Absolutely. Well, let's take a look then. What does Spain need to accomplish? Actually, he's coming out on top here. There's only 2 left, and now he's got. What am I talking about? Blue is fine, right? He's got cavalry here. He's dealt with that. The red ones, and his villagers are not under threat. So yes, it's going well. What does Spain have then? He's currently got a few more musketeers. He's creating musketeers, which I find interesting, given that they're not veteran and skirmishers are. I suppose he needs anti-cavalry, but surely the shipments can deal with that adequately.
Yeah, I mean, Blackstar still, he shipped only 4 Lancers, so he still has, oh, sorry, and 5 Hus. So, oh wait, and 4 Hus. Didn't update. Okay, I was about to say
he still has... Go on.
Yeah, but he doesn't have much like, you don't have skirmishers, you have falconets, of course, but Raphael's making so many cannons that falconets is probably not the ideal choice yet, until you have enough musketeers to defend them.
That's true, and it's just or an adequate size sort of anti-cavalry.
This is going to be tough. This is probably going to be.
He needs a shipment right now, and it has to be sort of Rodeleros or something like that. He needs them to move very quickly. Come on, they have to.
You can't lose all his musk here. This is huge. This is probably deciding.
He's trying to pull them. 2 falconets do arrive, but the wrong place. Maybe it's the right place though, because they would just die. So I don't know what to make of that. I think he needed them in the fight, really.
Yeah, but I think he wanted to save them, and that's why he shipped them at his TC, which also might explain why he was not paying attention to his musk for a little bit. But yeah, good job by Raphael, just going forward, snaring the musk, and if they're going in hand combat, he goes back, saving his Hussar. 6 longbow even joining.
Trying to escape now. He doesn't seem too happy about that. Yeah, the story of this game, it's been very hard to make cannons effective because he took out that. Oh, the falconets are coming. 2 muskers.
2 muskers enough,
okay,
I think. He doesn't want to go in.
This position now.
If the tower is still focused on the Hussar, but the Hussar is going to run around the musketeers.
So naked. They're so naked. I feel so bad. Where are they going? Okay, they're gonna. Okay, they are very low HP, but either way, there's melee damage coming in from those musks as well. And I think that might spell GG. Spain needed to do damage with this fast early pressure, and by the looks of it, British has dealt with it more than adequately and has the economy going forward. That is GG, and I think it was quite difficult for Blackstar to get cannons out this game. We saw earlier he got those 8 pikes. Usually you'll train a few musketeers during transition and combine them with those 8 pikes that he shipped in the colonial as 8 pikemen. He used them to siege down the racks and lost quite a few of them, and because of that it was difficult to mass up any sort of meaningful number of anti-cavalry, and as a result of that was sort of fell into training musks, which is a bit of a trap.
Great work.
Going up to the
Great
fortress age, you want to make
series.
use of those more powerful units, but that is my summary of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, this tournament is brought to you by ESO-Community.net. The score is now, I believe, we're 3 points up now, isn't it? So it was no, we're not.
4 for Blackstar, 3 for Raphael.
Yeah, it's actually evening up then. So this has proven to be a really good series, despite this short game here in the previous short game. But the score is 4-3 in Blackstar OP's favor. LordRaphael closing the gap. He was 2 points behind and now closing that, getting back into this. And I think he'll be very pleased with the way he played. Very well executed British there.
Yeah. By the way, we got a donation from I Am Soldier, a big donation, I believe. So thanks a lot for that.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, I think it was really nice for Blackstar to push on with the pikemen and kill the Rex. I think that Raphael did a really good job with putting the vills. Like, it was a really close fight. Like, it doesn't seem that way, but the fact that he pulled his villagers to tank first the lancers made all the difference. Otherwise, he would have lost like 5-6 musk there. And with such small numbers early on, it's going to be like such a big difference that it might have steamrolled from there and he might have lost the game. So it was a really critical but good decision by him. And then afterwards, like, perhaps Blackstar was too focused on pressuring the eco on the right side that he just... I think he should have probably like tried to idle the villages nearest TC a little bit more. Maybe near the gold mine, maybe near the little bit of food that was up the left front. Or at least merge together and not send units 5x5 all the way across the map. Because as you said, Spanish needs momentum, needs the early pressure. And if you're then going to send units 5x5, you give the British a lot of time as well. So... I'm not sure if that was the best way to go about this game. But really close one. Good micro, actually, as well, by Raphael.
Yeah.
By both, actually. But
I enjoyed that one.
There. Yeah.
I really did enjoy that one. It was quite short, but I love Spain being played. I don't know what it is. I think it's just a nostalgia thing. My first Civ I learned sort of to play on a competitive level was Spain. I was really enjoying that. And well played to Raphael. Dealt with that nicely. Let's move out into the next game. I'm really pleased. Like, the score is shaping up so well. I thought Blackstar was winning. Well, he still is winning. He's a point ahead of his opponent. But, like, he was really winning with that 2-point lead. And now that's being closing the gap. I thought, sometimes your opponent will break away 2 points or something like that. And then that really hits the psychology. You lose a lot of momentum and a lot of sort of motivation and you just, start making mistakes more. But no, LordRaphael, I think he should be very pleased with that performance and going into the next game should be confident.
Yeah, and one more thing I want to add is that after the initial push from Spain, that's why Blackstar GG'd relatively quickly, you might say, between brackets, because at that point it's just that the British eco is too much and the villagers can tank as well, and you lost your cannons, you don't have skirmish shipment or something. He doesn't have a stable up because he went kind of all-inish there, so he doesn't really have the infrastructure and the eco to make like something big happen there. So it was just over at that point.
It was. Let's get into the next game, and maybe I can donate as well.
But that's also why I was a little bit surprised that Blackstar went for Spain, to be honest. But yeah. Anyway, it's 4-3. That means we're going into our 8th map, which is going to be Manchuria. So maybe we will get to a 5-4 for either player. I hope we're going to see 2 more games. Perhaps 1, perhaps 2. Blackstar is on match point, of course. And now, now Raphael has to pick first.
Oh, holy shit. Yeah, he is on match point. It being, it's 1st to 5, isn't it? I didn't even realize that going into this game.
By the way,
so at any moment, Blackstar could just take that grand of dollars and win. But no, LordRaphael hanging in here, didn't concede that game, actually won it convincingly. And we could see, if he can bring it up to 4-4, man. If we have mate, I think it's you and me, Vinny. We're just, whenever we commentate something, it gets sprinkled with magic dust or something, and we have like a 4-4 grand finalist.
Yeah.
Well, at least I hope so. We haven't got there yet, have we?
I think, yeah, indeed. And a lot of viewers as well, by the way. 680 I saw that just a second ago.
Yeah.
So nice that everyone's tuning in and listening to us casting and bringing you these good games here.
I'm going to donate £25. Let's do that. Sadly, that's not very many dollars anymore, but oh well.
Yeah, your pound has well, it will be okay later on.
Yeah. No, I'm overall I think it's fine. The let's not go into politics right now. This is not professional. Is it? Locked. Okay, what is he locking? He's locking in French by the looks of it. So okay. So here, for those that are tuning in are unsure, this score is 4-3. If Blackstar wins, he wins the tournament and takes his grand prize. At the moment, LordRaphael has to pick his civilization first. They've been alternating every game since the very first one. And LordRaphael has picked French. He has locked it in, he says. He's confirmed that. He cannot change this civilization anymore. And Blackstar OP now gets to pick a civilization in response. However, there are civilizations he cannot play, such as Spain, which he played last game, and all of the other civilizations he's played in previous matches.
Oh, wait a second. It was a reset, so he can play the others again. Just no Spain.
Yes, forward of the reset, so just no Spain. Okay, so just no Spain, actually. So he can play any. He's got pretty diverse pool of civs to pick from, and he has to pick a civ that he hasn't played yet, that is good against France, that is good on Manchuria, and of course you have to take into each player's personal sort of skills and how good they are with certain civilizations as well. So has elected to go with the India on Manchuria. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I like this a lot. I expected this already because, first of all, India is a very good civ. Secondly, it's one of the civs that Blackstar can really play really good.
Thank you guys so much for the tourney promotion,
by the way,
hosting of Age3. The best game ever. Love
Thank you for your
callback.
donation. But yeah, and also it's good on this map because of the cows and because it's a little bit short, so Agrafort will control a lot of the map. And I think that there is also a little bit of Blackstar which wants revenge for his previous India loss. So perhaps he can close it out with this, with India here. And also I think, yeah, it's a pretty even matchup versus France. Okay, Raphael is going to the toilet. Things are gonna get heated up here, so he might be nervous. I have to make sure that everything is perfectly fine before he plays his perhaps last game.
He's God, I would be nervous. That's why I don't blame him if he needs to go and pre nerves bathroom stop. This is a big tournament, right? And I think a lot of people, even though perhaps it's not the best comparison, a lot of people will go, oh, hold on a moment. These are both tournament winners. They both played against H2O in their grand finals, and now they're playing each other. Who is going to win? Who is the better player? I think there's a lot of pride on the line. I think people will be making that comparison. And I think not only is there that awesome badge that he might not get, there's also that cash prize and that pride, as I'm saying.
Yeah, and indeed, yeah, the honor of winning a tournament and being a champion. We have like a few of these major ESOC events throughout the year, sometimes a few smaller events. But yeah, getting the title of an ESOC championship, that's not something easy to do. You have to knock out a lot of good players. I mean, we had people like Maido previously, Kaiser Klein, Knuscherberg, Stanley Winston, King of Osmane.
Yeah.
Who do we have? The whole
Can you talk about, with
Prince
regards
Kabul,
to the
course,
brackets,
Eric?
can you talk about who these players had to get through to get here?
Are you ready?
Or perhaps we'll save that for...
We'll save that in a little bit.
Yes. All right, let's get this underway. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 8. Yes, game number 8 in a best of 9 series.
And we get a donation from Interjection.
Pog shops in the chat.
There we go.
I'm surprised it came through so quickly. Can we get some Pog champs in the chats, lads? I thought there was a 2-minute delay on that. That's why I sent it then. I was interrupting my own.
Another donation, by the way, for from Brexit.
How many dollars did it say?
$2.
$2
for Brexit.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you mean yours was 31 something?
Oh, was it? Okay. I was going to say if Brexit truly would be a disaster if I donated £25 and they ended up with $2.
Yeah. Okay, so it is 4 for Blackstar, 3 for LordRaphael. Blackstar is on match point, and we're playing on Manchuria.
Ladies and gentlemen, match point. This tournament is brought to you by ESO-Community.net. Do go and sign up to our site, bookmark our forums if you want to keep up to date with the scene. I see a lot of viewers here. Perhaps some of you are new and aren't familiar with all of the things that we are doing, all the shiny new things such as badges that we are creating, the new ladder system. But let's get into this game here. This map is got lots of livestock on it. It is Manchuria, the Gaia beloved. One of my favorite maps, one of the best looking maps, I think. And both players will be looking to secure some of that livestock. That is important. India has 2 scouts and he wants the livestock, of course, not to eat them. We all know that. He wants them for the XP. However, the French will be eating them, but with only one scout is going to find fewer of them. I think that's an important theme to look out for, is how many livestock. There's also this 90 wood treasure, and there's also going to be another few big treasures sort of in the center of the map. That's how this one works. Here we have 80 XP directly in the middle, and then below that, 30 XP, not so big. But there are treasures around here, and certainly this 85 wood treasure is one to keep an eye on. They're both in the region, and they'll both be wanting that.
Yeah, I want to quickly point out that it seems that both of these players have done their homework about this map. Of course, this map has been out for a little bit longer already. Because as you see that Raphael went from like that way with his hero and then to this side with his scout. That's exactly the way you should take to get the most scouts. And Blackstar basically did the same. And in fact, you see that LordRaphael went even this far to this top because he knows that in that line, so like there and a little bit lower, there are the 90 wood treasures. So he actually scouted both of the treasures. Blackstar gets 60 food. That's a nice pickup, of course, while LordRaphael gets the cow. Of course, LordRaphael can use the cow for food. Blackstar, being India, can use the cow for XP. But the fact that he has scouted both the wood treasures means that he only has to wait until Blackstar goes for one, probably this one, and then come in and either steal it or at least damage the heroes a lot.
Yep, going in now. They're all sort of closing in on this treasure. 85 wood. Do you think he'll go for it?
I think Blackstar will go for the top one. He's just scouting with the bottom elephant to see what Raphael's doing.
He's made a move on the 90 wood treasure. He's crack shotted it, and now he's going to try and get away from that line to creep it. Oh, and didn't miss the tiger. So sadly, maybe he's just deliberately keeping it alive, because if he starts going for it, Red is in the area and can get that. But yes, like say, he wants to get that crack shot recharging, and that is now doing so.
Well, he knows that the other guy is not like he's in Euro Civilization, so he can't take it straight away. So he can still just park around the treasure and wait for his crack shot to heal up again. Yes, exactly. Because why would you take the risk? But now look at this. I think Blackstar's gonna go for the top treasure, thinking that Raphael went away, but Raphael didn't run away. Although he's now not paying attention. Oh yeah, now he is. Now he's turning around.
I think he went to go pick up that 30 coin, but now he's looking in his line of sight, and he can see that those guardians are being attacked, because he can see that in the line of sight there. Will he get there in time, though, is the question. I think so. He's going to go in. Those lions are cut. He's got one elephant down to the last. I'm going to zoom in on this to see who gets it. That lion's still almost dead now. 1/8 of its HP left. Almost dead. Takes the last shot. I think Red went in there first. Yeah. And yes, Blackstar OP does pick up the treasure he is rightfully entitled to. But that was well worth trying from LordRaphael, though. He's not to go without any wood treasures, though, because he does have his crack shot probably almost fully recharged now, and is going to go down there and claim that 90 wood. But if he had gotten both, he would be very, very pleased with himself, especially given that he knows he cannot lose this game. If he loses, Blackstar does take the victory of the whole series here. We're on match point. Agrafort going down, center map, Venny. There it is.
Yeah. I was thinking, like, what's Blackstar gonna do? There's a few options. I believe he also tried the Carnimata thing once, like the eco in the back, and then just responding to what French does. But anyway, that's not for this game. He's going for the Agrafort. So the question is it going to be a standard Agrafort pressure, or is he going for his? I think he invented the style, the Consulate Rush, which means that there you have it. A Consulate next to the Agrafort for redcoats, British HP boost, and Sepoy. Basically, a lot of units quite early, not the fastest, but a little bit later, but stronger timing, to basically idle the French a lot and deal with hussars and any few units that he has.
Yeah, I want to say we'll move back to your point about the Agrafort, and now we are going. They almost are aged up, but I think blue, LordRaphael decisively won that age 1 there. Look, 8 yaks compared to his opponent's 3, and I was expecting India with the extra scouts to find
good
more.
Point.
Yeah, and would have found and almost picked up two wood treasures. He didn't quite, so instead of a huge win, it was just an ordinary win, I suppose, in age 1. But blue is now up to the colonial age. 400 wood on the floor. He'll be gathering that up to put down. We'll have to see. Possibly a barracks and a stable, the Samwise build, or maybe we'll see something different. I anticipate one of each building, though, and we'll see what his first shipment is as well. That's usually very telling. But Venny, we're about to see him hit up to the next stage. What's he going up with?
Yeah, I think the Samwise build can't work versus this. You need a Rex, as he's starting with, because you just need to get your infantry, and you're probably going to need your 8 bow shipment as well. So either it's going to be 1 Rex or 2 Rexes, but you don't need stable right away. Because the thing is that he can, of course, switch to Gurkha later on, but early on it's going to be Sepoy, and a lot of musketeers from the consulate. And he is, of course, he scouted it perfectly. So I'm curious to see, will he go for, let's say, 700 wood and then 8 bows? Or for Coeur de Bois and then 8 bows?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's keeping an eye on the shipment tab. That's what is really interesting at the moment. Obviously, four CDB coming in as his first one, so going to be playing sort of the eco agenda here. It doesn't want to perhaps overreact to, you know, the aggro fort, something like that. But here we do see ATXP picking that up, nicely done before he moves on over with his Sepoy that have just been trained. Use the aggro fort to get that as well. ATXP cannot complain, and now going up to with the British in the consulate. I imagine we'll see those redcoats pretty soon.
Yeah, so Raphael did get a TP in transition, which means that he will get his third shipment a little bit faster in the third age. So that's why he probably chooses to go for 700 wood first and then 8 bows after. I mean, he has a little bit of time. Like I said before, this is not the all-in rush. I mean, it's pretty all-in-ish because you have no market, as you see for India. But it's not like the let's say, a little bit faster Sepoy rush. This is going for a timing, which I have to assume Raphael knows. And then he knows also that he has a little bit of time to get his second Rex in. Maybe even mixing in some more crossbows. And then if he can lure Blackstar in, take out the elephants, and then trap him with Minutemen and 8 bows, it's gonna be tough. Yeah. We have to see. It's gonna commence in a second.
Here it comes. Oh my! I'm actually feeling nervous. It's sort of palpable. I feel like I want LordRaphael to hold on here so he can go to the 4-4. Final game, takes the series, but here comes the pressure, right? The redcoats have arrived. He's got his Sepoy master, 2 elephants as well, and we'll see how he can deal with. Yeah, okay, bows coming out, and CDB coming in as well. It's worth pointing out that they do have both the upgrades with blunderbuss and greatcoats as well. I imagine we'll see Minutemen.
Yeah, Minutemen are popped as well. They are behind the CDBs, perfectly positioned so that the CDBs tank, while the Minutemen do a lot of damage in the back. And this is a very nice hold. This is perfect.
Very well held. Yeah, I like that point about the CDB being on the front, yeah, because unless he specifically targets the Minutemen in the back, then, you know, they always shoot the unit closest to them. That's how that works. So taking advantage of those mechanics there.
Yeah, and there we have the 8 crossbow joining in. The previous ones were just made by the Rex to get some additional fire from the second line out of range, I mean in range from the rest. And now this is just totally fine. Blackstar, like, he's doing a good job still poking a little bit, but he can't really commit to this because he's going to lose way too much to the crossbows. So yeah, this is really held well by Raphael, which means that we might get to into 4-4, but not too early.
It's not over yet. Don't get ahead of yourself. It was beautiful though.
4
like
camels
that
on the
age one
way.
was awesome. Then we get into the colonial age here. Didn't overreact. Sent the 4 CDB, so has a nice economy behind it. And yes, 4 sours are here. The rush is not over. Here's phase 2, round 2 to deal with. Oh, those musketeers walking around the coin mine are a little bit out of position there, but they should be okay. You're getting musketeers on the front to deal with the sours. They're coming forward. Crossbows going to the back. They don't want to tank. Could bring those CDB in so that they are tanking the Sepoy shots. They are now doing that. CDB and they're going through a hole. Those camels finding it hard to get us around. Nice musketeer pop arrives just in time. Crossbows were getting a bit dangerously unprotected. No anti-cavalry there. 5 more Sepoy join the fray. And overall, I think Blue has a good hold on it. Is taking villager losses. He's bleeding out there, but they are tanking. They're providing that. But let's not forget he has a lot of yaks as well to make up for sort of the eco time lost here. Reds, the elephant's getting back up now.
Yeah, and keep in mind that soon there will be another batch coming from the Rexes, so he might really be able to trap Blackstar here. Yeah, if he can survive with the units and not waste them.
Yeah, he needs like a batch of 10 or something. Two. Let's take a look at the units in queue here.
Oh, nothing.
Yeah, he's got 1 musketeer in each, and now he's at the black map here. Maybe he can get some final damage done whilst those CDB tanks. Sadly, does lose them both there. Focusing off the low HP units, does take out a redcoat. It has the highest DPS there. Final musketeer does down, but trying to walk away, trying to lure those red units away from his base. Give him that little bit of extra time to collect food from the yaks there, which is going to be instrumental in replacing his units. Only 5 musketeers here. I feel Red could go back in and force him off the yaks. These are very important at the moment to keep gathering from. But at the moment, regrouping with the 5 Sepoy.
Yeah, by the way, one small thing there. At the right corner, when he was running away with his army, Raphael that is, he tried to save the 2 villages by running towards his town center. And Blackstar smartly was taking care of the 2 villages first before taking care of the army, because he knew that they were trapped in the corner anyway. So making sure that he got 2 more CDB kills and not just 1 or nothing. But yeah, like you said, the cows will be huge here because there's 700 food and the cows, which will be a huge musketeer mass here. But then again, yeah. Blackstar was really all in. There's a second race coming up, by the way, and still, oh wait, now a market. But he can of course transition into Gurkhas, and that's gonna be tough for Raphael to deal with, I think.
Oh, you're so right. Yeah, that's that. And like, look at the economic population here. The recalculated one is too. Blue is getting behind here from having to use these tanks so much. But thankfully, the onslaught that is the shipments is sort of running out. There's no more red coats and things like that. There's no more 5-step where the 4 towers are gone. This fight in particular, though, is he focusing the CDB? He should be going for those for the musketeers. That is what he's doing. More musketeers joining the fight. Reinforcements there.
His hero should be tanking way more in the front, by the way.
Yeah, you have to get that out on the front, and then it's got full HP essentially here. Being very careful, he's looking for the ones that have sepoys are a good unit, yes. Looking for the sepoys that have the lowest health. And taking that, LordRaphael does resign. Blackstar OP, ladies and gentlemen, takes the grand finals of the Spring Championships 2017. Congratulations to him. Sadly, despite that first hold there, LordRaphael was unable to deal with the secondary push from the reinforcing unit, well, from the regroup, so to speak, I suppose. But Blackstar is our 2017 winner and does take the first place share of the cash prize. We'll be getting him on shortly for an interview. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get some pog chants in the chat? That was another awesome series. I'm very pleased with how that went. Not the 4-4 final game we were talking about, but still
I was hoping for the 4-4, but I was hoping too much. But yes, he did a really good job. He went for a very all-in build. Only later he did the market and some upgrades when he was actually already securing like a good position. And I think Raphael did a really good job with the micro. Perhaps he should have gone back like the second fight a little bit more and wait for reinforcement before fighting. Or eat his cows earlier just to make sure he could get the 10-10 musk out, because you have the cows there anyway. All you have to do is hold, and that's the most important thing. And then later on you can just be fine with your eco. But he is right. Sepoy is a very good unit, and that's precisely why Blackstar did this strategy with the consulate HP added, meaning that the Sepoy has 209 HP. So good job indeed by Blackstar. That means that he is still the king of the spring, being champion in spring before and now in spring champion again.
Let's get them both on if we can. That would be awesome to have, unless LordRaphael is headed out, and rightfully so. It's got to be a pretty sore moment, but still very well done from him. A nice performance still. Let's see if we can get them both. Do you have them on Skype? I think that might be better.
Hold on, I'm getting them now.
All right, we're looking into that. We'll get them on. Venny is sorting that out. But yes, thank you very much to everybody who did donate, who does support these things, and thank you for your viewership as well. And a big shout out to everybody at ESOC who do get these tournaments underway. The patch team that figures out all the balance patches we play these tournaments on. The dev team who then executes those changes, and among other things such as our ladder that's newly introduced. It looks awesome, by the way. Seasonal ladders coming. We have a War Chiefs tournament. That's the next one coming. That will be a sort of not as big as this tournament, a $200 event, but it will be sort of a transitional event before we have another big tournament like this one. So do keep your eyes on that. There's some specific rules that are interesting there. We have badges now for the winners and the donators. So if you want a badge next to your avatar on the forums, either win a tournament or donate some money. I know which one's easier, and I know which one is going to bring more pride. Hopefully, Venny will give me an update once we have them available on Skype.
Working on it.
Feel free to mute me if you want to figure that out without me distracting you. So yes, if you want to watch this tournament in full, all of the games are uploaded to our YouTube channel, which I believe is just below the video that you're looking at. So if you look down there, you'll find a link to the YouTube. Do subscribe to that. Please, if a moderator could link mine and Venny's channel as well. We do create Age of Empires 3 content, though more recently it is becoming a lot more occasional. But still, if you want to see more from us, there is certainly that. And of course, this VOD as well, this grand finals that we are watching, if you didn't perhaps manage to catch all of it, or you just saw some of it, or you had to go and make dinner through halfway or something like that, it will all be available on the ESOC YouTube channel as well. I'm not sure when. It will probably be up to date. Someone might edit it. That might be me. We'll have a look. We might just upload the whole thing in full, because there was, I don't know if there was actually that much downtime, but it wasn't like we had a 15-minute break or anything like that. Do stay tuned, though. We do have LordRaphael and, well, perhaps LordRaphael, but certainly Blackstar coming on for an interview. We're going to talk to them about the series and what they made of it and all of those good things. So it's going to be really good. Absolutely. Blackstar is the new winner of the tournaments. And I think he's really made a name. He won the last. I think Blackstar's won every tournament he's played in now. Oh no, not the summer. He didn't.
Not one in summer. Yeah, that. Yeah. By the way, can we quickly move over to Skype? It's going to be easier because there's some issue here. So right. I'm going to call you on Skype. Okay.
Okay. All right. It's happening, guys.